Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Warsaw Security Forum 2025. My name is Terry Martin, and it's my great pleasure to be guiding you through the program on this stage today. I'm going to keep my remarks very brief this morning to begin with. I'm just going to mention one detail, organizational detail, to support you. If you need translation, you'll find the translation sets at the back of the room, and perhaps someone will bring them to you if you really need them, but you can find them in the back of the room anytime you want. There's an extraordinary program on this stage and the other stages today, just like yesterday. Yesterday, of course, we opened with a huge bang, and today is not going to be any less spectacular. We've got a full day. We're starting a little earlier than we did yesterday, but anyway, as I say, I'm going to keep my remarks as brief as possible. I'm here today on this stage, first of all, to start off by introducing what is going to be a bang for this stage, and that is the Night of Freedom Award ceremony. And for that, please join me in welcoming Zbigniew Pizarski, the founder and president of the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation, and someone who really needs no introduction here at all. Please welcome him now.
Thank you, Terry. You make me blush, and I think my wife do not require introduction. Well, I'm more humble, it looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, Secretary Stoltenberg, General Austin, General Bauer, it's really a pleasure to be here today in the opening of this very promising day. Yesterday, I believe we delivered a lot, and expectations are not less for today. Dear friends, I would like to take up you on the opening and move on to the first, but undoubtedly most important part of the program, the presentation of this year's the Night of Freedom Award. So as not to waste your time that I could give to the laudators, people who know the laureate better than we do and can tell us more interesting stories about him, I will get straight to the point. This year's Night of Freedom Award winner is Jens Stoltenberg. Dear friends, the Night of Freedom Award is presented in the form of General Kazimierz Pulaski Sabre. This distinction is bestowed upon individuals who have made a significant contribution to the promotion of democracy, freedom, and justice worldwide. Let us not be afraid of great wars. You are the person like that. The Night of Freedom Award is being presented to you at the recommendation of the Warsaw Security Forum International Advisory Council, not just for general merits, but also for crucial details in recognition of your extraordinary efforts as NATO Secretary General to strengthen NATO, Eastern Flank, and the entire democratic world. Through the award, we would like to express our gratitude for your leadership in fostering a coalition of member states who provide Ukraine with the assistance it needs so desperately. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in watching a brief video about today's awardee.
Welcome to all of you. Welcome to this first meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council. Welcome to you, Vladimir. It's great to have you here. unite around our core task to protect and defend each other, because we are stronger together than apart.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Jens Stoltenberg to the stage. Now we will learn how Jens Stoltenberg is viewed by those who work with him to build an even better NATO. Two military men, meaning men of both word and action. The first laudator is General Lloyd Austin. The almost encyclopedic description of his actions is usually retired US general who served as the 28th United States Secretary of Defense from 2021 to 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming General Austin, who is a symbol of transatlantic relationships built on solid cooperation and building it despite all adversity. Ladies and gentlemen, General Austin, please join me.
Well, thanks, everybody, and thanks for that warm welcome. It's great to be here in Warsaw, and it's great to see so many friends and colleagues, including Admiral Bauer and General Petraeus. And I'm delighted to have the chance to salute a great statesman, my good friend, Jens Stoltenberg. Now, when you type his name into Google, one of the first things that pops up is Jens Stoltenberg height. And for some reason, Google does the same thing about me. So Jens and I always saw eye to eye, literally and strategically. You know, when I became Secretary of Defense, my very first phone call to a foreign leader was to Jens. It was just hours after I was sworn in, and Jens, ever since that call, I knew that I could always count on you. Jens always reminded us of the democratic values shared by the United States, Norway, and all of NATO. He knew that those values are the foundation of our strength: democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and collective defense. Jens knows that we are always strongest when we stand together. Emerson said that institutions are lengthened by the shadows of people. And for a decade, NATO has been a long shadow of Jens Stoltenberg. And when you're his height, that's a pretty long shadow to begin with. When President Biden surprised Jens last year with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the citation called him a visionary statesman and ceaseless defender of democracy. Jens, you had a tremendous 10-year run as Secretary General, and I probably owe you an apology, because you were so good that we kept asking you to extend. Jens led the alliance through a time of great peril. And NATO didn't just come out of the Stoltenberg years intact, it came out stronger larger, and more united. On his watch, Europe faced its largest land war since 1945. And Jens was the man for the moment. You know, I still remember calling Jens right after Putin's all-out invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, along with my good friend Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State. We needed to get Jens as much accurate information as possible so that he could get it out to the alliance. It was indeed a sobering call. But Jens was calm and steady, and exactly the leader that you need in a storm. After Putin's imperial invasion, we worked together to strengthen NATO's forward defense posture. That meant more troops at high readiness, larger exercises, and multinational battle groups in 8 countries. NATO is now larger than ever, and Finland and Sweden have brought NATO's membership to 32. Jens always understood that Putin's aggression is not the result of NATO enlargement. It is the cause of NATO's enlargement. Jens was clear-eyed about massive challenges like defense production and the rise of China, and far-sighted about future challenges in space and cyberspace. Jens guided the alliance with skill and steel. He led NATO with the power of persuasion and the power of persistence. And he always pushed the allies to do more. And in private, if he felt that he needed to call out countries by name, he wouldn't hesitate. He would push even the biggest country when he needed to. And I can tell you that firsthand. And Jens was incredibly creative. When allies would throw up their hands, he would roll up his sleeves. And he wouldn't say no. He would just say, well, how about this? And he had exactly the right touch with ally after ally. You know, it takes huge skill to herd 32 countries, often with very different views. But Jens would manage even the toughest personalities without losing his diplomatic balance or his moral compass. He also has a great dry sense of humor. Jens appeared in 2020 on the BBC's famous program, Desert Island Discs. And they asked which book he would want if he was marooned on an island. And of course, he asked for a statistics book. And of course, there's his humming. People at NATO headquarters say that they can still hear him humming. And we all know his signature hand gestures. 2 hands to the left, 2 hands to the right. Now, Jens doesn't fail that much, but he did fail retirement. After NATO, he went back into public service in Norway. Now, he's a national treasure there, a prime minister who led Norway through some tough times. And Jens, we know that you're still serving your beloved Norway, but you have already gained a place in the pantheon of NATO's greatest leaders. In July 2024, Jens came by the Pentagon, and I had the honor of giving him the Department of Defense Medal for Distinguished Public Service. Now, that's the highest award that the department can give to a foreign leader. And that day, Jens did something that's totally typical of him. He insisted that the award wasn't only his. He said that it was also for the thousands of public servants who make NATO run, and for the troops serving shoulder to shoulder under NATO's flag, and for all the allied troops who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And ladies and gentlemen, that's Jens. He's always thinking of the team and the mission and never about himself. So Jens, I hope that this award will not just honor you, but will also spur leaders to follow your example, to strengthen the greatest defensive alliance in history, to reinforce our commitment to democracy and the rule of law, and to renew our dedication to the principles that make us brave and keep us free. Jens, my friend, congratulations. Thank you very much.
For a while, I thought it's almost like a roast, but it's... Thank you, it was wonderful. After the partnership between the NATO Secretary General and the US Secretary of Defense, politicians and soldiers alike, it's time for eulogy from a close associate from NATO itself, also a soldier, but this time an admiral. And the fleet's perspective is apparently always different, though the seas connect allies. Admiral Rob Bauer served as the chairman of NATO Military Committee from 2021 to 2025. After many years of service in his native Netherlands, NATO's highest-ranking officer probably knows the most about these past few years of cooperation with Jens Stoltenberg in enlarging and strengthening NATO. Mr. Admiral, dear Rob, please join me here at the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Jens, there are people who, if they're lucky enough, sometimes find themselves in the room where it happens. And then there are people who create the room where it happens simply by entering it. You, my friend, are the latter. And as Secretary General of NATO, that is not self-evident. If you look at the role in the strictest sense, it comes with little real power. In the end, it is always the allies who decide. And I know this, because I too was the boss of no one on the military side of the house. And on a good day, my own staff would listen to me. So the role is very much what you make of it. Most of your authority is derived from your experience, expertise, and the strength of your character. You, dear Jens, possess all three in abundance. So it was never a question who was the boss. Just like all global superstars, the first name sufficed, Jens. And yet, despite all the strong leadership roles you fulfilled, the thing that I respect most in you is the way in which you served. You are a true servant leader who always puts the interest of the group ahead of his own, who chooses the we over the me. So it is only fitting that many years ago on the campaign trail in Oslo, you disguised as a taxi driver. Because you really do take people where they need to go. And just like a taxi driver, you calculate exactly how much it costs for all of us to get there. Ladies and gentlemen, the NATO emblem is not a star, but a compass. And that is because all allies move in the same direction upon matters in which we find consensus. We move together, or we don't move at all. And here the Secretary General has a vital role. Jens built bridges that spanned oceans, mountains, and centuries of historical differences. I sometimes joke that it is impossible to find a NATO ally who hasn't at one point in history been at war with another ally. But that we came to our senses and realized that it is much cheaper to bombard each other with bureaucracy. Relentlessly, Jens and his team worked on expanding the space where agreements can be found and limiting the space where they cannot. Spending precious time away from their own families, they brought nations together and inspired them to be bigger than themselves. There was very much a Knights of the Round Table sentiment amongst those that worked closest with Jens, fiercely fighting for their Camelot with empathy, respect, and interest for each ally. Because that is where room for discussion is found and where compromises can spring. Jens himself learned early on how important it was to connect on a human level, especially if you're in high political office. His father, Thorwald, would invite leaders like Nelson Mandela to his home for coffee, brown cheese, and bread at the kitchen table. And Jens applied the same domestic diplomacy during heated debates like the one about Sweden joining the alliance. He would talk to a head of state about soccer, break the ice, and find a way in. Jens deeply believes that democracy requires sacrifice. And that is why he would chair meetings of the North Atlantic Council with a seemingly endless reservoir of patience and an almost inhuman aptitude at listening to repetitive statements. To balance out his stoic demeanor, we once conjured up a plan to get him an angry translator, like the one President Obama had during a White House Correspondents' dinner. But the plan fell through due to a lack of common funding. I only saw Jens truly angry once, during the NATO-Russia Council in December 2021. It was a highly confrontational meeting, and the stakes couldn't possibly have been higher. In an effort not to slow things down unnecessarily, Jens had allowed each ally 4 minutes to speak. All allies adhered to this, except for one unnamed nation that issued a statement that was 17 minutes long. You do remember. Painfully listening to each of their points, subpoints, and further subpoints. And we saw the muscles in Jens's face tighten. And after the speaker had finally stopped, Jens did not issue his usual "thank you very much," but gave him a meager "thank you." That is what rage, Stoltenberg rage, looks like. But in all seriousness, during that meeting, it became clear just how deep the divide between NATO and Russia had grown, and what the decades spent working on our partnership for peace were not enough to stop Russia from starting a war in Europe. The pragmatic politician in Jens realized that as important as dialogue is, if this is how the Kremlin decided to behave, we would simply have to handle it. And he made sure he did everything in his power to prepare allies once again for the collective defense of our territory. Equally, he did everything he could to make sure allies supported Ukraine. In his farewell interview, he stated that he regrets that NATO could have and should have done more. And we should still do more, also today, because Ukraine's freedom is our freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, during historic times like these, we don't need managers. There are no handbooks that tell us what to do. We need leaders who take us where we need to go, who have an unfailing moral compass and sound political judgment, who place the we over the me. Dear Jens, you were once a youthful rebel who sang the protest song, "Norway, Norway out of NATO." It's true. It's true. And you ended up leading the alliance so exceedingly well that the Allies made sure there was no way out of NATO. In October 2024, when you finally succeeded in finding a worthy successor, you stepped down as Secretary General and moved back to Norway. But whether you are in Brussels or Oslo, or right here with all of us in Warsaw, you symbolize the best this alliance has to offer. You took office shortly after Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 and steered us through a time of rising tension, terrorist attacks, the COVID pandemic, the retrograde from Afghanistan, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and the accession of 4 new NATO members: Montenegro, North Macedonia, Finland, and Sweden. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for what you have done in the service of this great alliance, in the service of freedom, in the service of the greater good. And remember, NATO is like Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Knight of Freedom Award 2025 is presented to Minister Jens Stoltenberg in the form of a handmade replica of the 18th century saber used by General Kazimierz Pulaski.
Excellencies, dear friends, dear Katarzyna, dear Zbigniew, thank you so much for hosting this event. It's wonderful to be back in Warsaw, and especially in such a good company. And let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks for the generous words from General Lloyd Austin and Admiral Bauer. It's almost embarrassing, so we cannot do this too often. But thank you so much. It was really great to listen to your very, very kind words. I have had the privilege of working closely with both of you, and you are remarkable leaders. You were often the ones I turned to day and night throughout many crises and challenges that NATO faced. Especially Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the most critical moment for transatlantic security since World War II. Lloyd, as the US Secretary of Defense, you played the key role in rallying unprecedented support for Ukraine by establishing what we call the Ramstein Group and all the follow-up you did with all allies to ensure that they delivered more support for Ukraine. And Rob, as chair of NATO's military committee, you made sure that we were prepared and continued to adapt. You have both given very important contributions to making this world a safer and better place. And I will forever be grateful for your support and our friendship. I'm deeply honored to accept the Knight of Freedom Award. This is much more than a recognition of my efforts. It is a recognition of the thousands working for NATO every day across the transatlantic community. The award is a tribute to the enduring legacy of General Kazimierz Puławski, known as the Soldier of Liberty, who fought for freedom, justice and democracy, not just in Europe, but also in America. Defending these values and maintaining the transatlantic bond is a responsibility we all share. And as the Kazimierz Puławski Foundation carries that banner with great distinction in our dangerous and unpredictable world today, it is important to uphold the same values. The Warsaw Security Forum is a key platform for dialogue and security interchange, dialogue on defense and the values we all share. I would also like to extend a special thanks to our Polish hosts. Poland is a strong ally whose determination and commitment to strong defense is an inspiration to all of us. During my tenure as Secretary General of NATO, Poland played a key role in the biggest transformation of NATO since the Cold War. And in many ways, the transformation started here in Warsaw at the NATO summit in 2016. That was when NATO decided for the first time to deploy combat-ready troops to the eastern flank of the alliance, significantly increase our readiness, and to really follow up the pledge we had already made to spend more on defense. And in recent weeks, we have seen the significance of these decisions. Poland and other NATO allies have stood together and quickly countered the reckless incursions by Russian drones. Polish F-16s, together with Dutch F-35s, Italian AWACS and German Patriots were activated to defend NATO territory. This shows the importance of our collective defense, but also the need to strengthen it further. I felt this very strongly as NATO Secretary General, but I also feel it today as the Norwegian Minister of Finance. Most careers move forwards. My career moves backwards. After 10 years as Prime Minister in Norway and 10 years as Secretary General of NATO, I'm now back to the same job I had 29 years ago in Norway when I became the Minister of Finance the first time. So soon I will campaign to become the youth leader again. That was a joke, yeah. But I am actually grateful that I can continue to serve, and actually Minister of Finance are important for defense, because defense costs money. And I'm proud that Norway is now among the many countries that spend significantly more than 2% of GDP on defense. This year, Norway spends 3.3%. And one of the first decisions I was part of as a newly appointed minister early this year was to triple Norway's military support to Ukraine. Hardly any other European country contributes as much as Norway per capita. And I also welcome the fact that many other countries and NATO allies have stepped up their support for the brave Ukrainian people. But as Minister of Defense, I also know that 1 additional billion to Ukraine or 1 billion extra to national defense is 1 billion less to other good purposes like health, education, and infrastructure. But we must remember, the highest cost is to let Putin win. Therefore, we must take the cost, pay the price for peace. With all this in mind, I am pleased that we can come together in forums such as this and discuss the challenges we face. How to find common ground, not least to find common solutions. So let us honor General Pawlowski's not only with words, but also in deeds, by ensuring credible collective defense, by sustaining our support to Ukraine, and by working together to defend our free and democratic societies. Thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the Night of Freedom ceremony, but it does continue with a conversation with our today's awardee, Minister Jens Stoltenberg, and the conversation will be moderated by no other than David Petraeus. I'm honored to say a member of the International Advisory Council of the Warsaw Security Forum, former CIA Director. David, the floor is yours.
Well, congratulations, Secretary General, Prime Minister, Minister, Youth Leader, whatever title you want to use. And what a privilege it is to help to recognize you together with my old airborne buddy, Lloyd Austin, and my fellow Dutchman and shipmate, Rob Bauer. It's great to be with all of you. You had an incredible 10-year run at NATO. We heard, again, reminded of all of the different episodes through which you were at the helm of NATO. Let's start perhaps with a bit of reflections and asking right up front, what do you consider your most consequential decision during an extraordinary tenure as Secretary General?
First of all, let me thank you, David, for doing this, and it's great to see you again. And with all your experience, all your knowledge from NATO, from CIA, from Afghanistan, and from other important missions that has been so important for our security, it's an honor to share the stage with you. I think the most consequential, the most important decision I was part of was, of course, to keep this alliance together. Because that's the key to our strength. That's the key to why NATO has been successful, is that despite the differences between allies, we have been able to stand together across the alliance to uphold the core value of this alliance, that an attack on one ally is an attack on all allies. And as long as we do that, we are preventing war, we are preventing an armed attack. So I often say that NATO's main purpose is not to wage war, it is to prevent war. And we have prevented an armed attack on any NATO ally, and we have done that by standing together. Then, of course,
there were many other issues, like supporting Ukraine, like dealing with a very difficult withdrawal from Afghanistan, and of course the big enlargement with 4 new nations, and especially Finland and Sweden. Great decisions and important part of what allies decided during my tenure.
So you noted kindly, I do have some experience in NATO myself, a number of assignments over the years, including at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe. I was a speechwriter, 1, 3, and 4-star NATO positions over the years, keenly aware of the concept of collective defense of our values and freedoms. This award specifically celebrates your defense of freedom. What does that mean to you personally, and what message do you hope it sends to future leaders?
That we cannot take our freedom for granted. That's something we have to defend every day. And I think that after the end of the Cold War, we went into what, at least in some countries, is described as deep peace, meaning that we could not imagine war. And in one way that's good, because then war is a very distant threat. But it's dangerous because then we don't invest in our defense. And that's exactly what we did. We, at least most NATO allies, reduced significantly the defense investments. And then when we saw Crimea in 2014 and later on the full-scale invasion, we had to really start to invest more and build up our defense industry. And if anything, we should have done that much earlier because the danger was always there. So not to take peace for granted, to understand the importance of high readiness, strong defense, even in times of peace, I think is perhaps the most important lesson.
By the way, thanks for NATO commonality here. You note we both have black suit, white shirt, red tie. We coordinated that carefully. Turning to the war in Ukraine and NATO's evolving posture, you've said, and you mentioned again today, that NATO could have done more to deter Russia before 2022. What specific actions do you think might have changed the calculus in the Kremlin?
So first of all, I think it's important, at least when you have stepped down, to try to be honest and to learn some lessons, and to both tell the world about what we achieved, the enlargement, keeping the alliance together, the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense, and all the other achievements we did during those years. But I think it's also important to address some of the areas where we didn't succeed, when we could have done more. And I think it's quite obvious that when I came to NATO in 2014, the majority of allies were against providing military support to Ukraine, because they were afraid that could provoke Russia. So we actually didn't provide significant military support to Ukraine, and Russia invaded Ukraine, a full-scale invasion in 2022. And we had, I remember, for instance, we have something called the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, and we had a big discussion whether NATO could help Ukraine to buy sniper rifles. And the majority of allies said no, that would be a provocation. We speak about like as late as 2020. And it was a big discussion whether some allies provided on bilateral basis some training, some military equipment, but hardly any provided lethal weapons. So if we had done more, trained the Ukrainians, provided much more weapons and also lethal weapons, at least in the years after the illegal annexation 2014 up to 2022, I think we either could have enabled the Ukrainians to at least be much more able to fight back, and Russia would have occupied less of their territory today, or we could have prevented invasion, because the calculus in Moscow could have been totally different. You see how able the Ukrainians have been to fight back, even with the limited support we gave them before 2022. If we had given them significantly more, they could have actually deterred an aggression. So it demonstrates all saying, if we want peace, prepare for war, and we actually didn't prepare for war, and that's the reason why we got war.
You know, continuing along that vein, the decision repeatedly was not to bring NATO, or to bring Ukraine into NATO, even though it was dangled before them at one point, including by my own country. At this point in time, should NATO formally commit to Ukraine's membership post-war, or does strategic ambiguity still serve a purpose?
Also, my opinion is that we should still commit to Ukraine's membership. I believe that the space in between NATO and Russia is kind of smaller and smaller. Before 2022, we thought it was possible to be somewhere in between, like Georgia, Ukraine, and these other countries. I think what we have seen is that either you are covered by NATO security guarantees or you're in a very dangerous place. And therefore, I believe we should still stand by our commitment we made in 2008. I was there as a Norwegian Prime Minister. To be honest, things have changed because Norway, we were on the German side, very much against inviting Ukraine to become member. The US was pushing and convinced us to agree to say that Ukraine will become a member without a fixed timetable. Now things have changed a bit around. But I think still it's hard to see how this can end in a lasting way without providing Ukraine with credible security guarantees. And the most credible security guarantee they can get is NATO membership.
You repeatedly warned, yes. You repeatedly warned against Europe's strategic dependency mistakes, dependency on Russian energy in particular. Today, the concern is over reliance on Chinese products, technology, infrastructure, markets, and so forth. What concrete steps should NATO members take to reduce these vulnerabilities?
I will answer the question in a moment, but let me just say that I'm a strong believer in free trade. I'm a strong believer in open economies. And I think we have all benefited strongly from that. But freedom is more important than free trade. And sometimes we have to limit free trade to ensure our freedom. And we have to remember that most European countries, until the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, meant that buying gas from Russia was a purely commercial issue. It was not a security question. It was nothing politicians should intervene in because it was, if it was a commercial deal, it was a commercial deal, leave business to business, not politicians to intervene. It turned out to be a highly political issue, and Russia used gas as a mean weapon to coerce us to try to prevent us from supporting Ukraine. And now I'm concerned that we can end up in the same kind of vulnerabilities with overdependence on Chinese rare earth minerals or Chinese technology. The dilemma is that we have to continue to trade with China. So it's not either free trade, full trade, or no trade. It's something in between, which is a much more blurred and difficult landscape. But I think at least we should do whatever we can to develop our own sources of rare earth minerals. We have, but there are many countries who are hesitant to develop them. Second, we should be very careful in allowing China to control critical infrastructure. We had a kind of test case with the 5G network discussions in Europe, where most allies in the beginning said, no, this is a commercial issue, we can buy Chinese technology for 5G. They ended up with the right conclusions, not being dependent on Chinese technology for 5G. Again, understanding this has a political dimension. And thirdly, what we should do is that when we limit trade with authoritarian regimes, as we have to do because of our own security, we should trade as much we can together. And that's the reason why I have been honest also with the trade issues with the United States. I believe in, actually, Article 2 of the Washington Treaty states not only that we should defend and work together as military allies, but also develop our economic cooperation. So free trade, the more you limit trade with authoritarian regimes, the more we should trade as open democratic societies. And therefore, the Norwegian position is that we should reduce trade barriers between allies, including the United States.
Freedom is more important than free trade. I hope the press got that. Turning to China, in the broader authoritarian challenge, you've called China a decisive enabler of Russia's war. Should NATO consider consequences for Beijing?
That's a very difficult question. But at least I think we need to discuss what kind of consequences it will have for China if they continue to enable Russia's war. I'm not in charge. I'm not in Brussels and NATO anymore. But as a NATO ally, of course, Norway is concerned about the fact that Iran is delivering drones, North Korea is delivering ammunition and thousands of soldiers, but the most important enabler of Russia's war is China, which are delivering all the components, all the elements for the Russian war industry. But I would just say that this is an issue I think should be on the agenda, and one of the issues that we should discuss as NATO allies, because we have to do it together. It cannot be unilateral decisions by individual allies.
Well, let's turn to transatlantic unity and the evolving European security landscape. You worked closely with President Donald Trump in his previous administration, of course. You've recently expressed confidence in his continued support for NATO. What are the elements that support that confidence?
First of all, because I believe that it is in the national security interest of the United States to have a strong NATO. And I believe that in the long run, interest matters. So, of course, I'm aware of much of the kind of the rhetoric, the language, but that is mainly about, it's not a criticism of NATO, but it's about, from the Trump administration, it's mainly a criticism of NATO allies not paying enough for NATO. And that is now changing. And that's actually that has been a fair criticism, not only from President Trump, but also from President Obama and President Biden. They have all called on European allies to pay more. And the good news is that European allies are paying more. And I think the combination of that, European allies are really stepping up, investing significantly more in defense, proving that the burden sharing is improving. And the fact that if the United States is concerned about China, the size of China, they should keep their friends close and maintain NATO as an alliance. Because the US is big. The US is like 25% of world GDP. But together with all NATO allies, we are 50% of world economy and 50% of the world's military might. So it's in the US national security interest to have friends and allies in NATO, which is something Russia, China doesn't have at all. Again, let me put just a Norwegian example. I'm together with the Prime Minister. I met President Trump this spring in the Oval Office in April, and the Prime Minister brought a map, and of northern Norway, the North Atlantic, Alaska, Greenland, and North America, and there you see that the highest concentration of nuclear weapons in the world is on the Kola Peninsula. Missiles, submarines, strategic airplanes. Just a few kilometers from the Norwegian border between Russia and Norway. These nuclear weapons are not aimed at Norway. They're aimed at the United States. So if you want to, in a way, follow those submarines to be able to see what's happened on the other side of the border with the weapons, which are, a strategic challenge to the United States, it's good to have Norway as a friend and ally. So we may be not so big, but we have some good eyes and some good services that work together with you to help to, for instance, track submarines going out in the Barents Sea.
NATO has committed, and NATO nations have committed to considerable additional spending on defense, as you also highlighted your country is doing. But are you concerned that due to how NATO countries make their procurement decisions, that after all the spending has increased, the result, the whole, might actually be less than the sum of the parts?
Yes, also I'm concerned that we're not spending as good as we should, or as well as we should, because we need to spend more, but we also need to spend better. And it's good that we now are spending more. Hopefully we'll also be able to spend better. And I think one of the main challenges we have, especially in Europe, is the fragmentation of the European defense industry. In the United States, you have one main battle tank, and you have many of those. In Europe, we have 8 or 9, depends a bit how you calculate, different battle tanks, and we have few. So the economy of scale is absent in Europe. Cost per unit is very high, and the cost of training, development, spare parts, interoperability is not there. because we have so fragmented defense industry. So we need to, the most important thing we can do as Europeans is to overcome the fragmentation. And then I can share with you an anecdote, because the first time I was Prime Minister in Norway, back in 2000, we were going to buy 5 frigates. And in Norway, we don't build cars, we don't build cell phones, but we have many things we don't do, but we build ships. So all Norwegians thought that the Norwegian Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg was going to decide that there was going to be, the new frigates were going to be built at the Norwegian shipyard. But since I believe in free trade and competition, we asked for bids from different European allies. And it turned out that the Spanish shipyard had a better offer than the Norwegian shipyard. We didn't like that. And many people tried to force me to then buy from Norwegians, even though they were more expensive. But I said, no, we should buy the best and the cheapest one, and we are against the fragmentation of European defense industry. So we bought Norwegian frigates from a Spanish shipyard. It was close to revolution in Norway. And I lost elections. So I'm only saying that to overcome European fragmentation, or the fragmentation of the European defense industry, requires courage and the willingness to lose elections. Good luck.
I hope that is reported as well. Now, your old colleague in Brussels, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, is proposing what is termed a reparations loan to Ukraine, using cash from the frozen Russian assets held at Euroclear, backed by EU-issued bonds, to give that to Ukraine, and they would only need to pay that back when Russia provides reparations to them in the wake of this war. Do you believe that this legally creative scheme will gain sufficient support among EU member nations, and is it a viable model for sustained wartime financing, noting that the $250 billion equivalent that this would provide to Ukraine might actually be what we have often termed about other additions to their armaments, but turned out not to be a game changer, that this actually could be, because it could double the production of drones from 3.5 million per year to 6 or 7, and provide lots of other capabilities to them. Will the EU support this, do you think?
Well, I'm a bit careful to speak on behalf of the European Union. I have been, as a Norway's member of NATO, I've been Secretary of NATO. I stepped down, so I don't speak on behalf of NATO. Norway is not a member of the European Union, so I think it's very hard for me to speak on behalf of them. But my impression, based on also conversations this morning, is that there is at least a possibility that that will happen. I think that what matters is that in one way or another, we need to ensure more money for Ukraine. And the immobilized or frozen assets are already to some extent used, because there is a windfall profit from those assets, which are used to provide this ERA loan. I think it's 50 billion euros, or 40 perhaps, billion euros, which are already provided as a loan to Ukraine by using parts of the windfall return from the frozen assets. Then this is a new scheme, a more expansive one. I think what matters is that there are some legal issues that has to be addressed, because the kind of respect of sovereignty and also respect of legal issues related to state reserves from national banks are important for the trust in our legal systems, the trust in the rule of law. And therefore, I hope that the EU will find a way, but a way that respects those basic rule of law requirements.
As we used to say in Central Command, which Lloyd Austin knows well, having also commanded it, inshallah. I certainly hope this does prove to be the case. Looking ahead to your next chapter, to NATO's future, reportedly you'll soon chair the Munich Security Conference. How do you envision using that platform to shape global security discourse?
Well, I believe that especially in times of uncertainty and more conflict as we see today, it's even more important that we have platforms where we can address them. The Warsaw Security Forum is an important platform. The Munich Security Conference is an important platform, and I think it's of high value that we utilize these platforms to actually be honest, to address the challenges, the differences, and I think that's exactly how the Munich Security Conference works. It will, and when it's really on its best, is also when we have been able to bring together people from different sides. We have not been able to do that over the last years, but for many years the Russians were there. Putin was there. I remember Putin was there giving his big speech back in 2007, I think it was. Yep. And I had, as Secretary General of NATO, regular meetings with Lavrov. Of course, they didn't solve all problems, but I believe in the long run that we need to talk also to Russia. Russia's our neighbor. Russia's here to stay. And we need platforms enabling us to do that, and the Munich Security Conference is such a platform.
Two final questions. First, what's the one piece of advice you've given, or perhaps would give, to Mark Rutte as he builds on your legacy at NATO?
So first of all, I'm always very careful giving advice to people who have been prime ministers for so many years and who have been a prime minister in a coalition government, because the most important thing is to just think that what he did with all his parties in his government is the same he should do with all the governments, just to try to keep them together, to hear them, and to make sure that they stay together. He had demonstrated enormous skills in doing that as a Dutch politician in a kind of confused political or challenging political landscape, and he's doing that in a perfect way now in NATO. So the only thing I told him is that keep the allies together, and that's exactly what he does.
So finally, in this increasingly fragmented world, what gives you hope that NATO's unity can endure, Secretary General?
Because it is in our interest to stand together. We are safer when we are together than alone. And to understand that is about understanding how we can be safe in a more dangerous world. And of course, there are challenges, there are differences, and you can never be 100% certain. But at the same time, this alliance has been through many crises. I was not around in 1956, but after the Suez crisis, we had a big challenge in this alliance when two allies went into Egypt and the United States was against. In 1960s, France, one of the nuclear powers in our alliance, left the military cooperation, and NATO had to move from Paris as the headquarters, where we had the headquarters, to Brussels. That was a big crisis. The Iraq War, we had allies being heavily in favor and heavily against, and many other crises and challenges. But every time we have been able to overcome the differences, stand together, because we are safer together than alone. And that's the reason why I'm an optimist also for the future.
So Kasia kindly noted that I'm a member of the International Advisory Board of this great security forum, and I just want you to know that when the discussion was taking place about who should be honored this year, that the board was absolutely unanimous that it should be you who was recognized. And given that, let me just say one more time, thank you for all that you did during an extraordinary decade at NATO, and thanks also for the way in which you did it. Thank you, Secretary General.
Thank you so much.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Sachs. In my daytime, I run an investment company called P Capital out of Stockholm. I'm also, through the foundation that carries my name, a founder of a number of organizations working on the reimagination of democracy in different ways and supporting social movements in defense of rights and freedoms. It is an honor to be here in Warsaw with this distinguished panel that I'll present in a minute. Warsaw, which is, of course, a city that has seen both the suffering and the triumph of democracy against the odds. Our panel today is called The Unbroken: Fight for Democratic Sovereignty in a Hostile Neighborhood. And we're bringing together 4 leaders who are very clearly unbroken, in spite of knowing from lived experience what it means to face intimidation and external threats. From Belarus to Georgia, countries in Russia's neighborhood, of course, face relentless pressure from authoritarian interference, disinformation, covert influence, and outright military aggression. And yet, despite these pressures, leaders, citizens, and civil society continue to defend sovereignty, freedoms, and democratic values. This is our hope. But I think even more importantly, since hope is not a strategy, this is our incentive to act and our incentive for solidarity. Not far from here, Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine continues to test Europe's resolve, security, and the very foundations of democracy. Of course, we've seen increasing heat in the past weeks in terms of infringements of violations of European airspace and drone activity and other intimidations. So it is a very unsettling time, I think, for all of us. And of course, Ukrainians are fighting for their sovereignty and for ours as well. Belarus increasingly dragged into complicity by a dictatorship that fears its own people. Georgia, which is in a geopolitical fault line that has cracked before and can open up again. And Poland, here in Warsaw, has become a front line of solidarity and resilience, as well as an example of the challenges to democracy that exist even in societies that still have free and fair elections. So we're fortunate to be joined by 4 remarkable voices. At the far end, Alexandra Matvichuk, chairwoman of Ukraine's Center for Civil Liberties and Nobel Peace Prize laureate in 2022. Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski, Mayor of Warsaw and former presidential candidate whose leadership shapes Poland's democratic debate. President Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who is, of course, head of the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus and the leading voice for a free and democratic Belarus. And President Salome Zurabishvili, who is the 5th and last popularly elected president of Georgia and a steadfast advocate for your country's European path. And together, I think, maybe we'll give them a round of applause, actually. So together, for me, your experiences remind us that democracy is not an abstract principle. It is a lived, defended, and often fought for at great personal cost. And our task today, as I see it, is to listen, to learn, and to draw lessons from your courage in how democracies can hold their ground and push back against authoritarian expansionism. And I want to start with setting the stage. And Alexandra, I'd like to start with you. You have repeatedly talked about the importance of Europe being at the table and the Ukrainian experience, the Ukrainian people being at the table. And I'll come back also to more concrete work you're doing. But if we start from your vantage point in Ukraine, what are the crucial lessons that we should learn in wider Europe for the broader struggle for democratic sovereignty?
I think one of the most important lessons is that ordinary people have power. We get used to thinking through the categories of states and interstates organizations, but ordinary people have a much great impact that they can even imagine, and Ukrainians are a great example. I was in Kiev when Russian troops tried to circle my city. I refused to evacuate, and with a part of my team, we continued our work on the ground. And it was a time when not just Putin, but also our international partners were confident that Ukraine has no potential to resist because Russia is such an enormous opposing power that just 3 or 4 days and everything will be done with Ukraine. And I remembered how even international humanitarian organizations evacuated their personnel. But ordinary people remained, and ordinary people started to do extraordinary things. It were ordinary people who helped to survive under artillery's fire. It were ordinary people who broke through the encirclement to provide humanitarian aid. It were ordinary people who took people out from the ruined cities. And suddenly, it became obvious that ordinary people fighting for their freedom and human dignity are stronger than even the second army in the world. And we always have something inside us what we can rely on when we face with such enormous opposing power. It's human dignity. And dignity is in action. Dignity provides us a strength to fight even in unbearable obstacles. Dignity, it's not just feeling responsible for everything which is going on, but to do the right thing to change it. I think this is the main lessons learned, and probably it sounds naive, but it works in our life.
Thank you. That's a beautiful and very important message, because I think agency of the agency of the individual is just really important at this time, and that people feel they have a stake in changing the situation we're in. So, Madam President, I'd like to go next to you. You vetoed last year the so-called Foreign Agents Bill in Georgia, and you called it Russian in its essence and spirit, contradicting our constitution and all European standards. And of course, Georgia, like Ukraine and Moldova, has long faced strong pressure from Moscow. And you're, of course, facing both depolarization and generational divides at home and this Russian pressure from abroad. What do you see as the strongest levers today? What are the strongest levers? Are they civic, political, or international for keeping Georgia anchored in Europe?
Everything together. Not one front would be enough to defend ourselves against the war that we are waging. There is a lot of talk about peace in Georgia, but that's the usual old Soviet, now Russian propaganda, talking about peace and making war. We are facing a hybrid war in Georgia that is probably the war of tomorrow. As usual, we are the testing ground of Russia, of how to try to resuscitate the Russian imperialism influence around it and further. And the hybrid war is their new instrument, and they're, as they were in 93 or in 2008, testing it in Georgia. And to fight hybrid war, which is made of everything, propaganda, cyber attacks, manipulation of elections, they're using our own the democratic instruments. It's a perversion of democracy for the use by totalitarianism, because it's totalitarianism in the making that we're seeing. And to fight that, you need all the elements. You need inside strong civic resilience, and I think that we have it. Our fight for resilience, of course, is not the armed, heroic resilience of the Ukrainian people, but it is very peaceful and without any means, because we do not have any means, resilience of the civic society against attacks that come on all different fronts, and now including the latest that the Russian handbook has developed against the civic society and against the people that protest now for 308 days on the streets of Tbilisi. It's to not only target them, but target their family, their parents and grandparents, because nothing until now has been able to stop those people from continuing to walk the streets in Tbilisi, walk very peacefully. Again, I want to underline that, that not a single shop window has been broken over these 308 days by the protesters. I'm not saying and not talking about the violence that was exerted by the police. But again, the civic resilience inside the country is not sufficient in today's world if there is not attention from outside. And one major problem that Georgia has today is probably to be a small country, which the ruling party of this country, under the instigation, in accordance, whatever we qualify, of Moscow, is trying to put into isolation. And what we need from you all is attention, attention, and attention, because that's the only defense against isolation. When some of our partners think that they can engage the authorities to bring them back to their old pro-Western, pro-European path, that is an illusion. You do not bring back a country or a ruling party that has gone that far into the arms of Russia. But you can still bring back the population, you can still protect the population. And I want again to underline, Georgia is not lost to Russia, because Georgia is Georgians' population, is the population that is on the streets, and those that are not on the streets that will come out tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, because the inner determination of the Georgian people never to go back under Russian domination is there, is entire, and is not going to weaken. But we need your attention, your solidarity, because in a world of multiple crises, it's very difficult for a small country to exist on the international scene, and that's what we need. That's the reason why I'm here.
Thank you. President Tsikhanovskaya, I want to go to you. You, of course, I would guess, would say similar things, but the big difference, of course, for you is that this fight is fought in exile, and you've said again and again that Belarus is not lost, and you've kept Belarus on Europe's agenda, reminding us that Lukashenko may have enabled Russia's war, but the Belarusian population has not. And when you talk about the resistance inside the country, the hidden struggle, if you will, what does it look like today? And how do you and the movement that you lead, how do you maintain trust and legitimacy in spite of all the censorship and repression that is happening within Belarus?
So for sure, I want to remind that our resistance is continuing for 5 years already. And though we are fighting the same enemy, impose the ambitions of Russia, Belarusians, Ukrainians, Moldovans, Georgians, we have a little bit different context. It's our unique fights, though all of us need allies in our fights, because it's impossible to win any war or any battle if you don't have friends around. So all these years we are staying in touch with people in Belarus, because sometimes I hear that, oh, you are fighting from exile. It is not. Yes, we have built strong alternative institutions of power in exile. Our media have to work from exile. Our NGOs that have been liquidated in Belarus, they managed to restore their activity in exile and continue to work. But it doesn't mean that all those who were fighting now live in exile. Our power is inside Belarus. We, thanks to internet, we have possibility to stay in contact with people on the ground. Thanks to our neighbors, people still have possibility to travel to both to Lithuania and Poland and share information and keep these people-to-people ties. And in Belarus, we have small underground cells, who are just showing small acts of sabotage. For example, in 2020, it was 2 years after our uprising when the war in Ukraine has started. Nobody thought that there were partisans in Belarus, but they were there. And people donated to Ukrainian army massively, and they were repressed for this. Our military volunteers from Belarus went to fight to Ukraine. Nobody thought that it might happen. So now what is important, people are, they have to be underground, of course, because the level of repression is awful. Every day in Belarus, till now, 10, 15 people are detained every day. But what people are doing, they are leaking information. They're providing those who can speak with what's happening in Belarus. They're providing us information how regime militarizing economy and earning money on the blood of Ukrainians. About 300 enterprises in Belarus now are producing military stuff for Russian war machine. Belarusians, even high-ranked Belarusians, they are providing us information how sanctions, for example, are circumvented, and it led us to close loopholes. Also, resistance movement is still there, and I'm sure that when the moment comes, people will be prepared. You know, despite all the repressions and tortures and intimidation of the regime, people didn't forget, people didn't forgive, and they cannot do a lot now because, you know, the space is really like extremely limited, but we can squeeze from this space as much as we can. So the connection is not lost. We have communication even with the people around, you know, Lukashenko, because people understand that we have to change the situation. We want independence from Belarus. We want a European future for our country, and people want to serve to this aim. Those who are in exile can be more vocal, but it doesn't mean that those who are inside the country can do less.
Thank you. Mayor Trzaskowski, Rafal, Svetlana, of course, talks from a country under severe repression. You live in a democratic society, yet you've also experienced democratic backsliding and fierce polarization in this country. From your perspective as a mayor and also a former presidential candidate, what does Poland's own democratic struggles teach us about defending democracy within the EU, inside Europe?
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for coming to Warsaw. Well, I think that there is a lesson to be learned on democracy, but also that our reading of the situation in our part of Europe was always correct. And I'll start with the second. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we were trying to explain to our colleagues in the West that Putin is a thug, not a business partner, that energy could be used as a weapon, that Russians are actually engaged in disinformation campaigns all the time, and that we should be helping our friends in the East in order to stabilize their democracies and offer them a European perspective. And honestly, 20 years ago, no one was listening. And many people were telling us that we were obsessed with Russia. It turns out that we were right on all of those counts, but unfortunately, we had to learn in a very harsh way. Question is whether we've really learned and whether those lessons about energy, about sanctions, about supporting our friends in the East are going to be really entrenched. Similarly, when it comes to democracy, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we were explaining to our friends that problems with democracy, with polarization, with the rule of law, are not relegated to Poland and Hungary, because those were the voices that I've heard from our colleagues in the West who are saying, well, you know, your democracies are not really well developed and well entrenched, and that's why you have problems. And I was telling them, guys, you know, you have exactly the same problems, and you will have exactly the same problems if we do not get our act together. And if we do not stand up to populists, if we do not try to do something with disinformation, if we do not strengthen the rule of law, if we do not find a new raison d'être for a European integration. I spent half of my life doing European integration, and I think that some of our colleagues have not learned the lesson that they need to wake up and actually think about the messaging and think about the policies that they're proposing, because some of those are a bit counterproductive. When it comes to our trade policies, when it comes to Green Deal, when it comes to our migration policies, we need to be doing something about that. And similarly, about strengthening democracy. Unfortunately, it turns out that we were right. So now there is a question of how to go about it. And I will finish this with just one example. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, everyone was asking me, how can we help? And I was telling them, strengthen the local government, guys. Strengthen the regions. Because somehow populists do not win the regions and the cities so easily. I was telling them, when you think about the EU budget, try to think about it. Decentralize it even more. What's the answer of the European Union now? They want to centralize the European budget. I mean, guys, let's learn the lessons. Please. The populists are everywhere. Let's learn the lessons how to be effective, how to put the priorities right when it comes to, for example, Europe's competitiveness and defense, how to strengthen local and regional government, because that's where the democracy really is. How to make the instruments which are going to help us entrench the rule of law more effective. Because it seems that no one's learning the lesson. And I started with the way we were perceiving reality 15 or 20 years ago about Russia, and we were proven right. Unfortunately, we were proven right through very harsh means. So I don't want to be proven right yet again on democracy and the rule of law. And it turns out that we set up, the Pact of Free Cities a few years ago, Budapest, Bratislava, and Prague. And there were many Western cities who were joining to help us out. Now we hear voices from American cities that they want to come and learn from us how to strengthen democracy and how to strengthen resilience. I don't want to be right yet again, guys. Wake up.
Thank you. Alexandra, you've been one of the leading voices exposing Russia's abduction and indoctrination of Ukrainian children, a crime designated not just to break families, but also to erase in certain ways the nation's future. And this, when we talk about hybrid warfare, I don't think that even captures the violent nature of this and how it kind of assaults identity and truth itself. And I would love to hear you talk a little bit about how do you think about what's effective in this struggle, which is painful, of course, and not least talk about the accountability mechanics and mechanisms that I know you're working on.
It's a very sensitive problem for Ukrainian society, because for every nation, children, it's their wealth. So if you want to ruin the nation's future, you have just stole their children. And this is what Russians are doing. And we also feel this pressure of time. We have no time, because children lose their childhood. We lose these children. These 20,000 Ukrainian children who were legally deported, they put in Russian re-education camps. They told they're not Ukrainian children, they're Russian children. Their families, their parents refused from them, and they will be adopted by Russian families who will bring them up as Russians. And the problem is that among these 20,000 children, there are children from orphanages, there are children whose parents were killed by Russians, but they still have relatives and families who want to return them. There are children whose parents were arrested by Russians, but they also supposed to be adopted. And Russian legislation provides a right for a Russian adoptive family to change the name of kid, the date of birth, the place of birth. It means when the parents will be finally released, if we speak about small kid like 2 or 3 year old, it will be a very less chance for them to find their kid in Russia. What is also not visible, that Russia pretends to be great, but Russia is very poor. And a lot of people live in depressive region in unbelievable poverty, and for them to take Ukrainian kid, it's a way how to earn money, because they start to receive money from Russian budget. And it put Ukrainian children in extremely vulnerable situation, because they found themselves in a family who don't want them, don't love them, they have no tools how to protect themselves from physical abuse, from sexual violence. In December last year, Ukrainian teenager who was illegally deported to Russia, separated with his sister, committed suicide because he was given forcibly to Russian family. He tried several times to return to Ukraine, but he failed because he was taking his documents, and this was last form of protest which he could invent it. So we really have no time. Plus to this, let's speak about children under occupation. We have 1,600,000 children under occupation. Their identity are roast, they're militarized starting from the kindergarten. For example, their parents are forced to provide their children to camps where children wearing military uniform, lining up, live in barrack, teach how to use weapon. Russia is preparing the new generation of Putin soldiers from this 1,600,000 Ukrainian children, because at the age of 14, they will receive the Russian passport. At the age of 18, they will be forcibly recruited to Russian army, which means that they will go to fight and to die in any country which Russia sent them to go to fight and to die. Because Russia is empire, and empire has a center, but has no borders. Empire always try to expand. And that is why when we speak about deported children, children under Russian occupation, it's not just human rights problem, it's security problem. Because if we will not find a way how to save these children, when they became adults, they will come. So I will stop here also with a note that these crimes against children, it's a very visible sign that this war has genocidal character. Putin openly says there is no Ukrainian nation, there is no Ukrainian language, there is no Ukrainian culture. For 11 years, we are documenting how these words converted in horrible practice. When Russians physically exterminate active local people on the ground, mayors, journalists, children writers, musicians, teachers, priests, environmentalists, how they ban Ukrainian language and culture, how they destroyed Ukrainian cultural heritage, and how they take Ukrainian children to Russia to raise them up as Russians.
Rafal, I want to follow up on your last response, because I think you point to something important when we operate in kind of still the part of the world that's still free and democratic, at least in elections. You talk about the internal threats. I mean, we know there are external threats to our democracies, and we also know that there's a supply of authoritarian and anti-democratic ideas. But what creates the demand, the soil for these ideas to actually succeed in democratic elections? You talked a little bit about it, about the role of local government and some of the misconceptions of other parts of the West where people have been saying in the establishment that they don't have the kind of problems that you may have experienced for a longer time. What do you think, how do you think about addressing this soil for extreme and authoritarian and anti-democratic ideas? How do we get to the root of that so that we can break these tendencies?
Well, I think that the message that we were trying to convey is slowly understood everywhere, because the threat of populism is appearing not only in our part of Europe, but also in France, Germany, Italy, and other countries. But if we are to do something about it, I mean, if it's the increasing polarization, if it's this mood of anti-establishment, if it's this increasing disinformation campaigns also fueled by Russia, if it is the thing that our kids are growing up, on social media, where actually the algorithms are promoting conflict, those are serious issues. And now the question is, are we going to do anything about that, especially with artificial intelligence rising, and especially some of those mechanisms in the hands of authoritarian states, to put it mildly. And now the thing is that, if we are to do something about that, we need to take some courageous decisions. And of course, on the one hand, this is about strengthening a local democracy and participatory democracy, because that's the closest democracy to people. But it's also a question to us: are we going to do anything about the way in which social media work? we are a power to be reckoned with. I'm talking about the European Union. Are we going to try to do something about it? It's difficult because, of course, with the current administration in the US, I mean, the trend is different. But honestly, I mean, now the algorithms which are set by people are just promoting polarization, are just promoting conflict. It is very difficult to convey your message when it gets no traction. I mean, whatever I write on social media, when it's not controversial, it doesn't get any following. It has to be aggressive and controversial for it to actually get any traction. I mean, there are things we can do together in order to try to fight it. Also, when it comes to reining in artificial intelligence, we're trying to do it in Europe. We're trying to do it with our British friends. What about our friends elsewhere? It is also about our priorities. I mean, as I've said, for example, you know, I've been doing European politics for years, and I'm teaching trade policies to my students. I mean, are we really learning the lessons, and are we really listening to the people? Let me give you one example. We are signing those trade deals. Great, wonderful, win-win. But we're opening our public procurement to countries from outside of the European Union. Can we afford it? Really? And then, for example, you know, tenders are won in my city by the Chinese, okay? And only we had a ruling of the European Court of Justice in December, which allows us now to get the Chinese out of our tendering procedures, okay? That's just one of the examples. Are we going now? We are slightly changing our priorities when it comes to the Green Deal, because of course we need to fight global warming, but at the same time we need to do something about the competitiveness of our economy. Are we really like, you know, throughout my presidential campaign I talked to a lot of farmers, and they were telling me those guys in Brussels don't understand anything. I don't want to use pesticides. I'm just sending up those drones up, infrared, and they tell me I need to do it here, here, and there, and I know better than the procedures prepared by some bureaucrats. Honestly, how should I react? Or when they tell me, you know, we're actually adopting those incredibly stringent measures, and then we are opening our borders for produce from all around the world without asking them to do the same. We are paying carbon tax, you know, to actually ship our produce from southern Poland to our ports in northern Poland, and then we are signing a deal with Mercosur where those guys are not going to pay any carbon, or the carbon tax is going to be like this. Guys, you're talking to one of the most pro-European politicians you're going to find in this country and probably in Europe. But I mean, we need to start doing something about that. And that's the answer to your question, because those populists are not coming from nowhere. So it's a question of strengthening our democracy. It's a question of addressing the problems of the way in which we communicate. It's a question of fighting disinformation really and effectively. But it is also a question of changing our priorities, of defending European integration and still proving it to the others that it still makes sense. Because our generation in Poland understands that, the younger people don't. And we need to do something about that, and that really needs some courageous decisions. And when I hear Ursula von der Leyen recently in her address, State of the Union, the direction is right. Is it courageous enough? I have doubts. So that's where we need to put our heads together and do what we need to do. And the last thing is, we've been telling you guys for ages that you should take responsibility for Europe's defense. Seriously, okay? Did you really need Trump to tell you that? As simple as that.
Thank you. President Sorby-Trilli, so Rafal talks about the role of technology, and of course Georgia has faced propaganda and legal manipulation and disinformation for decades, but it's of course changing with technology. We saw, of course, on the other side of the Black Sea a very pro-European political outcome in spite of a lot of disinformation and propaganda. But I wanted to ask you two things. The first one is kind of drill a little bit deeper in what you said in your last response. What have you seen that has been efficient? What has worked in terms of countering the disinformation and the use of technology in adding to the repression in Georgia? And the second question, you talked about the importance of international support. Can you be more specific? What kind of political, economic, security support is most important in your view in kind of keeping the European path open for Georgia?
Well, the answer and the question is the same. What has been working against this disinformation campaign and all the means and technological means that were used is information. And trying to use exactly the same things, the social network, because the regular channels of communication and information are those that have been directly targeted. And even today, what we're fearing now is that the last opposition channels will be reduced to silence. Regional journalists have been the first targeted, and we have Zia Marlobelli, which I cannot not today recognize, that is a women journalist that has been in jail. A policeman spit in her face and she slapped him back. And she has been in preventive jail for 8 months and then sentenced to 2 years prison for that, after having been one of the most courageous journalists in the regions where we need them most of all, because that's where you need to win the information battle. And we're certainly not winning the information battle, because all the resources are targeted, those of the NGOs, those of the official information channels. So we have to resort to social networks, to TikTok, to all of these. But there we're also facing artificial intelligence. I have one example. One day I listened to a video recording that showed my face, my voice, and I was speaking in Russian, which I don't speak. And I was speaking in Russian, explaining to the people that I was receiving money from SOCAR, the Azerbaijani oil company. That's how it works, and that's very difficult to fight. So that fight, we cannot win it alone. That's why I'm saying from outside, of course, attention, but also common fight. And only European Union together, the European countries, can really develop a counter-strategy on this huge disinformation strategy that is in place by Russia. Because Russia has been fighting that fight much before and much longer. The Soviet propaganda was the ancestor of everything we see today. And they have continued, and never forget that Putin is not a military leader. He's a KGB leader who knows how to use the psychological warfare, the information warfare, and that's where he feels at ease. That's what he understands. And never the many institutes that were working in the Soviet Union on the different components of the Soviet Union, of the countries, they knew their mentality, their history, how to manipulate this or that characteristic of this or that country. All that is being put at use today. So to counter that, it needs at least the same type of efforts of understanding and of putting together, sharing the means to fight it back. How can we fight cyber attacks? In my presidential administration, I had 3 cyber attacks to which nobody reacted. First of all, because the official authorities were not very interested into defending my information and my administration, but also because it doesn't exist. There are no resources to fight back. And how can you defend, even if we were tomorrow having more democratic elections, how would we defend from cyber attacks the Central Electoral Commission and the different programs that you need to organize this election and their results? So there it is a common fight against a common enemy, and it's a global war that takes military aspects, that takes hybrid aspects, and it has to build. You were talking about Europe finally getting its act together for rearmament and defense and security. Well, security has to be dealt on all fronts, and the non-military aggression is one that needs at least the same type of efforts, the same type of budgets, and the same type of understanding of the threats. And to finish, I will just say that after our elections, which were the first test of how you manipulate completely, totally elections, nobody came, and I asked many times to different partners in the European Union, nobody came. There was one time a talk about a mission that would come to analyze, and then it disappeared. Nobody came to understand what were the means that were used, what were the technologies that were used, and it would have been very interesting. And it's very interesting today what they have used in Moldova, despite the fact that Moldova got out with victory of this struggle. But we still have to understand what they tried to do, how they tried to do, because that's going to happen in other countries. It is not finished. And it's a fight that is as important to win than the military war. Because even for Ukraine, after the war, when finally we get to a decent ceasefire, there will be the war about elections. And it has to be won again.
Thank you. President Tikhanovskaya, I want to talk to you also about international support. You've said, we Belarusians has always stood on the European side, on the side of freedom, tolerance, law and human rights. Yet, as you talked about just now, Belarusian activists face maybe the harshest repression in Europe. What do you feel could be the best forms of international support for you and the citizens of Belarus right now? And what should the international community do differently to be more effective in supporting your cause and making sure that it's not forgotten?
I cannot say the most essential type of assistance, because everything is important. Let's take political support. Political support means recognition. And sometimes when I hear that politicians call us democratic movement opposition, you have to explain, look, use the correct words. We are not opposition, to Lukashenko. We are people who want changes. This is Lukashenko with his small military apparatus in opposition to Belarus. We represent people. Don't forget, we won elections in 2020. And if our partners, our democratic allies, our Western friends said A, not recognizing Lukashenko as legitimate leader, say B. Invite us as real representatives of Belarus to your different state events. And we actually, as Democratic Forces of Belarus, we advanced a lot in this direction, because we formalized relationship with the USA, European Union, European Parliament, Canada, UK. So we really achieved a lot. But sometimes I see that some leaders are hesitating, how to call us or just invite us to be only observers, but not, to decide anything. It's about boldness. In Russia, nobody ask Europeans if they can, send missiles to Estonia or to Poland. They just do it. And you do, because any undecisiveness is like weakness for dictators, and it emboldens them. So political support to those who really represent nation is essential. It's in the case of Georgia as well. So economic support, it's vital, especially for those who have to walk from exile. Because, as I said before, our media are ruined in Belarus, and our media had to relaunch their broadcasting from abroad. Media is essential in the fight against propaganda. We count a huge propagandistic machine, and we need assistance from Europe, first of all, because we are working on your flank in our common fight. The same as for human rights defenders, we need to protect people, political prisoners, you know, collect evidences of crimes of Lukashenko. And we here, I again want to say the words of gratitude to Lithuania, who sent referral to International Criminal Court to start investigation against Lukashenko's crimes. So political structures, for a long time, you know, we hear that Europe cannot support political structures as Office of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya or United Transitional Cabinet because it's political structure and we don't want to interfere into politics. But again, it's about recognition. Said A, say B. You know, it's not a fight of Belarusian people only. Now it's the issue of the security of the whole region. You have just, you know, our partners have just one choice. Either it will be Lukashenko, who is serving to Putin's interest and is going to be a constant threat to security of our neighbors and the whole Western world, or it should be democratic forces who cherish the European values, who want to become the part of European family of countries and be a source of stability, you know, to be a reliable partner to our neighbors. This is the choice. So support economically Belarusian civil society, our cultural initiatives, because we have to defend our national identity, because Russia is doing in Belarus the same what they are doing on the occupied territories of Ukraine. They want to erase everything national from the country, from the places. And there is a process of Russification in Belarus. They want to they rewrite our history, erase everything that connects us to Europe and just underline what connects us with Russia. We have to defend it. And the questions of security I already touched a little bit. Of course, I think it's obligation of Europe. Of course, it would be much better in alignment with the USA, this transatlantic unity, to defend Ukraine. It's extremely important that Ukraine wins this war on their conditions, because it will give opportunity not only for such countries as Belarus, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia to feel much more secure and confident, but it also will show to dictators that democracy is strong, that democracy has teeth. And security is not only about military power. Just believe me, sometimes, and the Ukrainians here showed it very well, that military power sometimes is senseless if you don't have people ready to defend your land, to defend your values. And here we have to invest into people, first of all, but of course it's in people of Belarus, because we're also part of this regional security architecture. And don't overlook Belarus. Don't overlook Belarus in these peace negotiations, because I don't think that we need this pro-Russian Lukashenko's balcony over Europe. And you know that Putin wants to put his own Lukashenko's or Yanukovych's in every country just to govern. But invest into people. It's really important. As Alexandra said, people is our power.
So I'm going to give the last word to you, Alexandra, and ask for a short answer, if I can. We've heard about the strengths to democracy inside the EU, the hybrid threats and other threats to Georgia, and the resistance from exile and within Belarus. And of course, your struggle and Ukrainian struggle runs through all of those. And at this time, you're shaping very much how your neighbors define their sovereignty and also how Europe defines its future. You've said also that this war has no borders, and I think that's something that we deeply feel. But what do you want to leave this audience with?
I witness that modern authoritarian regimes, they have no common ideology, but they promote common narratives. They try to convince us that fact doesn't matter and truth doesn't exist, that dictatorship means stability and security, but democracy means inefficiency and weakness. They attack humanitarian ideas, humanistic ideas like freedom of press, human rights, independence of courts. And I think we made mistake that we stopped promoting democracy. We stopped explaining people that democracy is not ideal way how govern the society. Because still there are a lot of problems and people are angry. For example, we have social inequality or some other concrete problems in concrete societies, but we must explain people that alternative to our not ideal democracy is hell of authoritarian regimes. And these regimes don't solve this problem at all, but people can't criticize them because they will be repressed. So we have two tasks for current moment. We have to perfect our non-ideal democracy and protect our non-ideal democracies, because the alternative to our non-ideal democracies, once again, it's a hell of authoritarian regimes.
So I want to deeply thank all four panelists for your honesty and your candor and your courage, first and foremost. I think what we learn is that the battle for democracy and for rights and freedoms has many faces, but they're all deeply interconnected. And I think the instinct of us standing by and seeing this happening, being frustrated by our lack of influence, we have to change that within ourselves. And I think the deep call to all of us is to feel a deep sense of agency at this time and to think about what our means are, both in our own countries, but also in solidarity with those who fight on our behalf. So I really, really want to deeply thank all of you for the work you're doing and for being here today with us. Please join me in thanking this brilliant panel.
Thank you very much. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Global Outlook track on day 2 of the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Terry Martin. If you didn't catch that this morning, if you weren't around, we've had a remarkable morning already. The motto of this year's forum, as you know, is divided we fall. Well, after a day and a half of discussions here, I don't get the impression that any of you, anyone among us, is about to fall. We are still standing very much together. But we still have a lot to talk about. And this afternoon on the stage, we're going to be exploring how forces are shaping Europe's place in the world. It is changing. There's a lot going on. Much as it is in flux, and we're going to get into some of that today. We have 4 panel discussions and 2 one-on-one conversations over the course of the afternoon here. That will carry us through to 5:30, after which we're going to have a very interesting reception hosted by our partner country this year, France, so we can look forward to that. So we're going to begin with a very timely, very important conversation that's something that I'm a news journalist, by the way, so this is something I talk about all the time. It's called From Kyiv to Washington, Assessing the War, the West's Response, and What Comes Next. Please welcome your moderator for this conversation, Katarzyna Pizarska, chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, needs no introduction, together with her guest, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, U.S. Presidential Envoy for Ukraine.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome after the lunch break. My God, it's still a full room. So I hope we'll have a bit of time for some questions from this great audience. But first and foremost, welcome General Kate Kellogg back to Warsaw. It's great to have you here with us.
Thank you for having me here. Appreciate it.
So General Kate Kellogg doesn't need a great introduction. He is the presidential envoy for Ukraine, of course, President Trump's envoy for Ukraine, but he's also a highly decorated former Free Star officer in the United States Army with over 35 years of experience of service. He has been deployed everywhere from Vietnam to Europe to the Pacific, Middle East, Africa. I think you said 23 global. Yes, and state military moves. That's what your family had to go through. Pretty amazing. But he has also served in the administration. He was a national security advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence and served as the Chief of Staff and Executive Secretary of the National Security Council. General Kellogg, it's great to have you here in Warsaw. We were together in Kiev just 2 weeks ago, and I would actually want to start from there. Coming back from Kiev, and of course being all the time in the loop on what's happening, what is your assessment currently of the situation in Ukraine, both on the front line, but also in terms of moral in the Ukrainian cities, which, as we see every single night, are so badly attacked, assaulted, with civilians killed every single day?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that everybody listening and has been following this war. You know, we're looking at a war that Europe has not seen since World War II, in the complexity of the war, about the losses of the war, the longevity of the war. Remember, this was a war that even we in the United States we said was going to be over in 3 days. Remember, we, the United States, offered President Zelensky a ride out of town, and he made the comment, "I don't need a ride, I need ammunition." And he said, when he told it to the Russians, "You're going to see my face, you're not going to see my back." And this war is now in its 4th year. It's so hard to imagine, and the depth of this war. Not only the longevity, but the cost. I mean, when you look at the simple cost of this war, and one of the reasons we're trying to help get an end to it, is the casualty levels alone, the men and women that are killed on both sides. We're talking well over 1 million. Think about that. Those are losses that we haven't seen since World War II in history. You know, the Soviet Union left Afghanistan after losing 16,000. We left Vietnam after losing 65,000. And we're not talking 65,000, we're not talking hundreds of thousands, we're talking hundreds of thousands. Now, with the state of the war as we see it today, is that, I've said this very publicly, that Russia is not winning this war. Because they've got a definition of victory that I do. And what I mean by that is they've not crossed west of the Dnieper River. They have not been able to take Kyiv. They've not been able to take Kharkiv. They haven't taken Odessa. They haven't made any of their goals. This was, quote, a special military operation. And yet the Ukrainians have fought boldly. They've fought exceptionally well. The Russians have been able to take most of Luhansk Oblast, about 70% of Donetsk Oblast, about the same amount of Kherson, the same amount of Zaporizhia, and of course we have Crimea, which was the 2014 war. So when you look at the war, it's gone on a long time. The Ukrainians are fighting with great valor, with great courage, in a very modern war that probably everybody should look at. So I think the end state is we're trying to get to a position where maintenance of sovereignty of Ukraine and the war is over and the killing stops, because the killing is industrial strength. And you have to look at it in that regard of what it means if you're Ukrainian and what you want to, how you want to stop this fight. And I've been in Ukraine a lot, and I look at the resiliency of the people and the resiliency of the population. We don't have modern day evaluations of how this looks, but I think it only goes back to World War II and what you saw what's happening in Kyiv, what's happened in London during the Blitz. So I think the Ukrainians have been incredibly indomitable in what they're doing, and I have, once we Ukrainians are on board to get to either ceasefire or permanent peace, and we're just pushing back on the Russians now for Putin to make that call. So it's a long answer, short question. It may sound simplistic to you, but bottom line, it's a major war that needs to be brought to a close.
Thank you, General. You've been in the White House for the last few months when discussions were taking place about a possible peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. You've seen, the outcome of the Alaska summit, but most importantly, I think you've seen the statements of President Trump recently. I know you always say that you do not speak on behalf of President Trump. He speaks for himself. He has a very strong voice. But my question is, what is the understanding now when we see that the White House is pretty impatient with what's happening in Moscow? What is your reading of Russia? Why is Putin, he seems uninterested in a peace deal? And it seems that, something that the Trump administration wanted to put forward is not going to actually come to life.
Yeah, it's sort of like asking me, what is Putin thinking? Well, I won't solve that one at all, because I don't think any of us in this room can figure that one out.
What does the administration think he's thinking?
Well,
you have a lot of great advisors there.
Well, when you look at it, it's being the intermediary. The look at this was, on a personal perspective, President Trump has been very personally engaged. And what he's done, and I give full credit to President Trump, and it's going to sound adversarial in a way, but with President Biden, he never picked up the phone and talked to Putin once. You've got to talk to your enemies. You've got to talk to your friends as well, and to do that, and so making your lines of communication, opening them up to find out what are you thinking, how do we get to an end state. He's done that. Talked to Zelensky. He's talked to Putin. He's talked to all of the allies.
So what did he find out in these talks?
Well, I think what's happened is if you're looking only at the public record, you're seeing that there's a level of, and I'm not just talking about President Trump, but Vice President Vance as well, and you're looking at Secretary Rubio. There's a level of frustration of, okay, look, we've reached a point of saying we know where the Ukrainians are. We're in a pretty good position with the Ukrainians, and Putin doesn't want to go there. And I think part of it is the fact that probably in his heart of hearts, he realizes he can't win this. This is an unwinnable fight for him long term. What he intended to do, he intended to subjugate Ukraine. It's not going to happen. He wanted a change of government. Not going to happen. Even though President Zelensky recently said, in which they're willing to eventually open up once they stop martial law. They head towards new elections. If you talk to, and you've been in there, we were there just 3 weeks ago, when you talk to the Ukrainian people, I mean, there's a level of resilience out there. I mean, they have gained no friendships in this war. with the Russians. And I think you're looking at the stability of a state, and they're going to go there. And we were asked a question just now at lunch about the role of the U.S. president. It's sort of like an intermediary role. I go back to what happened, and a lot of times I use the Treaty of Portsmouth in 1904, when Teddy Roosevelt was the intermediary at that time, between Russia and Japan in the Russo-Japanese War. You have to have an intermediary that actually can get you to some type of solution, some type of conclusion that both sides will trust to get you there. And that's kind of the state we're in right now. The United States has repeatedly said that the Ukrainians are going to be a key part of this because they're the only ones who make the determination on what it looks like, what a peace treaty looks like along with the Russians. And you have to default to them. It's their land, it's their sovereignty, and they're always going to be a key part of that. But we hope to have came out of Alaska. We were hoping for a trilateral, meaning United States, Russia, and Ukraine to talk, and then you move into a bilateral from there with the Ukrainians and the Russians talking, but we're not there at all.
But do you personally, not the administration, believe that Putin wants peace talks or not? Do you believe he is willing and capable in the foreseeable future, let's say 12 months, sit down at a negotiating table? 12 months.
Well, I think one of my problems is I'm a perennial optimist, that you actually think to a point. You have to hope that eventually, you should never plan on hope because, hope's really not a really winning strategy. But you look and you say you have to make sure he understands he can't win over the long term. We're dealing with realism. I deal a lot with the Ukrainians, and they have a realistic approach to the world and what it looks like. And I think it's a very positive approach, and we have to try to emphasize that. And what I mean by that is I go back historically, and I look at what's happened in history over the years. And I go back to starting with Konrad Adenauer. Konrad Adenauer was the first chancellor of Germany. He knew he was never going to get a unified Germany in his watch, on his time. But over time, he said eventually Germany will be united, which it was. Eventually, Germany will probably be part of NATO, which it is. And you have to look, what does this look like for the long term? Sometimes you can't just look at a short-term solution. You have to look at the long-term solution. And it's hard, and you know it's hard. But we kind of owe it to a special part of the population, to me, and there's the reason I'm so involved with it, is I don't look at those of us like in this audience right here. We're the old people. What I'm talking about are the kids. And kids shouldn't have to go to school in subways. Kids shouldn't have to go to school. And when they build up schools in the subway system, underground schools, if we as adults allow that to happen, then it's our fault. And we should try to find any type of solution to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you. And I think the room absolutely agrees with you, General Kellogg. But I have to push forward and talk now about the United States approach to the conflict. Congress, as you know, and we've discussed this before, has called for increased economic pressure on Russia. The Senate has prepared a sanction bill of secondary sanctions on countries such as China, India, Turkey that buy gas and oil. We talked about this also today during lunch. So a very effective, potentially, package of sanctions. And yet we've been waiting month after month after month, and neither has the Congress or the White House actually done a step forward in sanctioning enforce these secondary sanctions. There actually has been no new sanctions on Russia since the new presidential administration has come in. Why is that?
Well, in our American way of government, there's three branches of government: judicial, the courts, then you have the executive branch, president, and then you have the legislative branch. That's our Congress, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. They're all independent of each other. And so when you look at the sanctions with the bill that's in the Senate with the Senate leader with Thune and Lindsey Graham, they can pass the bill.
They can, but it seems they're waiting for a yes from President Trump.
But they are an independent organization. They can pass that bill today. And here's the example I use.
Why aren't they passing this?
Well, that's a question you need to ask Lindsey Graham and Thune. But I mean, this goes back to what the best thing I could say is, there's a really good example of this, and I use it as a parallel so you have an understanding of it. Years ago, the Congress passed a bill called the Jerusalem Act. And that bill stated that the United States of America would move their embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But it gave the president a waiver authority, 6-month waiver. It was waived 37 times. 37 times. But he had the authority to do it. President Trump came in, told Rex Tillerson, our Secretary of State, I'll give you one waiver. He gave him one waiver. That was the 37th. The next time, no waiver, we moved it. And the president was told, and I was in the meeting when it would happen, he would said from his Secretary of State at the time, if you sign this bill, moving the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, you will start the third intifada. The American embassy's in Jerusalem. Was there a third intifada? Nope. So sometimes the Senate has to do things, should do it, and they build inside that bill a waiver authority. They can do it. So that's the reason I use the Jerusalem Act as the waiver authority. So you know that's been done before, and you could do it again if you wanted to do it. But I talk about independent agencies. You know, that's when I look at Lindsey Graham, and I've talked to him recently, and I said, you can do that. I know you're waiting for President Trump, but you've given him an ability to waive it. He is the President of the United States. He has enormous influence. But if you want to do something, go ahead and do something about that. To me, it gives another round in your revolver for the president to use if he wants to use it. Has it been passed? No, it hasn't. It's an incredible bill in the sense of how many authors it has. Right now, I think the number is well in, it's almost 92. So they have the ability of a lot of senators to do it. Ryan Fitzpatrick in the House of Representatives has got the same level, not at the same levels of numbers, but it's there to do it. So it makes it a bill that once you pass it, it'll become law, and it becomes a veto-proof law.
Thank you, General. I promise we'll get Senator Graham here to the Warsaw Security Forum, but in a year, so I hope before that actually this package actually passes. My last question before I take 2 or 3 questions from the audience, very short questions. When we were in Kiev, I actually publicly asked you one question, and you asked me to ask it again.
Yeah, I know. My mistake.
And you're asking me all the time to. But we are in Poland. And as you remember, 2.5 weeks ago, Poland has been attacked by a sword of Russian drones. As we now understand, that has been the first attack of many different incursions happening in the Baltic states, in Romania, in Denmark. So the kind of posturing of Russia in the region. But in those first days, we received a lot of support from many countries, outspoken support. But for many days, there was deaf silence coming from the White House. And this deaf silence was heard specifically here, where the American-Polish relationship is at the heart of our thinking about security. How do you explain that?
Yeah, well, I'll go back to my military background. And in the military, you're taught one thing. First reports are always wrong. You know, wait to the second and third. And making sure what actually came in, and you find and you examine what actually happened on where was the intent and what was done to do that. And this, it's serious. There's no doubt about it. When you get 19 plus drones landing in the wrong place, it's either really bad targeting, really bad gamesmanship or generalship that it's there. But when you look at it, you know, turned around and I listened to your Foreign Minister Sikorsky, and his responses to it, and then that's going to look at a level of what is the response of Poland to an incursion like that, or it's also the same thing, by the way, and I'll move away from Poland, but what happened is, example, recently with the Shadow Fleet. You know, the Shadow Fleet, that's the fleet of Russian tankers that is moving oil illicitly in violation of sanctions elsewhere around the world. And the Estonians, to their credit, seized one of those ships. And what happened was the Russians put a fighter above it. They took it back to St. Petersburg, and not much happened after it. You know, I look at sometimes you have to ask yourself the question of, okay, how do you respond to something like this? Well, the way you respond to something like this from a military background, that I would say is sometimes you raise what is called the risk level to do it. I'll give you a good example. A good example is a few years ago, 2015, the Russians had a Russian fighter invade Turkish airspace. What did the Turks do?
Shot it down.
They shot it down. Okay? That'll get your attention really fast, won't it? Now, that's what I mean about raising your risk level. I know it's the dangerous thing to do. I've got it. I understand that. But sometimes you have to ask yourselves, where do you go? How do you do it? And that's where, and I made the comment, it was actually picked up publicly about what your foreign minister, Sikorsky, said about it, is sometimes you want to go there to make sure everybody understands, look, this is serious business. For those of you sitting in uniform in this room, you know that. You know how serious it is. But sometimes you've all been trained that sometimes you have to raise your level of risk-taking, both politically and militarily, to get to an end state, whether you like it or not. And sometimes that's hard. I've done it. I've been there. I've seen it. Look, when we went after, in the first term of the Trump administration, when we went after and killed Qasem Soleimani, who was the leader of the Quds Force, we were told you're going to start a much larger war in the Middle East. And we didn't believe it. And what happened? We killed the Quds Force leader, and things actually quieted down. So that's something. It's complicated. Anybody who's been involved in diplomacy or national security understands it. There's never a clean answer. There's never an honest answer, honest in the sense of it makes it nothing black and white. I've never seen a black and white, for the most part, the discussion in any time anything's political like that. So it goes back closing the circle on that. What you said about what happened with the drones coming into Poland over a period of several hours. The question is, what does it look like? What are the implications of it? What do you do? What is the state? And by the way, it's your land. So where do you go in protecting Poland?
So the Russians have been warned, I think, in that sense.
Yes, they have.
Thank you very much. I think we can take 2 or 3 questions. I'll start with General Błazeusz here on the left. And then we'll take, I think, Arik, you've raised your hand many times. I haven't given you an opportunity, so please. And if we manage, of course, because we need to have more women voices in the discussion, we'll take maybe very quickly 3 questions. General, I know you're brief, but 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Two-folded question, General. We have established a lot of red lines and so-called caveats since the beginning of the war. We passed most of them. What's the next red line or caveat with regard to supporting Ukraine that you think we will cross eventually? And part of it is what we can do to improve the regime of controlling the movement of microchips to Russia, because our microchips from the West are still making it to Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we ask the microphone next, if you can hand it to the lady? Maybe let's start with the lady and then Arik. Yes. Here, in front of me. Yeah, please. And please introduce yourself.
Miroslava Petsa, BBC News Ukrainian. I have a question about...
You have to speak up.
Yeah. I would like to ask General Kag about how the US is going to persuade Russia to have this trilateral with President Zelensky, because from what we can see, Putin doesn't think that Ukraine is an independent state. And even if so, how do the US make sure that after these negotiations, after maybe this conflict is frozen, there's no second war that erupts again?
Thank you very much. And last question, Arik, if you can pass the mic to, yeah, perfect.
Thank you so much, Kasia. Arik Burkowski from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. I have a question about how you envision a potential ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has said categorically that it would not accept troops from NATO countries on Ukrainian soil. Of course, we have the coalition of the willing and discussions of security guarantees, but there will be a need for monitoring and enforcement of a ceasefire. Have there been discussions about third-party participation or UN peacekeepers? I'd like to know your thoughts on that.
So let's combine these 2 questions. Thank you very much. General, first, the European troops on the ground, that was one of your mission at the beginning in February, to see whether Europeans are willing and able. They say we are willing and almost able, but it seems that the ceasefire is not happening. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, you have to, this is my personal opinion, okay? The Russians don't get a vote, okay? You want to put troops out, that's a Ukrainian decision. That's a sovereign decision of a nation. I don't care if it's Ukraine, I don't care if it's Bermuda. The fact is, you make the decision what's going to happen. The coalition of the willing is more than willing to do that. It's sort of like an aerial ceasefire. If you have a no-fly zone, that's an independent decision made, but it has to be supported probably by the alliance. So that's a big one to do that. This thing about them setting conditions. I don't think anybody should accept it. I don't, maybe Peskov says that, or maybe somebody else is going to say it. And it's one of those, to me, it's noise level. I appreciate, sort of like there's a comment I make among my team. Thank you for your interest in national defense. I really don't care what you said. Okay? So, and now the...
From our Ukrainian journalist regarding how will you force Putin to the negotiating table? What is the strategy here? How are you going to do it, the trilateral? How is it going to happen?
Well,
if you're an optimist, you believe it's going to happen.
Well, I think the way you reach, sort of like what Ukraine's doing right now, is you make this almost cost prohibitive to a level that the world is doing as well. Let's use economic sanctions as an example. Right now, what the Ukrainians are doing on hitting the refineries, which is cut their 20% of their oil production down. We're working on the people not buying on secondary sanctions, buying their oils. Unfortunately, some in Europe are still buying it. Unfortunately, a member of NATO is still buying it. The Turks are at a level of 14%. So basically cutting back because it's a petrostate. And if you take away the petrodollars, they've got an enormous problem. And that's what you want to do, the economic piece. On the diplomatic piece, I will tell you, I don't think I've ever seen, and I've spent 5 years of my military time inside NATO, actually in Europe. I've never seen the alliance as strong out there. And militarily, I'm going to make an assumption, in general, I kind of help understand this, is some of that is you kind of say, I don't know if his generals are telling him the truth or not, but he cannot overpower NATO. He cannot overpower the West. He just can't. He does not have the capacity to do it. I have talked to senior leaders in Washington, D.C., and I've been asked that very question. Can Russia win this war? I said, no, they can't. They do not have the capability to win the war after 3 years, those losses out there. And I'll use one military example because going back to what the general said is, look, and I just for the heck of it, I was adding up F-35 fighters held by the Europeans. I just picked 6 nations. I count 400 F-35s, 5th generation, best fighter in the world. The Russians can put up 100. That means what I'm just telling you is you can sweep the skies overnight if you want to. You could put an air cap over Ukraine or anywhere else that nobody can match. So the capabilities are there. The question comes down to the willingness to do it. And that goes back to the risk level. Are you willing to go there and you're willing to do that? That's a hard decision to make. I know it. I know the risk level is hard. I know it. I have been there. I've been in decision making when the risk level is high. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And the calculus is now on Putin's side. And President Trump has been very, very clear about where he thinks the negotiations are, and I give him full credit for what he's doing. I know it. I've seen him work the negotiations and the transactional piece where he comes from, and he knows it pretty well. But as he said, it takes 2 to tango. I have great confidence in the Ukrainians. We know that President Zelensky's in a good position in that regard. I know his team is. I don't care if it's Umarov. I don't care if it's Andrei Yermak. I don't care who it is. They're really in good shape.
So last question, I would go back to what General Błaszczak asks. What are now the red lines? What would Putin have to do for the United States of America to directly react? And please remember the Kremlin will be listening to this conversation.
By the way, the red lines that's a term we all hate to use because it kind of says that we've seen red lines drawn before and they've been used and been moved every time. So we don't like to use it. I think the calculus is on Putin and the calculus is on the leadership and basically on the pain level he's willing to accept. And right now, I mean, you look at his military forces, which underlies the administration for Putin. They've been decimated. I mean, sir, you know this. When you look at his frontline units, they were mauled in the first year of the war. And he's taking tanks out of mothballs. He's taking tanks out of museums to bring into the front lines. And drone warfare that is basically Ukrainian-based, using a little bit of what the Iranians did, is they've changed the nature of warfare to a level that we haven't seen before. We in the West don't understand what the Ukrainians are doing because we haven't studied it. But they, much like the machine gun changed war, the tank changed war, the airplane changed war, the submarine changed war, drones have changed war. And the leaders in that technology, and we've been there. We've been to their factories, and I've been to their operational centers. They have changed the whole dynamic. So what you do is you raise the level, the pain level, the cost level to do it. But the only one you could do is draws a red line. That's in his mind, because because I think as long as the alliance is very consistent in what it's doing, I think we don't need to draw any more red lines. He's got the problem, not the West, and he's got to make that call, not the West. The West is going to be it's aligned very, very well, and I have great confidence in it as well.
General Kellogg, thank you very much for your time. We're looking forward to having you back here next year, hopefully with a resolution, peaceful resolution for this conflict, but also much more resolve on our side to deter for the long term, because we understand Russia is going nowhere and this threat will continue.
Well, the one thing I like to say is I was in Independence Day in Ukraine just a few weeks ago. I said, next year when I go back to Independence Day, hope it's a different Independence Day.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for General Kellogg.
Great. We attended a dinner together last night and had a chance to already get a conversation going about some of the things that we'll be talking about now, but this is where we get serious. Let's be honest. We did have some levity this morning in the laudatio by Admiral Rob Bauer, which we much appreciated in the ceremony. Actually, I'm going to give this, I don't need this, I'm going to put this down here. Anyway, let me introduce our panelists. Rob Bauer, Admiral Rob Bauer. He served until just recently as chair of the NATO Military Committee, guiding the Allied strategy through some of the most challenging years since the Cold War, it must be said. Next to him, in the center, I'm going to, forgive me if I'm on the Icelandic names, my Icelandic is still a bit rusty here. Þórdís Kolbrún Reykfjörð Gylfadóttir. Is a member of the Icelandic Parliament, former foreign minister and minister of other things in Iceland in the past, now special envoy for the Council of European Secretary General on the situation of the children of Ukraine. Ben Wallace. Some of you, I'm sure, will recognize Ben, but you've probably been on a panel or two here so far already. He served as the United Kingdom's Secretary of State for Defense, shaping the early stages of Britain's response, military support for Ukraine. So let's get going. As I say, Eric Beranger will not be with us. Now, Ben, first question to you. You oversaw the UK's initial response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. It was a pretty robust response in comparison to some other countries. What lessons would you say can be drawn from moving fast or moving slow in supporting Ukraine?
Thank you. I think the first lesson is we must look at the world not as we wish it to be, but in the way it is. And right from the start, I spent quite a lot of time, even within the United Kingdom, fighting opposition to arming Ukraine or seeing Putin the way I saw him, which was a view that he was going to invade. He signposted it long before 2014 was a wake-up call. And I think it was too comfortable for everyone in Europe, including ourselves, just to wish it away and put it in a sideline. So the first thing was always the cultural challenge. And, you know, I remember going to Mariupol when I was the government security minister, not long after the Salisbury poisoning. And there was I remember when it came to even early military aid to Ukraine, there was a country in Europe that wouldn't even allow diggers to be exported to Ukraine. Diggers, not guns, not missiles, but diggers, because that could have been potentially provocative to President Putin. So I think that was the first battle that we needed to culturally cross. And then the second thing is, once that was happening, to change a sort of mindset that I think has become frighteningly endemic in our foreign ministries around Europe, which is we look at our adversaries as if they are the same as us. We judge them by our own benchmarks. We think they behave like us. I remember one senior member of an intelligence service in Europe saying to me that Putin would invade because it wouldn't be logical. Well, no, it's not logical. By any benchmark, what Putin has done is illogical, disastrous for his own country, and has killed millions of people. But these people aren't always logical. They're not us. They don't have democracies in the same way. They don't have checks and balances that we have. And we have lost that skill, that deep skill that we might have had for the last, hundreds of years ago or 50 years ago, to recognize and read your adversary, read the room. Same for politicians. Read the room. If you can't read the room, don't be in politics, right? If you can't be interested in people, don't be a journalist or a spy, right? So I think it's the same sort of thing when it came to it. So then we had to move to this stage of accepting that Putin was not, what we might think he is, and then doing something about it. And there were a lot of people in this country and in the east of Europe who were warning us for many years, and people were not listening.
Ms. Lourdes, you've worked closely on the humanitarian consequences of Russia's war against Ukraine, especially for children. Talk to us about those consequences in relation to hesitation in political and financial support, military support for Ukraine.
Yes, thank you. I mean, my work within the Council of Europe has to do with the situation and well-being of the children of Ukraine that live in the member states, but also the children that live in Ukraine. And then the awful part is the unlawfully abducted or stolen children that Russia has taken from Ukraine inside Russia, where they where many of them are being tracked and located. So we know where many of them are, and they have to be brought back.
Around 1,600, I understand,
have been brought back, yes. And Ukraine has a list down to names of 19,500. But the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab is tracking 35,000 children. And of course, if we just take the whole number of children that live in the temporarily occupied territories, that's 1.6 million. And we do not have the necessary overview or information about their well-being and their situation. And it is a good thing that this is now more talked about, more in the media. And I am thankful for every political leader that raises this, for every media that writes about it. Keith Kellogg has mentioned this more than once here, now, and before. First Lady of in the United States has done so as well. And of course, the First Lady of Ukraine has a big focus on this. This has to have a big political push and a unity. And I think, actually, for politicians, where we're trying to engage with the voters and make them on board with the fact that we need to support Ukraine, I think this is a cause that has a connection to every normal human being who understands how fundamentally wrong and horrible it is to steal other people's children. And this is not a consequence of, being in a war. This is strategic and systematic from the top and down. This is, part of their goal, and we have to recognize that. I agree with Ben when he says, we have to understand that the way of life is just very different. And in that regard, I think we have to be more honest with our peoples when we are discussing what is at stake. Because you cannot ask people to trust you if you cannot trust them with the truth.
Well said. Admiral Bauer, I'm going to ask you a more fundamental question. It's a question that is being placed here in the room on multiple levels, but I'm going to put it to you directly. From NATO's perspective, what's at stake in this war for Europe's long-term security, for its credibility, for Europe's long-term security and for its credibility in deterring aggression, NATO being a significant part of Europe?
Well, first and foremost, we know what the ambitions of the Russians are. They sent NATO in December 2021 a concept treaty text, which basically was, we want the buffer zone back. That's on paper. They sent us. And it was discussed basically during the last NATO-Russia Council in January 2022.
Buffer zone.
And the buffer zone was not that they would take necessarily all those nations, but we were not going to be allowed to have NATO troops in those nations. We're talking the 3 Baltic states, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and Bulgaria. And secondly, we would only be allowed to have an exercise for a couple of weeks per year with a brigade-size force, 4,000 or 5,000 troops. That was the demand from the Russian leadership to NATO.
And that was at a time when Russia still had an observer role within NATO.
No, they were kicked out of the building in 2014.
Okay, this was after that.
After the annexation of Crimea. And so that is basically, we know they have bigger ambitions than Ukraine. Now, if you look very strategically at this, this is about the rules-based international order. This is about, do we accept that a nation, a sovereign state with internationally recognized borders, is being invaded and taken by another nation? And if Russia wins this war, then basically other autocrats and other nations with that kind of idea will think it pays off to do that. It pays off not to adhere to the rules-based international order. So apart from making sure that Ukraine remains a sovereign state, and Ukraine fights, as a lot of people say, for our freedom as well, this is also about this larger system. Now, I'm pretty sure we will see, in 5 to 10 years' time, not one world under the UN with one rules-based international order, but we will see 2 parallel worlds. And one is basically Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, maybe some other nations that live under the rules that we now see as the global rules, and the other part of the world is BRICS or CRINC or other abbreviations of nations, and among them is China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. And so governments, but also businesses now have to think about what does it mean if I have a company, if I have a production facility in those nations? What does it mean judicially? Can I go after my right? They will try to get away from the dollar, from the pound, from the euro. They will talk about rubles and the Chinese currency, etc. So that world is going to come, I'm convinced, and we have to get ready for that.
By the way, there will be questions. We will take questions from you towards the end, at least 10 minutes of questions towards the end. So begin to think about questions and we will get to those too. But I want to give both the panelists an opportunity to respond to what you just said, Admiral. What you've placed on the table is the prospect of two world orders, existing in parallel. Can they coexist peacefully would be a separate panel that I would love to do with you on that. But first I want to give the other two panelists an opportunity to respond to what you just suggested.
No, just on the point on businesses, and I love that my friend Rob Bauer is mentioning that, because I have been, sometimes people in the private sector and businesses, I mean, it's different between countries, but overall, the narrative is often, oh, I do business, you do politics. And I try to emphasize and say, well, sorry, fella, that's not the case, especially not now. Because the rule-based international order and the system that the businesses stand on, that foundation to do what they do, that foundation is now being attacked. So businesses can't say, I do business, you do politics. Everyone has a role to play to protect these fundamental rules and that system that was created and is a recipe that works best of all recipes we have tried for each and every individual. So this is a time where, businesses also have to take a stand and be a part of this fight we're in.
We're living in an age of polycrisis, as one likes to say. So many things moving all at once in different directions. There's a sense of confusion. And I'm going to try to pull this conversation back to Ukraine a little bit, the implications of helping Ukraine quickly or hesitating in that and what's at stake. We've already got a sense of what's at stake in the Ukraine war globally. I would like to give you an opportunity, Ben Wallace, to reflect on what's just been put on the table before we move on.
Well, I think the first thing, and exactly as Torsten says, if you want to engage the broader sector, the private sector and everything else, governments need to stop protecting the public from the threat. Right? So in most parts of public policy, the demand signal for it is not owned by the government. In the health system, the nurses, the doctors, the patients, the trade unions, they talk about the demands, what's needed. The pharmaceutical companies will tell you what's needed. But actually, uniquely, national security threats are pretty much owned by the state. We protect the public under secrecy. We don't tell them all the time what's going on, partly to protect intelligence, but also we shield them. And it also allows the politicians of the day to not have to make difficult decisions. I'll give you an example. Most NATO countries have their ammunition stocks as classified as secret. Now, they're quite a logical thing. You don't want your enemies to know you haven't got any hand grenades left or something. But actually, if the public knew what many of our statuses or readiness levels were or our ammunition stocks, the parliaments and the public would be outraged. So it's very convenient that everything is classified in the national security space. If we don't tell you that, let's say, the Russians have hacked Ministry A or Ministry B or attacked the Icelandic bank, as an example, that hasn't, but if it had, then you won't get anxious and you won't demand I do something about it, and also you won't demand that I might have to cut something else in public policy that will make me unpopular and therefore spend it on our own national security. And I think that is something we have to level with the public about, we have to be honest about, we have to tell them. We see it on the China policy in Europe. we're all a bit uneasy about levelling with the European and the British public quite what China gets up to, because that might mean there's some awkward questions. We can't carry on making things in China or whatever. So I think that's the first thing, is to engage the public across the whole horizon of security, private sector, public sector, military sector. It's all got to be on the same plan, on the same wavelength, and understand why we're doing it. In early military training in Britain, you're always taught the best test of leadership is, can you answer the question, what is my higher commander's mission and my role in it? So when you go on an inspection, if the most junior soldier can't answer those two questions, the leadership has failed. And if you want to make your state resilient and robust, we all need to understand we have a role to play in that resilience and necessarily deterrence. And we're not anywhere near there yet. Some of our friends in Scandinavia are. I noticed I saw a Swedish leaflet a few months ago, absolutely brilliant, about what to do in time of sort of war or whatever. I think Britain last published a leaflet like that in 1990, I should think. So we've got more to do.
Coming back to Ukraine, hesitation or not hesitation, more urgency. Admiral Bauer, I live in Germany, which was famously hesitant at the beginning after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. It offered helmets, right? Some helmets for the Ukrainian military that was clearly being completely attacked by the Russian army with its full force, and managed to push it back. This was an embarrassment for Germany. Germany changed its stance, but there's still hesitancy. The bus I got on to go to the airport in Germany the day before yesterday there was a poster on the bus stop saying "Not our war," calling for people to join a protest against the war, any kind of war, including defending Ukraine. I want to ask you on the hesitation question, how do you see the reasons for the hesitancy then, and how do we break through that now in giving Ukraine what it needs to win this war, given what you described is at stake?
I can't speak for the German people because I'm Dutch, but...
Or can I?
I mean, one of the things every time you meet German politicians, even military leaders, is there is some way deep down in their mind this feeling of guilt that what happened in the Second World War.
Of course.
And even towards Russia.
I don't want to make this only about Germany. I'm just talking about more broadly.
So they feel guilty about what their ancestors did, and then there is also a certain guilt towards the Russians, to what they did to the Russians then. So I think that is part of the reason why maybe the German people responded the way they responded for so long. But as Ben Wallace said, we've been living for far too long in an era where we wanted to believe the world to be something where actually the world had changed and wasn't like that. And it is the inconvenient truth in many ways. So we believed, which is basically the idea of the EU, if you have mutual economic relationships, you will never have war again. That's the idea of the EU. And so we cannot, or at least could not, and we should by now, but we could not believe that if you have an economic relationship with Russia, where they sell a lot of gas and oil to us, and we made ourselves far too dependent on them, by the way, we couldn't believe they were stupid enough to start a war. Because a war damages your economy. And Putin couldn't care less, because he had bigger ideas than that. Now, the same problem we had with the Russians for 20 years, when people said, no, we can't be too unnice to them because of the gas and the oil. We can't. We are doing exactly the same now with China. We are completely dependent on all the raw materials for renewable energy. If we go there in 2035, and she does what Putin did in 2022, he closes the valve of those raw materials, we will not have light, no heating, we will not drive, and we will have no production at all. So we have to stop being naive. The world is not always a nice place, and we have to come and go after our interests as well.
But do you see that happening now? I mean, we seem to have been disabused now of the notion that history ended in 1990, right? The penny has finally dropped, right? You think perhaps not? Okay.
No, I think not. For Putin, yes. For Xi, no. Honestly. Okay. And I'm not against China, don't get me wrong, but we are completely dependent in ways that is unacceptable.
Good enough. Very well. Again, I'm loving this conversation, but I keep feeling other conversations coming out of it that I would love to pursue on this topic. In any case, would you like to, add something? Iceland is a special case, right? This is when you look at Europe, it's not formally part of the European Union. It's a pretty small country, to be honest. But it still exists as part of Europe, very much so, and it looks at what's happening. You look at what's happening in Ukraine from your perspective, dealing with humanitarian issues, and particularly for being an advocate for the children of Ukraine. How do you see this moving? Are we moving more decisively with greater urgency towards addressing these issues that would also relieve the humanitarian suffering that is going on now in response to this invasion?
I mean, yes, we're moving in the right direction, but we're still moving too slow. And
how do we get that urgency in there?
Well, I mean, I agree with Ben when he talks about the engagement with our peoples. And I think there we are just not being honest enough. And I agree with Rob when he says, when the history ended, that was with regards to Russia or the Soviet Union. It's different. I mean, we all say de-risking, decoupling, with regards to China, but what are we actually doing? So the lessons learned on history is more on the Russian side. And I actually think that, when we all say now we should have listened to the Baltic states, we should have listened to Poland, and they are, polite enough to not scream at us, we told you so. But if we mean it, that when we say we should have listened and we've learned, that actually means that we have to continue to listen when they, start to speak about uncomfortable things. And that is what I'm seeing now. We don't. It's really easy to say back in time, oh, we should have listened, we've learned from that. But then as soon as things become uncomfortable again, the tendency is always, oh, we have a bigger picture here to think about. Our responsibility, not from Iceland, obviously, but the bigger countries, would say we have a, bigger responsibility. We have the bigger context to think about. I'm sorry for your experience, but you're being a bit paranoid. We need some time. We take it in steps. But I'm afraid that we do not have that time. So we have to move faster. And I am confident that we can do it. Europe has what it takes to do it. But it's a different question when you ask, are you sure that we will, within the time that we have? And I think when we talk about when we talk about the support for Ukraine, I would like to say that we should maybe just don't talk as much about support for Ukraine and just call it what it is. It is a Russia tax. Russia has put a tax on Europe, and we just have to pay for it. It's not, if Russia wasn't out of control, we would not have to be, doing what we're doing. So maybe that's one of the honest conversation that we have with our publics. It's not only about, doing what is right and supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is in need. It's a Russia tax. It's because of their behavior that we have to pay that tax. And also when we talk about the values and we're fighting for the values, and sometimes, at least in my case, people get kind of tired of, yeah, you there with your values. It is a matter of way of life. And what does Russia have to offer? I mean, there are so many people in that country that doesn't even have toilets. Maybe we should just say that. That's not, a country and a society that is, very good to be in. There's not gas at their gas stations. I mean, this is what it's really about eventually. So I think we just have to speak more frank, because both people deserve it. And I think when you speak with them frank and honestly, that's what you get in return.
Thank you. Also echoing what Ben Wallace already laid out in terms of the importance of being level with your publics to a degree about what's going on and what's at stake, which we've discussed. You know, this particular panel is framed as, you know, the costs of hesitation, but I would rather turn it around and say, what are the incentives for accelerating and stepping up support for Ukraine? We already had the idea put on the table of what's at stake here. There's a lot at stake, and I think we're beginning to get that. I saw you kind of shaking your head about whether people really have grasped, you know, what's going on. Ben Wallace, would you care?
Well, I'm afraid to say, if I were to predict where we are in 4 years' time, and of course we want peace in Ukraine, but if peace happens, I suspect I can hear the tingling in all the finance ministries across Europe thinking, oh, good, we can get back to normal. We don't really have to see through all these defense spending promises and difficult decisions. And let's be really frank here. There are very few countries actually right now spending more money on defense, despite all the words. There's Germany, there's Poland, there's the Baltics, and there's Scandinavia, right? Britain and France and Italy and Spain, we're not really going to spend any real new money for another 3-4 years, right? Not towards the end of our electoral cycle. There's a lot of what we call tucking under of treasury figures, artificially using NATO definitions, sales tax receipts, and all that bollocks, excuse my language, but it is total nonsense in the way that we kid ourselves, right? We're not kidding the enemy, we're not kidding anyone else. And I just already hear those little violins in the finance ministries hoping, praying that there's a peace deal at any cost so that they can get back to normal and do what they've been doing to defense budgets across Europe for 30, 40 years, which is corporate raiding our budgets to fund other social budgets, which, to be fair to the United States, has been a genuine angst for many years, whether it was under President Obama or President Trump, that we have been not stepping up in our defense budget in order to fund a different lifestyle. And I think that is why I'm a bit of a cynic about the direction of travel, and I haven't seen any of that behavior really change apart from a very few countries. And I think we should be honest again about that. And for those of us in the room who believe it's important that Russia isn't going to go away anytime soon and the challenge to our values, we should be campaigning always, no matter what the color of the government is, to make sure that they spend what's appropriate.
Russia isn't going away. Indeed, it's expanding its provocations in Europe. Its cyber war against European Union states and other states, including the United States, is being ramped up and is becoming more and more sophisticated, and it's coming at greater cost. Admiral Bauer, what practical steps would you say could be taken now you can define that however you like, but in procurement, in regulation, in cooperation within Europe and NATO countries, could be taken to deliver what Ukraine needs in order to win this war as quickly as possible? I'm thinking about a conversation that I had with a NATO Secretary General a few weeks ago, where when I put all of this, you know, how do we make the war end? And he said, it's not diplomacy. Russia has no intention of stopping. It is give Ukraine all the weapons, the means it needs to defeat Russia now. What would you say could be done now to accelerate things in the right direction?
In a way, what happened in Poland and in Estonia and in Denmark is good news. Because it shows that the support to Ukraine hurts Russia. Otherwise, they wouldn't do this. It's particularly interesting because Poland, Estonia, and Denmark are the three nations that have supported Ukraine so strongly over the last 3.5 years. So this is not just a test to see how we respond, whether we respond, and how we respond. This is also to scare our citizens and to start a debate within our nations to say, hey, we shouldn't give away weapons to Ukraine because we actually need those weapons at home because of the rising threat. You see all these drones. Now, we have to sort of I understand the anxiety that comes with the drones entering NATO airspace. But at the same time, we will have to say time and time again, every time an incident happens, is this really a threat? Other than that it is not good and that it is a violation of airspace and all that. But is there a military threat? Is this the start of the war? Question mark.
And NATO assessed that it was not.
Exactly. And so every time this happens, you have to respond in a way that is appropriate. And the nations themselves that are involved have a role to play. So they can make a decision on their own, as Poland did when shooting down the drones. And that's fine. It's good. But if you don't shoot down a drone, like in Denmark, it doesn't mean the armed forces there didn't do anything. There was a choice not to shoot it down. So every time we have this debate about what is happening to us, we should also think about it every time this happens, because you can only start a war once. And that's something we have to keep in mind. So I'm not afraid of starting the war if it's necessary, but you can only start it once.
I'm going to, unless you really want to come in, go ahead.
I will be very short.
And then I'm going to open up the floor.
Very short, just on that point, because it's also important for countries that are further away from Ukraine and Russia to understand the fact that, you know, there are 3 wars going on. I mean, it's the war, it's political war and information war. And with regards to the drones in Poland, I mean, we saw the biggest information war attack on Poland that we've seen for years, like half an hour before they came. So it's definitely part of, you know, the attacks. And you can't, you know, we have to be vaccinated against that. And we have to understand that that is also what is happening. And that would, you know, make us more resilient as societies to understand that.
And Wallace.
I'm going to slightly disagree, Rob, about starting a war. Because it's only because Putin tells us we're going to start a war that we fear we are. Turkey shot down a Russian fighter, didn't start a war. I put in storm shadows into Ukraine, despite Putin's constant threats. If we put tanks into Ukraine, there would be a war. If Poland refurbished MiG-29s, we'd start a war. You know, Putin has been allowed to set the terms all the way through, even though it becomes blatantly obvious that his red lines are drawn in chalk, not permanent pen. So, of course, we have to use our judgment about whether this really would start a war or not. But he seems to still be telling us, and I think that's why Germany, despite an opposition, the Chancellor saying he put in Taurus, he's not putting in Taurus. We put in Storm and Shadow, the French put in Scalp. I'm still waiting for the so-called big Russian response, because he is a bully, and he is a coward, and he knows if you stand up to him, actually, first of all, he doesn't have much of an army left, right? Let's look at that on paper. Yes, he's got navy and nuclear weapons and air forces, but he is not as powerful as he may think. His armed forces are not as skilled as he thought, and I don't think he's going to risk a war over someone shooting down his drone, for example. And I think we just have to be really careful that we don't let the bully constantly set the terms or the red lines, which time and time again are tested. And I remember, I'll give you the best example of that. I remember quite early on in this, the Danish decided they were going to support Ukraine. And the Russian foreign minister said something, and the ambassador in Copenhagen said something very aggressive. And I think the Danish foreign minister summoned the Russian ambassador and said, thanks very much, but we're part of NATO, we're bigger than you, thank you very much, and I do run along, right? And reminded them, this small country of Copenhagen, of Denmark, reminded them that we are bigger as an alliance, and no one's going to bully us, least of all a Russia with an economy about half the size of Britain.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor now to questions. I see already someone there with a microphone standing by. I suspect there's someone on that side as well. Yes, and I see multiple hands. We'll start here towards the front. We'll begin right there where we have a question, and I'll take 2 more, and then we'll go to answers. Please just mention your name and direct your question, and keep it short and sharp.
I'm not a sir. I'm Tamar Jacoby, Progressive Policy Institute in Washington. I'm going to repeat your question and underline it. I don't think we got an answer. I'd like to hear from each of the panelists something that they maybe even 2 or 3 things that the West could do now to accelerate things in Ukraine. I mean, I live in Kyiv, and the Ukrainians have the sense that they really are fighting alone, despite a lot of weaponry and a lot of help, a lot of budgetary support. What can be done to accelerate things and get us toward a conclusion?
This, okay, we'll keep that in your bonnet there, Ben Wallace. We'll come to that in a second. I'm going to take 2 more questions. First, in the second row, the gentleman there, and then here in the third row. We'll collect these 3 questions, and then we'll go to answers. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Alexandru Manda. I'm from Romania, and my question for all the panelists: what do you consider should be the role of the eastern flank of NATO, especially of Romania, because of its vicinity with the Black Sea, for assuring a long-lasting peace after the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. And here. Yep.
Hi. Thank you for taking my question. My name is Sean Notley. I'm a visiting fellow at the Danube Institute based in Budapest. My question is this. Yes, we have the ability to shoot down these drones and to take out fighter jets the way Turkey did, and it did not start a war. My primary concern is if we're shooting down a $500 to $1,500 drone using a $500,000 Sidewinder missile, isn't Russia just going to degrade our capabilities to defend ourselves over time? Are they just playing the long game here? And how can we, make it more economical to fight back?
Great. Excellent. So we've got 3 questions on the table. I don't think I need to recap them unless you need. Ben had already you've given us a signal that you want to answer the first one, and then we'll move on to the others.
I can do all 3 in a minute.
Okay, go for it.
First of all, I think what we have to remember is what motivates Putin. Putin is in love with the idea of dominating Ukraine, taking Ukraine. Crimea is Russia, and Russia is Crimea, he announced in 2014. If you read his speeches of 2014, he compares Crimea to the Holy Mount. So we have to help Ukraine have the long-range capabilities to make Crimea unviable. We need to choke the life out of Crimea, and I think if we do that, I think Putin will realize he's got something to lose. If it is not inhabitable or not possible for it to function, and that bridge, we need Taurus in from Germany, we need to smash the cursed bridge, because that's an ego, that's a statue to Putin's ego, and I think if we do that, Putin will suddenly realize he's got something to lose. I think that's the first one. Romania, what I think the countries in the eastern flank can do, actually, with military backup of NATO, I think you can be a success. I think you can be the more economically successful and flourishing democracies you can be. You can send the strongest signal to Russia that the best way for your future is a European way and not a Russian way. That's the best message for Moldovians and everything else. Do you really want to live in a Putin Russia, or do you want to live the European way? And I think that is the best. That's the thing he hates most. It's what he's at war with, is our values and our life and our economic success and all of that. And I actually think for those countries, and I don't think that's the case for Romania, but I would say Hungary is playing the wrong game. Hungary will encourage people to think that somehow the grass is greener in the Russian sphere, and it isn't. And thirdly, the point about shooting down, you're absolutely right. Why have we been ignoring the new ways of warfare lessons for the last 3 years? Why are our military still wanting to buy aircraft carriers and million-dollar missiles? Each of us in our countries have amazing companies and tech companies producing anti-drone solutions and drones and everything else, and we are still ignoring them, and we're still buying big tanks and big aircraft and big warships. The lessons are there, and we seem to still be buying yesterday's equipment for yesterday's war. So that's the only thing that exposes. Of course, each commander will make his decision at the moment about whether he's going to fire a missile for 1 million. But ultimately, if that doesn't remind us we need to invest in some new capability, then I don't know what is.
Thank you, Ben, for addressing all 3. You went a little over your 1 minute, pronounced time limit, but you did well. Other responses from the panel? You're not obliged to answer all 3 questions, just parts, please.
I will not answer all the 3 questions. Ben basically answered all of them. I just wanted to add on what we can do. I mean, the screaming frozen assets thing has to be solved, and that's something that Europe can do without asking the United States of America, and would, be a game changer, and is solvable with legal advice and political will. on EU membership as well. That is also something that, and I understand that I come from a country that's not part of the European Union, but Ukraine wants to join. Same goes with Moldova, because it was mentioned. They win elections again and again after fighting for that future, and it has to be delivered upon. And the same goes with Ukraine. And it's absolutely correct what Ben says, that what truly frightens Putin is the fundamental values that Ukraine is ready to die for each and every day, to be the society that they have already chosen to be and become. That is what frightens him. He can't admit it, but that is what he cannot stand. And we can do a lot to assist them in getting there. And of course, they need the defense support to reach that.
Admiral
Bauer. A lot of people talk about the frontline states, and that's basically Eastern Europe. But we have to get away from that, because in modern warfare, there's a lot of things where there is actually no front anymore. So the people in Portugal and the people in Spain and Italy, the Netherlands, UK, all the nations that are a little bit further away from the Eastern Front should actually understand that there is no front line with cyber, with hypersonic missiles, with space, in the information domain. We are at war when it comes to cyber. We are at war in the information domain. We are. And it doesn't mean there's tanks in the streets of London or tanks in the streets of The Hague or in Rome or in Lisbon, but we are in a war. And so I would suggest, as Ben said, this is the reason why Ukraine was attacked is to fight against democracy. That is what Putin is fighting. Because if the people in Ukraine will have the ability to check their governments, to fight fraud and all these things, then the people in Russia might want that too. And that is very dangerous for him. And to your question on the 600,000 euro AMRAAM missile against a 20,000 euro drone. Of course, that's not something we can continue to do. But the military commander is fighting with what he has. That's one. Second, we have started a discussion about finding a better balance between high-end, expensive, long-to-build, very high-tech things like the F-35 aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, that we still need, by the way, and lower or cheaper answers in larger numbers to fight things like the drones. I'm convinced we can solve this problem. We're 50% of the world's economy and 50% of the world's military might. If we cannot solve this problem, we should be ashamed of ourselves. But then the industry and the military need to work together in a different way than we have allowed them to do. So this is also about ministries of finance that actually have to accept that the world has changed, and that it is about partnerships, and that it is about doing business in a different way. So yes, we need to change this. I disagree with Ben when he says that we're still wanting to buy the old type weapons. That's not the case. But we need different ways of being able to do that.
Thank you very much. Now we have a bit of a problem. We have 2 minutes left. So if you're going to raise your hand, I'm going to ask you to make your question really sharp and short, and I'll take three questions. I'll try to take three very quickly. 1, 2, 3. Starting right here. I have to end on time, by the way.
All right, real quick. Name is Frederick Johnson. I'm the ambassador of Iceland to Poland and incidentally also to Ukraine. Today is day 1,315 of the special military operation. In 103 days, we will be at 1,418, which is incidentally how long the so-called Great Patriotic War lasted. We all admire the Ukrainians for the resilience for more than 3.5 years. But really, if we are the friends and allies, what is our failure? Is this a failure of political leadership? Is this a failure of military leadership? Or, being an ambassador, a failure of diplomacy?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Very quickly.
Very quickly, thank you. Offensive versus defensive capabilities within NATO. We've talked a lot about defensive capabilities, ground-based air defense, defense against drones. There's a natural requirement to preserve our populations. But how much should we have an offensive capability in NATO to hold our enemy at risk? Thank you.
I'm going to have to stop it there, and we'll get quick responses from the panel, whoever wishes to respond in the next 48 seconds.
Yeah, so offensive weapons, yes. The good news is NATO, all the allies have agreed to buy deep precision strike weapons, which is necessary to basically kill the archer and not just to respond to the arrows. So that is something that NATO is now going to get on top of what only the US and maybe some other nations had. So we need more of that, and that choice has been made in The Hague when it comes to the capability targets. So that is one. And when it comes to the failure, I think in many ways we have been naive in all domains, and I think the world is hopefully woken up. And it will not end with Ukraine. It will not end with the war between Ukraine and Russia. As Ben said, the ministers of finance want to bring back the normal. The new normal is that we will see the power balancing act between the US and China for the next 5 to 10 years, or 15 years. That is what will drive the world when it comes to security.
I'm afraid we are out of time. The clock has turned red, and I need to stop this now, but this has been an excellent conversation. A warm round of applause for our panelists, and thank you all for being with us today. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Here we are for this wonderful title that we have, Waves of Worries, Shallow Waters and Deep Threats of the Baltic Sea. And I was thinking just that the one who came up with this title should get some kind of Warsaw Security Forum award. I think it's very, very poetic. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Anna Wieslander. I'm Director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council, and I'm also head of the Atlantic Council Northern Europe office in Stockholm. So I work just by the Baltic Sea, which is perhaps special value for this session that we will have. Not only do we have a wonderful title for this panel, we also have an amazing lineup of speakers whom I want to introduce. And we have then, to start furthest away, Marko Mikkelsson, who is Member of Parliament from Estonia. We have Jacek Siwira, who is former head of the National Security Bureau to the President of the Republic of Poland. They had that position for quite some years here. Then we have Tutti Tuppurainen, who is Member of Parliament, the Committee on Foreign Affairs of Finland. And then we have Antoine de Braquillange, who is a Helsing company managing director. All very welcome. Please give them a warm applaud. So I wanted to start actually by also introducing the Baltic Sea, since this is the topic of our discussion. And I wanted to start by engaging you. So how many of you in the audience have been by the Baltic states? You can just raise your hand. Yes, well, quite a few, perhaps 50% or so. The Baltic Sea, I live by it, I work by it, so it's part of also my research. I'm very much engaged. But the shallow waters, I think it's interesting, as in the title. The average depth is 55 meters in the Baltic Sea. And the deepest part, which we're diving into, 559 meters. It's also mixed water. Sweet water, salt water in layers, which makes it difficult to navigate. It's an isolated sea. The only passage to the Baltic Sea is through the Danish Straits. The distances are short. It's a 1-hour flight between Stockholm and any of the Baltic states, which means that the security interdependence is high. Sweden has by far the longest coastline, and with Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, and Denmark, all Baltic Sea states, all NATO members, we finally in 2024 got that NATO lake that we had, well, discussed, and some have wanted for many years. Russia does not have much left. It's Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg. But I also have in my mind a warning that the Swedish Chief of Navy at that time, Eva Skog Haslund, said, you know, I don't like the concept of a NATO lake, she said, because the Russians are still there. We meet them every day. And that is also what we have experienced since. There has been a wave of underwater sabotage of the infrastructure. We have the shadow fleet. The magnitude of the shadow fleet is immense, hundreds of ships, and the 50% of the sanctioned Russian oil goes through the Strait of Finland. We have had repeated fighter jets intrusions. Various countries have experienced that. We will come back to that. And I also want to lift or highlight the electronic jamming that really disturbs on an almost daily basis both civilian air traffic and sea traffic in the Baltic Sea. And that has reached new levels past year. Then, of course, the spectacular drones, Poland, Denmark, Norway, also Sweden had a little bit of drone coming in last week. And the Article 4 of NATO called for twice within just a few weeks, just recently. So hybrid warfare is really reaching new heights in the Baltic Sea. And by that, I would like to propose, you know, Russia, have we really managed to deter Russia as we see these levels? And I hope we can dive into that discussion. So to kick this off, I thought we would start with Tutti and Finland. You are the second newest members to NATO, so and the longest border with Russia, 1,340 kilometers. And you also used to deal with Russia as a sovereign state, but for historic reasons navigate Russia and your relation with Russia. The Baltic Sea is extremely important for the security of supplies for Finland. I think it's more than 90% that comes through the Baltic Sea. And you have experienced a lot, jamming, sabotage of the critical infrastructure, etc. So I'm interested to hear your assessment from Helsinki as you navigate and look into this landscape that I just described. What do you see? What capabilities do we need? Is it military or is it more on the political side?
Thank you, Anna, and I would like to kick off this panel by underlining the importance of the Baltic, and I think it's highly timely that we discuss the Baltic Sea and its importance here in the Warsaw Security Conference. The Baltic is where I also live and work. It is what nurtures us. Without the sea lanes of the Baltic, we Finns would practically starve to death. So that is how important it is to us. And referring to the concept of NATO lake, of course we are proud that Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. Thank you for taking us along to the greatest alliance of the world. But I would warn us to be too complacent about our domain in the Baltic. Let us remember that the Baltic and the Gulf of Finland and the Danish Straits are also vital, as you said, for Russia. And that is actually what I would like to highlight a bit more, because when we are connecting the dots, the separate incidents that we constantly notice in the Baltic area, we should understand that it's part of a bigger plan. It is part of a bigger plan that we need to put in the framework of Russian imperialist ambitions. And we can go as far as in the mid of 19th century to Peter the Great, when he stated that water is indispensable for Russia's global, universal aggression. Russia has always wanted to break out of its continental isolation, and waterways, sea lanes, are crucial for it. Arctic sea lanes, but also the Baltic Sea lanes. So Peter the Great, he wanted to conquer all the seas, Caspian Sea, Azov Sea, Black Sea, and also the Baltic. And we need to realize that the president of current Russia, Vladimir Putin, has Peter the Great as his role model. So of course now, for the time being, Russia is concentrated on the Ukrainian battlefield. But in the longer run, and as quickly as it's allowed to, it will continue its imperial ambitions also in the Baltic. So therefore, we have to keep an eye on what's going on, and we have to have our footprint on the Baltic. But at the same time, we have to be extremely vigilant and realize that for Russia, it is also existential.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very important point to see how Russia views itself in the region, how it's projecting power, and what do we do to counter that? Marco, Estonia has experienced this just very recently, calling for Article 4 consultations within NATO after a 12-minute long intrusion, a violation of Estonian airspace by 3 Russian fighter jets the other week. And that wasn't the first time in 2025 or easier. I remember I was at the Lennart Meri conference this spring, and we discussed an intrusion by a Russian jet fighter because Estonian Navy had escorted a Shadow Fleet vessel, and Russia intruded to kind of signal for that situation that it was guarding it as well. So also quite spectacular, I would say. But after these Article 4 consultations, we heard NATO and Secretary General Rutte say that it was not clear whether this was intentional or not. Could have been incompetence, I think he used as a word. What's the Estonian view on the situation that you had experienced, and how you see the Baltic Sea?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. It's a good question. Actually, I would like to start with a very positive note. Actually, let's think back, in 2004, when Estonia, together with other Baltic nations, became members of NATO. What kind of situation we had that time in terms of deterrence, what happened around us in the Baltic Sea as well, and compare where are we at the moment. In 2004, when we joined, we didn't have even for 4 years or so defense plans from our allies. Only Russia's war against Georgia woke up NATO that, something should be done. It cannot be deterred only by good word. So, but today, when we see that all those nations around the Baltic Sea, a part of Russia, of course, are members of NATO, are sharing the same sort of security arrangement and are ready to fight tonight together for each other's sovereignty and freedom. Then, and this is the first time ever in our history for our region that we are so united, Nordic and Baltic countries. This itself is very strong declaration of unity and stability in the Baltic Sea region. And what has happened recently during the last couple of years, during this full-scale war Russia launched against Ukraine and against West, because, you know, as Prime Minister Tusk said yesterday morning, this is our war. We have to be very clear. Russia would like to destroy not only Ukraine, but also NATO. And their imperial ambitions are pretty strong. And we should not underestimate their readiness to go for a long time. But I go back to those moments we had just recently. I think what we witnessed was very good cooperation among allies. Finnish fighter jets actually was the first ones who approached those MiG-31s who came up from Besovets and started to go to Kaliningrad, but suddenly turned into our airspace and stayed there, as you know, for 12 minutes. And then Italian fighter jets, F-35s, who are in Estonia right now on a rotational basis, they did by their protocol what had to be done. And plus, of course, Swedish Air Force was ready to welcome Russians in their area of navigation. So that worked perfectly well, actually. And we are a completely better situation than perhaps 10 or 20 years ago. And what followed, we called Article 4 consultations. And actually, prior to that, we had the opportunity also to bring this question up as Poland did to also the United Nations Security Council during this big week last week. We had very strong, again, unity rallied by 50-plus countries who issued a joint statement in support of Estonia, but in very much putting Russia in corner in terms that their lies didn't make any sense. So, and what is now very important, of course, after those very strong declarations of unity and support and consultations we had in Brussels last week, I know that there are already quite serious steps made in practical terms how to enhance air defense in eastern flank using the new mission Eastern Sentry. But there are one very critical element what is still missing. The traditional air defense today doesn't work anymore as full deterrence, as we know, and as we have seen in case of incursion of drones to Polish airspace, what has happened recently in Denmark, in Norway, and I really hope that those who do that are not aiming to destroy one of commercial airlines and cause catastrophe. So we have to act solidly together here, and I hope that what allies do in protection of Danish airspace during upcoming high-level meeting in Copenhagen is going to be just a first step in order to bolster our common defense.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's an interesting example that we see in Denmark now, where hosting a high-level meeting tomorrow, we have Sweden, I think Finland, the Netherlands, was it also Norway, and some others, providing anti-drone capability to Denmark to protect. And that could probably be a start of a concept that can be used as we also scale up, of course, anti-drone capabilities nationally. So that's just another sign of that. But Jacek, I want to thank you so much for that. So I conclude that you were quite happy with the response that you got from allies for this incident.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And one more thing, we have to be very clear in our messaging. And I repeat very much what was said by Mr. Sikorsky in New York, but also Keith Kellogg just a few moments ago here at this stage. NATO allies must be ready to shoot down Russian airplanes if they violate our airspace in a way that put us into danger.
Exactly.
That should not be ruled out, and we should not give in to this blackmail, what we hear again from Russians, that, oh, if you do so, you are at war with us. No, we don't give in to these blackmails.
So immediate danger and things will happen. That's, I guess, was the message from NATO. Jacek, Poland, you had a very central role as Poland invested heavily in defense, still is, but increased defense expenditure way over 4%, I think now reaching almost 5%. And a lot of focus on land capabilities. But now I think perhaps there is a sense that the Baltic Sea dimension is becoming more important, more into focus for Poland. Do you agree with that? And what can you tell us a little bit the importance of the Baltic Sea from a Polish perspective, since you have various dimensions to take account of when it comes to defending Poland and NATO territory?
Thank you. Yes. So maybe I will start. These are obvious things for Polish public opinion, but in such an international audience, it's worth to mention that for Poland, Baltic Coast became the second Brześć Gate. We had invested in our land forces, and we are the biggest land army in Europe, in European Union for sure. But simultaneously, we have to also invest in our Baltic capabilities, because two main ports through which majority of the support, military support to Ukraine were delivered, were Polish ports. Nearly all goods which are coming to our market are coming through those ports, Gdynia and Szczecin and Gdańsk. Our main supply of the energetic resources and the fossil fuels are coming through Gdynia port and the Baltic pipe, so through Baltic. And at the end of this, we have to add that 90% of the fossil fuels are coming this way, 90%. And having said that, we have to add also that the only nuclear power plant which will be settled in upcoming years will be located at the coast. So from that perspective, it's absolutely critical to have the understanding of strategical meaning of Polish coast for national security. For broader Central European security, Baltic is absolutely crucial, and it's very good that we are meeting in such a circle, and we all probably agree that there is a rising awareness of the identity of the Baltic countries. So countries which are lying on the Baltic coast, but share the same mindset, the same perception of threat, similar dependence on the sea, and resources which they share in tackling situations like those which we witnessed. I think that two crucial things which we have to mention, and thank you for expressing that, is the existential, the word existential for Russia, and incompetence. So Baltic really is existential for Russia. 70% of their Shadow Fleet is going through Baltic. We all know that. And it provokes very assertive or very nervous answer to every moment when we are trying to stick to international maritime law, especially when we take into account potential inspection of the vessels. They are nervous because it affects their existential interest. Incompetence, I understand not as an incompetence of the pilots. It's incompetence of the Kremlin decision makers if they think that we will step back. Baltic states, Nordic states, Poland, increasingly are aware of the risk which is related with the Baltic, and we will not step back. Our allies are there with us, so I believe that this existential competition we can assess as successful so far.
Thank you. Did you have something short you wanted to intervene there?
Yes, if I can quickly pick up on that, because I think that we have all the capabilities that we need for NATO member states and Baltic Sea nations in order to secure our position in the Baltic. But what lacks is a certain extent of harmonization of rules of procedure. What to do when an event hits us. We still don't have a uniform manner to react on Russian hybrid attack. And that is perhaps an issue that we need to address among the allies and among the Baltic Sea nations, that we could interpret the international law of the seas in a uniform way, and we could have national regulations that are, equal to other member states' national regulations, and also the monitoring powers of our authorities in our economic waters could be also similar. That would increase our capabilities to respond to Russian hybrid attack. And I also believe, and I would like to underline how important it is not to say everything out loud, because Russia is of course expecting us to provoke in order to use that as an excuse to go beyond and go further. So we should have, the nerves to keep some level of strategic ambiguity in what we do. Of course, prepare for the worst and be very clear among ourselves that we are ready to retaliate if necessary, shoot down if necessary, but do it in a way that does not leave us in the position that we would be provocative, because Russia would certainly utilize that against us.
Yeah, good point. And I want to come back a little bit to the political forum side. I think that's interesting also to discuss. But first I want to dig deeper into the capabilities and invite Antoine into the discussion. Because as I have looked at the Baltic Sea region, and I've written about this as well, I think it's, why don't we create ourselves a deterrence by denial bubble over the region? We talked a lot about Russia's deterrence by denial, anti-access area denial capabilities. Sometimes almost, at least fearing them to some extent. But if we secured our own air and missile defense, for instance, if we invested in our ISR capabilities, joint practices, exercises, we would come a long way. I think we are moving in that direction, but as we're pointing out, there are still gaps that also needs to be filled. Layered anti-air defense, for instance, and I think ISR, perhaps not the capabilities, but the sharing of the information could possibly be quicker and more frequent at the regional level. But Antoine, what else do you see as Helsing works with the new technology, the forward-leaning? What can we do? And that has been a big discussion also. What can we do cheaper and quicker? Do we have to take down drones that just cost a fraction of what it costs to build a fighter jet? I mean, this is a mismatch of resources. When you look at the Baltic Sea region and the challenges that we just described, what can new technology bring as you see it?
Thank you, Anna, for this question and the invitation on the great panel. So maybe to complement what was said and to give the perspective of a European defense AI company when we tackle these challenges, I think we can do smarter than what you described. First, I think we have to recognize that the threats that are happening today they don't require just an evolution of the things we've been doing in the past. I think it has to come with a shift, with a new paradigm. You know, we've talked about it. The Baltic Sea has been increasingly subject to geopolitical tension and activity. For us, it's a new way of looking at maritime security as a whole. The threats are more and more complex and hybrid, so you have crewed vessels, uncrewed vessels, above the surface, underwater, and so that's very hard for our critical underwater infrastructure. So the NATO lake is actually an area of conflict today, and I think this is important to note. The traditional methods that we've used in the past, they don't keep up, you know, with these evolving and dynamic threats. You know, what does that mean for our maritime lifelines? But most importantly, for our situational awareness overall. Do we know what's happening underwater? Do we know at any given time what is happening? And I think that's a very important part that we should tackle. So when we look at what's happening as a technology company, the Baltic Century Initiative is great. It's going in the right direction. It creates partnership, interoperability. These go into the right directions, but when you look at the programs, they're still very slow and expensive. And it shows some of the vulnerabilities that we have with limited number of naval assets, and these naval assets being stretched by these dynamic threats that constantly evolve. So, you know, what do we do? What's our vision as a company, I would say? For us, I think it's important, we believe that the technology is here. It's mature enough, the technological breakthroughs have occurred to make the Baltic Sea somewhat transparent, to turn on the lights underwater. Situation awareness, I just mentioned it, is critical in all domains. Of course it is in maritime as well, and what we do is leverage artificial intelligence and autonomy to create basically an intelligent, persistent, scalable network of sensors to be able to map and have situational awareness over large areas of the seas. Why do we need this, you know, as Baltic democratic countries and as European? Well, it's critical to know what's happening under our waters. It's important to do it at any time, anywhere, and at a fraction of the cost that we see today. You know, given budget constraints, given speed, we cannot afford the same procedures that we had in the past. And where I may slightly disagree with you or have a different perspective, I would believe that implementing and demonstrating this continuous situational awareness and communicating about it and not hiding it should be a core part of our strategic signaling and of our conventional deterrence. And I think it's achievable.
Thank you. Well, it makes me, this is an interesting discussion, what signaling and what resources we have and how we do the signaling most efficient. I have a great example. It's also a bit of a cultural difference, I think, between countries. When Sweden and Finland, for instance, who are very close in defense cooperation, we did completely different in winter 2022, it was. When the situation got worse and worse and we were all realizing that Russia would invade Ukraine, I think it became more and more quiet from Finland. We had basically, even though we have close contacts, we hardly knew what the Finns were preparing. While the Swedes, who don't have as much resources as you had, you know, army resources and others to mobilize, we took it all to Gotland and we brought it in the press and we had tanks rolling on the streets of Visby just to show that we were agile and there. So I was laughing a bit because it's a very valid point, you know. How do we signal together? That was your main point. How do we assess the situation together and get that signaling right? So I'm not saying one was right or wrong, but at least we could say it was different signaling from very close countries on what to do.
Yes, definitely. We Finns usually we keep calm and carry on, and we make sure that we achieve our goals. Let me just say that I think it's quite right that we have activated the Article 4 lately within the allies. But we also have to be careful in order not to inflate activating Article 4, because it's also partly strategic communication, and we need to be sure that we want to achieve something by activating Article 4. We cannot be activating it, on the daily basis. So there should be somewhat a threshold when activating that, and obviously the threshold of activating Article 5 should be ultimately high. So how to create a sort of, deterrence without saying everything out loud is also a question of our, presence in the Baltic Sea. The more flags we have in the Baltic Sea, the better. If we have more member states, more allies present in the Baltic waters, the better. But also the mandate has to be very clear. I agree that we have reached a very good level of maritime situational awareness. Baltic Sentry mission is a great example. CTF Baltic is doing a great job. Thank you, Rostock, for taking care of that mission. But what's next? What's next? If there's something else that we want to achieve, outside just, detection and awareness, then we should update the mandate and have a clear guidance, political guidance and military strategic guidance to the member states, and that would be, harmonious, uniform in every member state.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, interesting discussion, of course, how different nations a little bit kind of decide to communicate the current the threat perception and also the decisions actually made by both government and how to communicate back not only internationally but also to your own public. But I must argue, using President Stubb's words, Estonia is also calm, cool and collected, but in our own way. And sometimes we are not afraid to say out loud what is important to say, and what is important that we are not only saying out loud sometimes what should be done, but also we're doing. From next year's on, 5% of GDP into defense. And there is obviously very strong support to that across the board in Estonia. We are helping Ukraine from not only first day of full-scale invasion, but first our military help went to Ukraine already at the end of 2021. We are saying out loud what should be done in order to make sure that we are re-establishing a just and lasting peace in Europe. For that, we have to help Ukraine win in this war. Only defeat of Russia's aggression against Ukraine will help us also to make our part of the world, Baltic Sea, much better off in terms of deterrence and also stability and security. And last but not least, I think this cooperation, what is going on among nations across Baltic countries, Baltic Sea right now, plus NATO's mission, Baltic Sentry, has helped a hell of a lot to diminish the tensions from Russia. Yes, it's not over, it's not perfect yet, but I think that here we learn constantly where are our deficiencies and how to improve better censoring systems, how to be aware what is happening in the Baltic Sea waters, but also deter physically, both with traditional old-type vessels, but also with modern sea drones. Plus also the capabilities, what we have. I tell you, I don't reveal any major secret here. Alone Estonia has capabilities to sink entire Baltic fleet within certain time, let's say. So I think that they know that their kind of capabilities are limited, but most importantly, of course, our interest is to act in deterrence measures responsibly, but Russians must know that there are consequences if they going to repeat. And last but not least, on this Article 4, and this what happened in our airspace, this was unprecedented. Yes, we have them going into a certain corner in our airspace for a few seconds previously as well, but what they did this time, this happened, the kind of scale of that was last time sort of 22 years ago. In 2003, October, they flew also with fighter jets into our airspace, 6 months prior our membership in NATO. Nothing like that happened since, and please help me, tell me, which NATO country had a Russian fighter jets in their airspace for 12 minutes?
Oh, I think I see no hands. Okay, there's one, yeah, anyhow. Antoine?
Yeah, I mean, a lot has just been said, and I totally agree in the fact that we should also invest in these new sensing, situational awareness capabilities, and to give maybe some meat to the bone and explain a bit more how we approach this and how we do that at Helsinki. Usually, when we think traditionally about countering threats on the water, we think anti-submarine warfare capabilities or underwater surveillance. We think in terms of limited number of very high-value assets to achieve this mission. The way we see it from a technology perspective is that we need to change this mindset. We believe that we can achieve, instead of concentrated high-value assets, distributed intelligent mass to achieve the same result faster and cheaper. That's why, Helsinki has been investing in edge artificial intelligence for the past 4 years. That's why we've launched, I would say, new capabilities that didn't exist before, such as SG-1 and Lura, both underwater glider drones powered by AI that can process the data at the edge for detection and acoustic sonar detection, with the idea to deploy rapidly constellations of hundreds, if not thousands, of these objects in the water to actually create the situational awareness that we need. And that is quite a challenge on two fronts, right? The first one is technological, AI and software. The second one is actually a manufacturing challenge. On AI and software, well, yeah, how do we have European, sovereign, state-of-the-art edge artificial intelligence for acoustic detection? How do we deploy it in a frugal way on board these new objects with small compute chips? These are very complex technological challenge that we've tackled. And then the other aspect is how do we create a consolidated situational awareness picture with a digital backbone, to offer the member states the view of what's happening under the water. So that's the technology challenge. The second one, which shouldn't be dismissed, is how do we create the new manufacturing capabilities to produce these objects at scale, centered around software, with a quick ramp up in production when we need it, and that these require new business models, new strategic investments, new ways of working, and this is what Helsinki is committed to do in the region.
Thank you so much. Time is running, and I see hands here. So I'm going to collect a few questions, starting with the lady here.
Thank you much for your insights. My name is Yurina Zuckerman. I'm from the United States. I have to say that the discussion struck me as a little bit surreal because while the European Union and other Western countries are discussing international law, Russia has demonstrated complete disregard for international law or for even basic safety of its own forces and interests, much less anyone else's, and has basically announced its intentions in advance, accusing Europeans of aggression even before launching those attacks, and has been expanding its operations over the past several years, escalating in Europe and not just in Ukraine. So at what point is there going to be a red line for NATO, for Europe, for individual states to say that this requires a pushback such that Russia cannot recover and cannot continue expanding?
Okay, thank you. Yes, take one more there, and then we can go in the back. There. Gentleman there.
Damian Szawa, Marie Curie-Skłodowska University and Institute of Central Europe. I have a question to panelists because you mentioned very often that there is a common mindset between Baltic and Nordic states, and taking into account that in Poland we have this northern turn, do you think that there is something like a regional strategic culture between all NATO states in this region? Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question, and then we'll have to return to the panel. Yes.
My name is Oleg, Warsaw School of Economics. And my question to you is, currently NATO is a defense alliance. It always has been so. But what about prevention? Because there was already a question about stopping Russia from continuing its attacks on civilian infrastructure in Baltic Sea. But what about stopping them from new attacks, from new kind of attacks? So when NATO as an organization or a separate state will actually prevent new offensive measures from Russia and not just react to them.
Thank you. So 3 excellent questions. One on, are we pushing Russia back properly? Or is there a strategic culture among the Nordic Baltics? Then are we doing enough proactively to prevent future ones? Perhaps I give all of you a chance to say something, starting with Tutti and then Jacek, Marco and Antoine.
So obviously we are not going to declare war on Russia, but we have to realize that we are not living in peace either, and this is a hybrid war that Russia is waging against us. And our critical infrastructure, be it in the sea, bottom of the Baltic Sea, or our airspace, they're no longer safe. And this is the new reality that we have to face, and we politicians, parliamentarians, Marco and I and others, we need to be able to talk to our voters and our citizens that this is the kind of reality that we are living nowadays, and we cannot be shocked anymore. And it requires new investment on defense capabilities, investment in electric warfare, but also investment in critical infrastructure, because clearly we cannot protect all the infrastructure. It is impossible. Russia will do the sabotage. We cannot prevent everything, but we will do our best. And now coming back to your question about Poland. I think Poland is indispensable for the Baltic Sea region. Nordic, Baltic couldn't be whole without Poland. And I really commend that Poland is so engaged. We need Poland. It has a long history being present in this area. It's been a European superpower, and we need the Polish engagement and its capabilities nowadays. And thank God we share the same mindset when it comes to our security in this region, and our public opinion is pretty much the same. Our governments share the same situational awareness, so that is an advantage for our countries. We are all members of the NATO alliance, we are all members of the European Union, which is also a benefit for us. It gives us added value because we have the assets that NATO provides, but we have also everything that the European Union has to offer, including also diplomacy, which matters nowadays as well. Now, what we need to do is to start acting also in a preventive manner. Could we be the Johnny on the spot? We have all the capabilities. Could we deploy and project our power also in a preventive manner and not just react? If that's the case, if we come to the conclusion that we have to be the Johnny on the spot, then we should update the mandate.
Thank you so much. So we have 3 minutes left, 3 speakers, so please.
So thank you for this remark on Poland. I can only add that, yes, I agree that we have the common mindset among the NBPs on Nordic, Baltic and Poland, and now we are in one fist. And you're right, we shouldn't act too fast when it comes to the signaling, also the Article 4, but it was a drop which overflowed the jar. And when you account the Zapad, if you account the 21, sorry, if you count for 12 minutes, that was a moment for Article 4 to increase the awareness among our allies. When it comes to the mindset, I just want to underline one thing. We also need to act not only on a kinetic side, which Helsinki, Stark or WB Electronics helps us much, but also on the legislative. It's still legal to drag the anchor over our infrastructure. And we haven't created the maps which excludes some areas of the Baltic Sea from dragging the anchor. It's a problem because you can inspect the ship, you can arrest it. According to international law, you can sell the cargo, you can sell the vessel. Some centuries ago, you could even sell the crew. It's not the case anymore, but you cannot do that if their activity is legal. So this is where really, on political level, Baltic countries can improve their posture and convince our allies to make improvements on the European Commission level.
So work to do. Marco.
Yeah, very shortly, time is running out. I like words of President Reagan. What should be done? We will win, they will lose. And that is very simple. That is strategy, what should be our allied strategy when it comes to the Russian imperialism. But very shortly, I think where we can be preemptive and actually not reactive but proactive is to unleash our real support to Ukraine. Real support that could allow them to change the situation on a battlefield. Otherwise, we will keep having these sort of aggressive, provocative actions from the Russian side. And last but not least, on the Baltic Sea. Dear friends from Denmark, please consider to change status for ships which are not injured or flagged to let them into the Baltic Sea. Copenhagen Convention from 1857 allows that to do.
Great. So we're on red here, but Antoine, from an innovative company.
Well, in a very few seconds, I mean, I heard something about do we have a common strategic culture? Well, if we don't have it, we must create it. I mean, just as a parallel, you know, what we're doing at Helsing, we're creating a European defense AI company. We have German colleagues, British, Ukrainian, Estonian, French. We're creating new capabilities. Sometimes it's hard, but it's indispensable. We believe Europe can be strong, autonomous, and united. Otherwise, the theme of the day, divided we fall, will be reality, and we don't want that.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I think waves of worries, I hear a lot of things we can do. I hear some will to do it. So I think let's not be too pessimistic here and take these proposals and make them real. I think that's the way forward. Just keep on working towards winning. Thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel.
Welcome, everyone. We have a great and very important topic to discuss today with a fantastic panel, which I will introduce alphabetically, starting from my far right. Baroness Catherine Ashton, member of the House of Lords and former EU High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy. Welcome, Baronessa.
Thank you.
Ambassador David Swa, France's permanent representative to NATO. John Feiner, who served as Principal Deputy National Security Advisor in the Biden administration, currently with Colombia. And last but not least, Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher, well known here in Poland, where she served as the US ambassador during President Trump's first term. And my name is Maida Ruge. I am Senior Policy Fellow with the European Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin. I work with our US team, and we've spent the last 3 years building networks and analyzing foreign policy camps in the Republican Party. So, the title of this panel suggests that the transatlantic relationship can emerge stronger as a result of Donald Trump's second-term policies. And the underlying assumption here is that President Trump's transactional approach creates a sort of a win-win situation whereby Europeans are stepping up, spending more on defense, following the Hague Summit, committing to spend 5% of their GDP on defense, and basically, by default, strengthening the alliance. That is one narrative. And you hear it often in Washington and NATO headquarters in Brussels. America is just shifting burden to Europeans, but remains committed to Ukraine and European security. The other narrative is that America is no longer in the sort of same mental space as Europeans, and Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, diplomatic reaction to President Trump's tweet on Ukraine, being able to take back its territory with support of Europe, said that we need to read between the lines and that it means America is out and Europe is alone in this war. Better truth than illusions. So what we want to discuss on this panel today is really what are the implications of Donald Trump's domestic and foreign policy revolution for Europe. Clearly, there's more to the alliance than just security in Ukraine, so we will try to do a couple of rounds, not just on Ukraine and NATO, but also on Indo-Pacific, China, and if we get to Middle East. So please keep your answers short. We will run this as more as a conversation rather than formal statement. So we'll start with Ambassador Mosbacher. We had an ECFR 2025 survey on sort of how the EU publics in different member states describe the US. And majorities in every EU member state describe the US as a necessary partner rather than an ally. Even in Poland, only 31% use the word ally. Are they right to be worried? Or can you, if you were the ambassador in Warsaw right now, what sort of words of reassurance could you offer in terms of direction of travel and commitment to European security?
I assume this is on. Thank you for the question. If I were ambassador in Warsaw right now, I'd say the same thing I said when I was ambassador in Warsaw in Trump's first term. He actually hasn't changed his policy. If you recall his first term, he said go to 2%. And I can remember very well being called names and Trump was a bully and the Americans were bullies. And then Russia went into Ukraine and you all realized, Europe realized, they didn't invest in their own security. And to put this in context, particularly from what you said, look, there's 320 million Americans, there are 500 million Europeans. We understood after World War II that you needed to rebuild Europe and you needed security guarantees. The 320 million American taxpayers invested in the strongest military in the world. And we guaranteed your safety and your security while you were building Europe. Well, Trump came in and said, wait a minute, you're rich now. And you can't ask 320 million Americans, taxpayers, to invest in your security if you're not willing to do it yourself. And that was his argument about the 2%. Now, it hasn't changed. We were there in World War I, we were there in World War II. I can tell you as ambassador, brought 10,000 American troops to Poland. We put up the 5th Corps headquarters. We did the Defense Cooperation Agreement. We did LNG. Poland was energy independent way before this was the argument. The fact is that I think the problem is that when you hold a mirror up or you criticize someone, you don't like it. I get that. But you're going to have to take some responsibility for your feckless energy policy for 10 years, and which led to this war. But that doesn't mean that the U.S. isn't with you. We are with you. It's just that we're saying, guess what? You have to prove to us that you're going to be a good ally for us. And that means you have to invest in your security.
Thank you. John, do you want to comment on this? Or do you agree? Do you disagree? Are the strategic goals of U.S. and EU still aligned? What's your view?
So I think there are elements of that I'd agree with, elements of that I would disagree with. But I think taking a half step back, it's undeniable that one thing that has changed fairly dramatically in the strategic landscape is we have an administration in the U.S., and I say this, by the way, not as a political comment. I spent 4 years rolling my eyes at former government officials telling, our administration how to do their job, so I'd say this with a lot of humility, that just has a different worldview from basically all of its predecessors in a couple of key areas. But the main one being that the international system, agreements, institutions, alliances, has been stacked against the United States, not for the United States, that we extract less from it than we put into it. I think that is a kind of a core belief, again, from the outside of this administration. And there are a lot of things that flow from that relate to this alliance in particular. One is our administration thought it was a strategic advantage for the United States to globalize our alliances. We asked our European partners to invest themselves in our strategy in the Indo-Pacific, in our competition with China, and they stepped up to some extent to do that. We asked our Indo-Pacific partners, Koreans, Japanese, Australians, to get on board with supporting Ukraine in this war of aggression waged by Russia, and they did do that when many people predicted that they wouldn't. This administration, my sense from talking to people who spend much more time engaging them than I do, is that this administration's view is much more stay in your lane. Europeans should focus on Europe. Indo-Pacific countries should focus on the Indo-Pacific. The United States will do what it has to do in both theaters. So that's one big change. The other is this administration seems inclined to focus much more on our own country and our own hemisphere in terms of military resources, which is a big, big change. What are our adversaries doing in response to that strategic landscape? The Russians, clearly, in recent weeks, are starting to now test for the first time in a serious way since the war began the resolve of NATO. Incursions here, incursions in other states, sabotage operations across Europe. We've been wrestling this for quite some time. I do not believe Russia wants war with NATO. I think they have actually been deterred from seeking war with NATO, but I think they want to go as far as they can to impose costs on NATO countries short of the threshold of war, which is a test for the alliance. And I think China is taking a different approach. They are seeking to engage this administration, the U.S. administration, in a negotiation to see if they can get a big deal while putting pressure on America's Indo-Pacific partners. So there's a lot that has changed, and I think much of it flows from just a different way of looking at the world and how it's organized.
Thank you. Separating theaters and Europeans sort of being responsible for their own theater sort of implies that the U.S. is no longer really involved, even if we don't have huge troop withdrawals that, some were expecting at the beginning of Trump administration. So we have the National Defense Strategy coming up, and the rumor is that it's going to prioritize Western Hemisphere, as you said, John. But you know, separation of theaters has huge implication for Europeans. I guess that's sort of music to French ears. But David, I will leave you to comment after Katrin. Katrin, so what does this look like from where you're sitting, both with your sort of UK and EU hat in terms of security implications that it has for Europe, and specifically, how do we need to think in the context of changing America, how do we need to think about our own strategy regarding Ukraine, Russia, and European security?
So I'm still European, so. I think it's really important to recall that in 1963, John F. Kennedy made some very strong statements about the fact that the Europeans were not stepping up and contributing in a way that they should, and that Americans were bearing the brunt of European security and defense. This is nothing new. Every president since then has made the point, some more loudly, some more directly, and certainly in the case of President Trump, with greater effect than other presidents have done in the past. Unquestionably, the Ukraine crisis and the war of Russia's invasion has woken European leaders up to the issue. But I would say, having been responsible for looking at European defence, that we still don't do enough on some very simple ways that we could improve our defence and security capabilities. And that's to do with economies of scale. We still have 11 or 12 different versions of the same planes or tanks. We paint them different colours, very nice blues and greens and browns, but they're still whatever they are at the end of it. We don't do the collaborative work that is not about giving up sovereignty as nations, but is about understanding that we have a responsibility to each other, but also the capacity to do more together. And if Europe did that, I believe it could improve its capabilities within the budgets it's already got, as well as increasing them to recognise the ongoing threat. The challenge, I think, with the relationship transatlantically divides in two ways. One is militarily and in security and defence systems and structures and behaviours. And the worry, I think, that although I think the underlying relationship is strong, the concern of whether the president who does change his mind about things, I mean, people always do, but the worry that maybe this is not going to be a consistent approach, and that really matters. And that's something that I think leaders like my own Prime Minister are really getting to grips with, is developing the strength of a relationship, Prime Minister to President, that enables them to have these kind of conversations about where are we going, what's the plan, how do we do things, that I think are so important. But I think the other side of it is a bit more to do with the kind of approach that we take to the world. And the European Union is many things, but it is founded on values and ideals and human rights and a view of the world that is about enhancing democracy. I'm not suggesting America is not trying to do that, but it feels a bit different. And I think one of the challenges now is going to be over these next years to work out how we go forward together in lockstep on areas that, well, some would argue there are shifting sands a little bit in terms of the view of the world and how things might change. I always question and say to people, beware the rhetoric rather than the policy, because politicians the world over say many things, but it's what they do that makes a real difference.
Thanks. David, how do we deal with these inconsistencies? I mean, it's not only that there's a sort of nervousness that President Trump might change his mind, but we've had this administration's officials make statements like Secretary of Defense, now War, Pete Hegseth at Shangri-La Dialogue, announcing that Indo-Pacific is the priority theater and that U.S. will need to shift some resources to Indo-Pacific, and only weeks later, basically having to shift some resources from the Indo-Pacific to Middle East when President Trump decided to join the military strikes on Iran. So there's been a lot of cacophony coming out of the administration. Europeans have kind of struggled to not just interpret where U.S. is, but also to anticipate the next steps. So, you know, using either your NATO or your French hat, whichever you choose, could you tell us, what do you think, how do we need to position ourselves in terms of policy and capabilities?
Yeah, I think this confusion, it adds another element of fear for us Europeans, adding to the fear from Russia, which has gone very vivid since 2022, to the lingering fear also about China. And so I think in such a state of fear and confusion, it's good to have a plan. And it's good to have institutions that help us carry out those plans. So we have the EU and NATO. And France is actually very invested in both at the moment. I'll speak more about the NATO part. Although I would just point out that on the EU, I think there is a fairly clear diagnosis of what needs to be done. The Draghi report, Letta reports. And the issue is to master the political will to do it. And I think actually the fear has helped us break taboos in the past few years. And I think the coming additional crisis that we will have, no doubt, hopefully will help us accelerate these necessary reforms. When it comes to NATO, unlike maybe most members of this great alliance, in France we make a distinction between NATO and the alliance. The alliance is the political and legal commitment enshrined in the Washington Treaty, and we've always stood by that. No questions. NATO, we've had mixed feelings about, a mixed history about NATO as an organization, because we felt that for some time it actually undermined the alliance by allowing the Europeans to be free riders. In this sense, we agree with some of the American criticism. I would say at this point when we are talking, coming back to your initial question, I would say NATO is very much strengthening and not undermining the alliance. First, I don't know exactly in which situation we would be if this alliance rested only on the Washington Treaty and was not backed up by a strong organization with Americans embedded, in particular in the military structure. If it was just a paper, important paper, I don't know where we would be exactly. So it brings some degree of stability. But even more importantly, it is now forcing the Europeans to step up. It's true that the criticism goes back from the US to Eisenhower in terms of the Europeans not doing enough. But it's actually true that it's back at the Hague summit that we took this commitment to go to 5%, including 3.5% of, strictly speaking, defense spending. And I think that's a very good news. We do it because of the Trump administration, we do it because of Russia, we do it because inside our own countries, we realize that that's what needs to be done. Frankly, we didn't, if you ask French experts on defense and security and you say, what is the ballpark figure of where our defense budget should be, they will say 3.5. So it's actually good that through NATO we are forced to do this increased spending, but now we have to transform this into capabilities. I would argue in large part into European capabilities, and we have to have the political willingness to use these capabilities in the right way. And on this, there is still a lot of work to be done, and particularly at NATO.
And I'll just follow up on that very briefly. Do you see sort of opportunities in that regard linked to the current administration? Because I was just looking at the figures. Around by 2023, Europe accounted for 35% of total US arms export value. We know that restrainers in this administration actually insist that Europeans develop their own industrial military base. France has always been at the forefront of the argument that we need to sort of invest more in producing in Europe. So, you know, what are the signals coming from Washington these days in this regard?
Conflicting. So depending on who you talk to, there are some people who completely get that if you want Europeans to step up and to be strong allies long term, it requires to develop their own capabilities. Some people completely get that, and others are very insistent that they should that basically we should buy American, and the nice way to put it is to talk about the transatlantic industrial base. So I would say it's conflicting, but in my view it's already an improvement, because before it was not conflicting, it was only skepticism towards development of a specific European industrial base. And you remember there was this 3D policy that we should not duplicate and we should not discriminate and so on. So I interpret this confusion as actually a sign that maybe on the US side as well there is a debate, and maybe there is the realization that to have stronger Europeans able to do things by themselves with their own capabilities in the end is good news for America.
Georgette, can I ask you on that, while we're still on that topic? In our conversations with basically defense strategists who are close to people that are now in Pentagon in sort of middle-ranking positions, we often hear that repetition of the message that we heard from Vice President Vance in 2024 already while he was senator, that America's stocks are depleted and that Europeans need to step up and ratchet up their own military production. When we talk to the restrainers who have, close links to Pentagon, they tell us if you order Patriots today, you will get them in 2035. We don't have enough. And now we hear, sort of following the UN General Assembly meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky, that the US is considering delivering Tomahawks. How do you see this? I mean, do you actually think that the US can continue in delivering at the speed that is needed? And, what do you expect from this rumor that it might provide Tomahawks to Ukraine?
If I might first comment on you keep saying you are hearing. I don't know where you're hearing from, but we know there's a lot of disinformation and out there, as well as the fact that the United States, we're used to being the whipping boy. And I can get defensive at times. In fact, you said something earlier about how we shifted resources from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East. Well, I might suggest to you, wherever you heard that from, that when you have the greatest military in the world, you tend to be asked to solve a lot of problems that aren't even directly yours. And so if we're shifting, it's because the world has put the burden on us to solve these problems, and that takes resources. And while we've built this military, we can't be every place all the time. And to the other panelists, the fact is, that's why we want to see a strong, resilient Europe, because we know we can't do this alone. And that's the point we're trying to say here. We need Europe to build a military-industrial base, because otherwise, do we have enough Tomahawk missiles? Was that the question? I don't know the answer to that. I suspect that, look, I don't know that any of us anticipated Russia going into Ukraine, although all of us watched for 1 year. Putin put 100,000 troops on the border of Ukraine, and we did nothing, even though he told us what he was going to do. So did we ramp up producing Tomahawk missiles? No, we didn't. And so here we are. If this is the space that we're working in now with Ukraine, where will it be next? This is a very complicated, challenging world we live in. There are threats all around us. And that's why, no, to answer your question, we probably don't have enough to be able to meet all of these challenges. And that's why it is so important that we work together to build this resilience and build this capability. And this was the wake-up call.
Thank you. So that kind of brings us to the next topic, John, which I wanted you to talk about, China and Trump's China security strategy. Where do you see it going? You know, if I was to bet before January 2025, and also once we've seen who are the people going into Pentagon, someone like Undersecretary for Strategy, Bridge Colby, who was one of the most vocal China hawks and advocates of shifting resources to Indo-Pacific, I would have thought that this is going to be a priority in the national defense strategy. We will see, but what seems to be the case is that Western Hemisphere is prioritized. We haven't heard much about China. Could you talk a little bit about Trump's China strategy?
Sure, with the caveat that I guess sort of to Ambassador Mosbacher's point, I'm not even going to purport to hear. I'm just going to purport to observe from afar because they're not exactly consulting me on this. But maybe just picking up where I left off in my last answer about the globalized nature of alliances going to a stay-in-your-lane approach. What is the downside of that? Because I think maybe it's important to say why I think that's problematic. One downside of that is that we collectively, the countries that are aligned with Ukraine, have made Russia pay a global cost for its war. We've made them pay an enormous cost on the battlefield. We've also made them pay a cost in diplomatic relations, in their economy, that has been borne not just by this region, but beyond. That, I think, is quite an important demonstration effect, potentially, for other potential aggressors in the world, or other actual aggressors in the world, including China. We wanted China to believe that were it to take similarly aggressive actions in the Indo-Pacific, it would also pay a global cost, which is why we wanted our allies here invested in that relationship. The other reason, by the way, why that's important is that Russia and China obviously are linking these theaters. China is making massive inputs into Russia's industrial base, as is North Korea, by the way, another Indo-Pacific country. And Russia, I am quite confident, is taking steps that benefit China as well. You know, we read reports about Russian training of Chinese air assault forces, of Russian help with technology for quieting submarines, which, you know, could narrow the gap in what is a major strategic advantage for the United States in the Indo-Pacific. So the other side is doing this, and again, I think leaving that capability and that globalized effect on the sidelines, not helpful. Where is this going? I mean, by all observations, at least, it looks like this is headed towards some kind of a deal. And I don't think, by the way, inherently a deal between the United States and China is a bad thing. I think there will be a big sigh of relief among many global economic actors if that is actually what happens. But what that deal looks like really does matter. And I am not sure that this administration is prioritizing the things, at least I would prioritize, and I think other countries in the world would prioritize in terms of what we should extract from China in a deal. Yes, it's a good thing if the TikTok asset in the United States is divested by China, and that algorithm is under control of Americans. Would I put that at the very top of the list of structural issues in the U.S.-China relationship? I wouldn't. It does seem like that has been a priority. And I worry that there are a number of other steps like that that could generate very positive headlines. Buying a bunch of Boeing aircraft, buying a bunch of agricultural products, allowing the deal that's been in place for some time but was paused for an American financial firm to buy the Hutchison port assets in Panama, that I think the United States would find very appealing, but that would not go to addressing the underlying issues. And if China, in return for steps like that, extracts security concessions from the United States, on Taiwan, extracts concessions on export controls, on sensitive technologies, I worry there will be a real strategic imbalance in this deal. So I'm not against a deal. I do think that's where things are headed, but we should watch the terms very carefully.
There was an article in Wall Street Journal yesterday, which I didn't read because it was behind the paywall and I couldn't access it from here, but the title was that Xi Jinping is trying to extract concessions from Trump exactly on Taiwan. And so, you know, say just hypothetically, I mean, it's, you know, there's different takes, but if the Western Hemisphere is prioritized, again, Georgette, to your question, our work has really been very intensely for 3 years with sort of defense strategists and staffers, etc., who ended up in the administration. In Pentagon, in Vice President's office, in Director of National Intelligence, State Department. So most of our, if you want, workshop participants for 2 years, and the things that we've been discussing are now occupying relatively high-level positions, but of course they need to adjust to what President Trump decides, and as we've seen, no one really sort of defines policy until he says what he wants.
It's the President of the United States prerogative.
But, you know, you'd sort of think this administration is ideologically more cohesive on sort of the need for restraint, the need to sort of not be the policeman of the world, and that was President Trump's electoral message as well, than was his first-term administration. I mean, he's left many, you know, Mike Pompeo didn't make it back, and...
I'm not quite sure I'm following your point.
So my point is that the foreign policy sort of camps in Trump's cabinet that are sort of in Pentagon and around Vice President and so on would like to see greater focus on either Indo-Pacific or Homeland Security, having Europeans carry the burden. And, you know, if it was up to them, probably would have implemented a bit more radical measures than we are seeing right now from the European perspective. And I guess my question was, in fact, going to David and Catherine, if we assume that not even sort of shift to Indo-Pacific and deterring China in Taiwan is the sort of key strategic objective of Trump administration, or that there's certain concessions being made on strategic industrial policy, European policy has for a long time been sort of a function of what US did, right? And we were always sort of trying to align and close the gap. What should European strategy on China look like, specifically also regarding this China-Russia connection on Ukraine and dual-use technology? David, do you want to start? And then we can go to Catherine. Thanks.
Yeah, we Europeans, we shouldn't need the US to realize we have a challenge with China. I mean, if the US wasn't there, we'd still have a challenge with China. And then it's up to us to define how we manage this challenge. I think for all the rhetoric, which is sometimes heated these days when it comes to China, we are still pretty much on this partner, confront, rival, you know, triptych that we have, that the US had. You don't deal with a challenge like China the way we dealt collectively with the challenge from the Soviet Union. Soviet Union, I think the trade between the US and the Soviet Union was $1 billion a year. China is 600 or so, and even more for EU. So it's, what makes it a challenge is that it ranges across a very, very wide spectrum from military, an area in which I don't think Europeans have a lot to bring to the table, if I'm honest. Maybe my country has a little bit to bring with a few others, but collectively we don't have a lot to bring, which is why I get the point that NATO doesn't have that much to do, at least when it comes to a military discussion about the Indo-Pacific, in our view. But it's much more than that. It's a scientific challenge, it's an economic trade challenge, intelligence, and so on. And so for us, I think most of the tools that we need to develop collectively to address this challenge as Europeans, they're actually in the European Union. And if we are to have a serious transatlantic discussion about how to address together the China threat, I think that takes us more to another part of town in Brussels than the one I'm sitting in. There is some interesting work to be done at NATO when it comes to China's support to Russia or China's direct actions towards our part of the world. But I think if we're looking for European leverage, that needs to be a discussion between the US and the EU. But for the Europeans, it means that they need to define very clearly their own interests when it comes to China. And we've been pushing this agenda quite strongly within the EU.
Catherine, last one to you, and then we'll open up for Q&A. What are our interests, and what is that leverage that we can use?
So when I think about the relationship with China, two thoughts come into my mind. The first is, when I was High Representative, I would often put China on the agenda for our long days of debate. And almost invariably, one or two member states would say, no, let's not do that. And the reason was a combination of people finding it challenging to work out what a common approach to China would be across a continent, especially against a backdrop where individual nations were trying to develop their own economic links with China during particularly the financial crisis of 2008 and the aftermath. So it was a very difficult thing to do, and I would argue probably remains the case. For China, what they see is the impossibility of understanding what this European approach is when they find individual countries change their mind or give a different take on what that might look like. And I take my own country as a European country, the UK, where I say quite often that we went from golden age to ice age with China in about 10 years. And so it's not surprising, A, that China has not got a common approach to Europe, but also that Europe hasn't got a common approach to China. And so I would argue that one of the things that needs to happen is getting that common approach, because without it, there is no leverage, really. And it's also about meeting of minds between Europe and the United States, not just simply following the United States. Geographically, politically, strategically, our relationship with China is not quite the same. And therefore, if we're going to have serious conversations with the United States about how we collaborate, it should be from a position of knowing what our own positions really are. And that's, I think, lacking still. When it comes to, can I just finish on Russia? When it comes to the situation in Ukraine, I can only cite what I've said many times before, that when I was doing the Iran negotiations, I worked with the Chinese and the Russians, and Europeans and Americans, of course, in the context of the Iran negotiations for nearly 5 years, and spent huge amounts of time with everyone, some of it more enjoyable than others. But I learned one thing, which is that Russia and China were not the same, and they were not always on the same page, and the relationship is not joined together on everything. And so we need to kind of exploit that in the sense that we should be looking for difference, and we should be looking for where we can, in a sense, drive the wedge and move one away from the other, because I think that's going to be important for the future.
Thank you. So we'll open for questions because we have about 9 minutes left, and Catherine has to leave sharp to the airport. I see one hand there in the background, and the gentleman in the first row here. So let's take these two first.
Hello. Volodymyr Dubovik was Odessa University, Ukraine, and also senior fellow at the CEPA, Center for European Policy Analysis. I have one question for John Feiner, one question for Georgette Mosbacher. John, for your question is, in retrospect, do you think that your administration that you worked for, the previous administration, Biden administration, has done a successful work in dealing with escalation fears on the part of Russia in the last 3.5 years? Because it might not come a big surprise to you that many Ukrainians have doubts about that, but what do you see when you're looking back at how you dealt with this escalation fears, on Russia's part? For Ambassador Mosbacher, as someone who has been an ambassador here and very committed to US-Polish relations, do you feel that the US should probably do something more today, more steps to alleviate security concerns and fears that Poland now has with regard to drones flying over, or maybe situation in the Baltic Sea, things like that? Do you think that US should actually assist? It's one of the most loyal and committed allies in the region, Poland. Thank you.
Super. Let's start with that one, and then we'll go to John.
Okay. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, there was an incursion, or you thought there was going to be an incursion, and you scrambled NATO's jets and Polish jets. I'm not sure you're aware that we had 6 refueling planes in the air over Poland that day. That could have, over 100 planes we could have quickly had it really been an attack. So if that isn't a testament to the fact that the U.S. is committed to Poland's security, I don't know a better example, and that happened 3 days ago, I believe. So these are exercises that we are participating in that are important for the operability. And I would say that you will continue to see that and more of these kind of exercises of working together, the NATO allies, to strengthen that interoperability.
John? First of all, thank you for the question. You'll not be surprised. It's not the first time I've been asked this. And I'll give you as candid an answer as I can. I'm not one of these people who leaves government and decides to spend the rest of my life talking about how perfect everything was when we were there. So you won't get that exact answer from me. And I am confident that this is going to be a subject that will be both studied and debated very intensively for a very long time. But I will say a few things. One is, if you had told me in early February of 2022 that sitting here today, you know, late 2025, the war would still be going on in Ukraine, that Russia would have suffered more than 1 million casualties, that the war would almost entirely still be fought in the eastern, call it 20%, at least on the ground, of the territory of Ukraine, that Russia would not have used weapons of mass destruction, and that Russia would not have attacked NATO and drawn NATO into a direct conflict. Given the assessments that we were getting at that early stage, I would have taken that deal. And I think most people who are analyzing the situation dispassionately would take that deal. That does not mean we did everything perfect. But I'll say a couple of other things just because you asked. Most of what we were asked to do, okay, provide F-16s sooner, provide tanks sooner, provide ATACMS sooner, involved getting Ukraine different weapons systems at an earlier date. I think those were all reasonable and legitimate requests. And by the way, we granted every single one of those requests, maybe not in the first moment that it was made, but eventually. But the reality is, at least as I assess it, the things that we did that were more significant than any of those things that were being demanded from the outside, massive surge of artillery into Ukraine, where we literally bought up every artillery shell that existed everywhere in the world, including our own stocks, and then looked for ways to shift Ukraine from 152 to 155 and ramp up production. That kept Ukraine in the war. Air defense. Where at nobody's request, we just decided to tell the rest of the world, all other purchasers of U.S. air defense equipment, that you were moving to the back of the line and Ukraine was moving to the front because their need was severe. And by the way, if you were ever in a situation like they were in, we would do the same thing for you. Seeding Ukraine's industrial base so that, and by the way, we did not envision this, but so that they would be able to develop a capability in unmanned systems that is basically now replacing artillery and replacing long-range strike on the battlefield through the sheer force of their innovation out of necessity and creativity. By the way, Ukraine gets all the credit for the outcomes I described and for being able to take advantage of these things. But these were things our administration decided to do, not because people on panels like this were telling us that's what we had to do. We did a lot of those things. I think the things that we chose to do ultimately were more consequential, but others will decide. As I said, this is going to get studied for a long time.
We have 3 minutes left. The gentleman in the front had one question. Please keep it to 20 seconds if possible, if you want to get an answer.
Sure, thank you very much. I'm from New England, and we talk fast, so that should not be a problem. Trevelyan Wing from Cambridge University, where I'm a fellow. I have a quick question. I guess here the pivot to Asia, the Asia-Pacific region, of course, predates Trump. The concerns about European countries not paying enough for their defense predates Trump, as both ambassadors indeed quite rightly pointed out. And as an American, I'm very aware of sentiments back home on this front too. To what extent then, when it comes to security and defense policy, strictly speaking, is a perceived crisis of the transatlantic relationship, when it comes to confidence on this side of the pond, one of tonality and linguistics? Thank you.
Would you like anyone in particular to answer your question? I actually don't.
Okay, thank you. It's a good question. And I understand optics, and we deal with misinformation and disinformation that the Russians do much better than we do, I might add. But I do think that it may have been blown out of proportion. You make the point that President Trump's style is a very confrontational style. That's how he sees provoking to get something done. I know from my own style is to be direct and frank, and some people in this room had to deal with that and put up with that when I was here. But that was my style, to get results. And so I do think there is, some of this is about the perception and about how I think I said earlier, putting a mirror up to yourself and saying, having someone else put the mirror up to yourself. And that's uncomfortable. But while I have the mic for one more second, I'd like to make a point about the previous administration. I personally believe that the mistake was made that it was an incremental war. I think you did a good job in it being incremental. But I don't think that's the way you win a war. I think it's how a war goes on and on. If we'd given them everything they needed in the beginning, but you doled it out little by little, and I'm not saying we're doing a better job. It's not what I'm saying at all right? But I do think that something we could have learned, we all should learn from this, is that you have to go in to win. And you have to say, we've lost that. Saying, you know, I'm going to win. I'm going into this fight to win it. And I will do everything I have to do to win it. And I think that that's the mistake that was made here. And now we're almost 4 years into this, that making an incremental war is a war that continues to go on. And I'm not saying we're not doing the same thing. That's not what I'm saying.
That's a perfect way to end this, and we're over the time. Please join me in thanking the panelists. And many thanks to the organizers.
Good afternoon. Julia Navalnaya, honestly, thank you very, very much for accepting this conversation. And I'm not just being polite. Thank you so much. On February 16, 2024, I was in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, and the news of the death of your husband came as a very deep shock to everybody at the conference, and I guess some of you were there too, so you will remember that day, and you were there. And a few hours later, you took the stage and you spoke and you explained that the Putin regime was responsible for the death of Alexei Navalny. Now, since then, you have come out recently to announce that tests conducted by 2 laboratories on biological samples obtained from your husband proved that he was poisoned. And I would like to ask you, why do you think he was killed on that day? Was there a timing issue? Why was this date chosen? What is your explanation for that?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me, and thank you for your kind words, first of all, about me and Alexei, and about your support. Of course, it was very difficult, the most difficult day in my life, and we promised that we'll do everything to understand what happened. We are working, and our investigating team, which is very strong, is working on this. Of course, it's not the same like it was in 2020, when we had a lot of results and we were able to save Alexei from this poisoning. Now it happened in prison. That's why, of course, everything was much more. Everything is going much more complicated. That's why they sentenced him in prison. That's why they moved him to such far from Moscow prison. Now we understand it probably much better. And speaking about this video, which I published last week, it was mostly about we wanted to show people that we are continuing to investigate. Despite it's very difficult, as I said, I wanted to show how he lived in prison. Mm-hmm. I wanted to show how was the last Alexei's day in prison, and I think it's very important to show people in what conditions he was, that he had nothing, really nothing in prison, and it's sometimes it's very difficult to understand, even in free world, even here in Europe, that people are just spending years in a small cell. Really small cell. They are not allowed to lie during the day on the bed. They are not allowed to do anything. There is just one book which he had. There were no possibilities to write all the day, just half an hour, and he managed to do even these conditions a lot. And you probably, a lot of you saw some kind of videos from the court where he was like, he all the time was funny, supported all people around, and that's the person whom my husband was. And I think it meant a lot for the supporters. So that's why I published this video. That's why I wanted to show and to tell about this day. I wanted to show pictures which we got, and it wasn't easy. I know that there are some results from laboratories, and I don't think that it's time to speak about countries, and I very hope that they will come by themselves. That video was a kind of call to action to them, and I think that all the world needs to know the truth. I think all the world needs to know that I think you all know here that Vladimir Putin is war crime, that he is a kind of mafia boss, but still to show people all around the world every day that he goes further and further and further, and he will never stop, and we must be united against him in this fight. It's very important.
Mm-hmm. talking about prison, Vladimir Karamurza, who was released, says that there are more than 3,000 political prisoners in Russia, which is more than in the Brezhnev era. And yesterday, Mikhail Khodorkovsky said that this war was going to last for 10 years. Of course, nobody knows, but it's a possibility. So how do you express dissent today in Russia? How do you resist? I mean, we know, according to polls, that the majority of Russians support this war, but there's still a sizable minority which apparently doesn't. So how do you, first, how do you assess the state of the public opinion in Russia, if you can? And also, how can you tell us what is the way to express dissent, to resist in such conditions? You know, if how do you have a voice if you don't want to go to jail? And how is the legacy of your husband's work? How can it continue? How can it be? How can you carry out this work? Many of your friends have gone to jail since you've left, and so how do you view this situation?
What a long, big questions.
Yeah.
This one question, a lot of questions. Let's start from political prisoners. And you're absolutely right. The amount of political prisoners in Russia is rising every day. And that's why it's almost, I don't think that we even could count the exact amount of these people. Because before, they were almost just political activists. So they were in a kind of this, political activist community, and we knew about these people. But now there are a lot of people in prison just for saying the words or for the likes in social media. So they never were like a real political activists, and they are just in prison. And sometimes we even don't know if their relatives or their lawyers, and they mostly don't have lawyers, come to us, come to, people who are much more involved in these political processes. That's why I don't think that we even able to count the amount of these people. And for sure, the amount of these people is rising.
Including teenagers. Yeah.
Absolutely. Including teenagers, old people. It's Vladimir Putin. It's Putin's regime, absolutely like normal, standard dictatorship. They don't care about people's life. They don't care about anything like human. And I'm sure that the amount of these people will be rising because when you start once, dictator starts once, he will never stop. That's why inside Russia, of course, it's almost not possible to be vocal, to be loud against this regime, because people are just afraid. They understand that they could be in prison. And you say about majority which supports Putin. Actually, nobody knows how we can count these figures, how we can fund these figures. We can rely, if we rely on a kind of percentage in elections or percentage in government surveys, I don't think they are reliable, because Vladimir Putin, their regime, they are lying all the time. How can we rely on these results? And everybody, I hope everybody in this hall understands, when President got 85% in presidential elections, that's not true. Of course, it's not true. Probably some people, not some, probably more than 50% support, but it's not, about 85%.
So, there is opposition, there is resistance in exile, right? Like what you are doing. Now, is there such a thing as, this is a shorter question, is there such a thing as the Russian opposition in exile. How can you act in exile?
I will tell you on example of our organization, Anti-Corruption Foundation, which was established more than 10 years by my husband. We were moved to live in exile in 2021 because we were called extremists, and our political organization is doing almost the same that we did inside Russia. We are very strong on YouTube. We have 3 YouTube channels, one of them 6 million and 2 of them each of 3 million, and we are doing just political content. It's not...
Yeah, talking about YouTube, so I understand that it's very difficult now to go to social networks, so people use VPN. This hasn't affected your audience?
Well, it's affected on us, first of all, because, of course, being a Russian organization now, much more complicated to communicate with YouTube and so on. But still, yes, you're right, that just since the last year, they started to slow down YouTube, but it's still possible to get access. And, you know, people under dictatorship are studying very fast. So when they realized it's not possible to get the access to the programs, to the YouTube channels, which they usually watch, so they started just to use VPNs. And personal example, even, of course, my mom is now using VPN, and when I call to her, she's saying like, let me switch to one VPN to another. It's how it works. Then more pressure, then more restrictions, then more people are trying to reach independent information, and probably it's a good sign.
We've touched this issue of exile, and your husband went back to Russia because he wanted to have a voice there, and he felt that he could only have a political role if he was there, and he didn't want to live in exile. Exile is an experience which, fortunately, in this part of Europe, we have not known for some time, but it's quite familiar to Russians, to Belarusians, people from Belarus or from other areas now of the post-Soviet bloc. Can you tell us how, I mean, is this something which is tough for you and for your friends? I mean, how do you adjust to this life in exile, and how do you think you can still be effective? You've talked about these YouTube channels, but I mean, how do you try to regroup in exile? We know that there are many difficulties in getting a unified position among Russian exiles. How is this a challenge for you in your work?
A lot of questions. In one question, we started from living in exile and came to Russian opposition. First of all, living in exile, of course, very hard for everyone. It doesn't matter what nationality you have. Starting from the documents, continuing just to start the new life. And it's actually a very good question if to go to another direction. It's a very good question that people are forced to live in exile now. But for me personally, like Russian politician, it's very important to force them and to ask them and to persuade them one moment to come back one day. That's why I'm doing a forum, and we discuss the current situation and future of Russia, and I try to work a lot with young generation, with students who are now in exile and who they are very keen about how to help and about all these issues around Russia, and I hope to persuade them and to keep the contact with them, because to persuade them to come back one day, because it's very important. These people in exile, they are very educated. They were able to find the strengths and power to start the new life abroad. They find the strengths. That's why, of course, they one day building the new democratic Russia, they will be the right people to connect with. And it's very important, I think, to work with them, to support them, to, you know, have round tables, to have such talks, and to be in contact.
Do you think you will go back to Russia one day?
Me? I'm sure. If I wouldn't be sure, I wouldn't be sitting here. It's really very personal thing for me. I never wanted to live in exile. I knew everything, and I support everything my husband did. And I think that, I don't think Russia is my country. Moscow is my city where I was born and where my children were born. And I'm absolutely sure that if I don't believe that one day I go back, there's no sense to be here, to participate in these conferences, to continue the fight, to bring the voice of silent Russians now on the world arena. So it's very important for me, and I'm doing all this to go by myself one day back and to help other people to go to their own country one day back. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, there are other people who live not in their country. It's Ukrainians. Millions of Ukrainians are displaced, but we prefer to talk about them as refugees, because when the war ends, they will hopefully go back to their country, and Russia is in a different situation. You published an article in The Economist recently about, last week, I guess, yeah, about the West strategy or lack of strategy towards Russia. And I would like to ask you a couple of things about this. You said that the West was naive at the beginning when Putin arrived, because and even earlier than that, because we thought that democracy would come easily to that part of the world and so on. Are we still being naive? That's one question. And second question, do we have a strategy? Does Europe have a strategy? Third question, does the United States have a strategy towards Russia? And do you understand it?
I don't want, to be the person to give a lot of advice and to blame anyone, but of course, in 2014, for example, all these sanctions against annexion of after annexion of Crimea were naive. West did nothing.
The West didn't react
at all.
Yeah.
That's at that point, Putin just realized that he can do whatever he wants. And even still now, I think that it was very good strategy to isolate him since the beginning of war. Putin wasn't invited to any conferences. People just stopped, and politicians just stopped talking with him. And I think that it worried him a lot to be isolated. And I think that people inside the country were exhausted of this situation. And now I can see this year, it looks like it's normalization. I would call it normalization of war, because war is continuing. But at one moment, I can see news that there is Russian delegation is participating in a kind of conference in Switzerland. President Trump is welcoming Putin in Alaska. And I understand there is the must that there should be negotiations, how to deal in other way to stop the war. But from the other side, President Trump is absolutely is chosen the president of the United States on a normal elections. He's like real president, and I hope everyone here trusts to democratic elections in the United States. But Putin coming to elections in Russia, who is he? Nobody understands. He is called president, but he never participated in any real elections. He never participated in normal campaign before these elections. He never participated in any debates. He never allowed any politicians like my husband was, very strong politician who opposed him to participate in these elections, and to welcome him and showing him that they are equal. I think that Putin is just enjoying the situation, that he is again on a world arena. His people and politicians are kind of welcoming them, and even not Putin, but some people from his team are welcoming in Europe. They are allowed to participate in some kind of international conference, really. After they were 3 years of war. Still, there are some thoughts that we can negotiate with these people like they are not war criminals, but they are normal politicians who represent Russia. But of course, they are not normal politicians. They don't represent Russia. They don't represent a lot of people inside Russia. They don't represent us. And it's very important to show Putin that you all understand that he is not one politician. Now he's in power, but that's how democracy should work. There should be other elections, and he will lose in these elections, but it's not his case. I'm speaking in general, but in his case, he is war crime. He is one of the, if not the most corrupted politician in the world, and he should spend the rest of his life in prison for all he did.
But so he's a war criminal indicted by the International Criminal Court, but yet the President of the United States, as you pointed out, invites him to talk. Now, when I was asking your opinion about whether the United States has a strategy towards Russia, General Kellogg this morning said, you have to talk to your adversaries. And this is something we hear more and more. Some European leaders did try to talk to Putin before the full-scale invasion, and it didn't lead anywhere, right? But again, this question arises, and as General Kellogg put it this morning, if you don't talk to your adversaries, you know, it's very difficult to try to find a solution. Do you see, how do you respond to this? I mean, we do talk, should we talk only to people like you and human rights organizations, and or are there people in this regime that
you probably need to talk with us more? But I think that the time when we discuss if we need to speak with Putin or not is finished. The main thing which we and you must do to put the maximum pressure on Putin. With other things, they no, I don't support any economic sanctions. I don't think they work against all the Russia, because I think that Putin is using these sanctions for propaganda reasons, coming to people and explaining them that all the world is against them and it just unites Russian people and Putin. I think that they should be very strong, much stronger than now. The personal sanctions against Putin's inner circle, against there are still few sanctions. We know that that Putin and his inner circle are very corrupted. They are a lot of them are billionaires. They have a lot of assets, they have property abroad, and to use this property to seize this property, to do a lot of things, to raise personal sanctions, to remember about these people who are trying even to escape, but now, after the war is continuing for 3 years from this, it's important. This Putin who are helping Putin to keep economy, to keep military things, to keep everything. Now in 2025, these people are war criminals as well. And I like this example. Just remember that we have not just a president, we also have prime minister. And it's very important, as you know, here in Europe position. Nobody remembers about Mr. Mishustin. And he says nothing about war. He says nothing, he appears not very often everywhere on TV and so on. But he is the main person. He is the main person, and of course it's very important. He is just one example. There are a lot of such people like ministers and so on who are helping, and of course Putin's friends, oligarchs and so on, who are helping to keep the economy, to keep a lot of things around Putin going on. And of course all these people are responsible and must not be forgotten.
We have very little time, just a few seconds, so I will ask you a last question, a simple one. When you go back to Russia, will you run for election?
Oh, come on, we'll see when I go to Russia, then we'll see what political situation is, but I want to change a lot in Russia. I absolutely sure that Russia should be a normal democratic country, and I'll do my best to bring Russia to European community to make a lot of democratic changes, and it's very important to do it.
Julia Navalnaya, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to moderate this concluding panel of the Warsaw Security Forum with a star-studded cast here. We are waiting on one of our panelists who will join us shortly. but we've got Bill Browder, who is the head of the Global Magnitsky for Justice campaign, the architect of the U.S. Magnitsky Act. We have Zhana Nemtsova, who is the head of the Boris Nemtsov Foundation for Freedom. We have, of course, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, the former Prime Minister of Ukraine and the head of the Kyiv Security Forum, and fashionably late, Toomas Ilves, the former president of Estonia from 2006 to 2016, if I have my dates correct. So the title of the panel is, of course, Reset with Russia. It feels like we've watched this movie so many times before, Bill. What is it about either Russia's leadership or about American presidents that they feel compelled with every new administration to launch a reset that always results in disappointment, increasing repression in Russia, and more hostility between the West and Russia as a result? And yet they keep coming back to this. What is the cause of this repeating itself time and time again?
Yeah, it really is very frustrating. When I put my book out, Red Notice, one of the people who read it was George W. Bush, and he invited me to lunch at the Bush Library. And I said to him, what was this about looking into Putin's eyes and seeing his soul? And he said, yeah, that was the first meeting. The next 20 were absolutely terrible. He's a monster. And then, of course, Obama had the Russian reset with the red button, and then, of course, we all know how that went. I think what happens is these American presidents show up. Becoming the American president is a pretty tough thing to do. It's not an easy task, and I think that these guys are so full of themselves when they become president. They think, I just became the president of the United States. I'm the most powerful man in the world. I'm so good. I'm so special that my personal charisma is going to win the day with Vladimir Putin. And they show up and they do this. And Putin just sits there and smiles, and he thinks, okay, I've got between 6 and 9 months of free reign to do whatever I want while they're resetting. And of course and then it all never works out. Trump wanted to, he had a good relationship with Putin. He's such a great guy. Everything was going to be great with Putin. He was going to end the war in 24 hours, and of course that didn't happen. And it's nothing to do with the Russians. I mean, they'll take advantage of every opportunity they have. This is just pure, sort of arrogance on the part of the most powerful man in the free world who become the U.S. president.
President Ilves, you want to come in on this?
I don't think you should be so America-centric. I mean, let's take a whole list of names. Kohl, Chirac, Sarkozy, Merkel, Schröder, of all people. I mean, it seems that everybody wants to get into the game of being the one who has, well, I forgot, of course, Sarkozy and Scholz, who the latter even gave a name, Scholzing, to the idea of constantly talking to Putin in the middle of a brutal invasion. No, I think it is, it's not just America, and it's not just since 2014. I think it is this a combination of two things. I mean, one is ego, thinking I'll be the one that solves this problem. And secondly, I think it's greed. I mean, the notion of Russia as El Dorado is something that we saw already in 1990 when Strauss, the U.S. ambassador, said, I wish I were a young man. I'd come here and get very rich. He was already rich, but anyway, so that's one problem. And then the other part is ego, that I'm going to solve this problem that other people have not. And then, of course, you have the mixture. In the case of Schröder, who I once coined a term, Schröderization, which is sort of basically using office to enrich yourself. I guess we see that a lot more these days in some countries, but I won't mention which. Nonetheless, I think and plus there's this third factor of this kind of romanticized idea of Russia based on, I mean, admittedly great literature from the 19th century. Unfortunately, Russia hasn't been there since the 19th century in terms of, this romanticized idea of the soul. Not much soul since 1917, I would say.
Yeah, so hubris and also obfuscation of the facts. Okay, I want to turn now to Russia's war against Ukraine. The Israeli philosopher Yuval Harari had a good piece in the FT recently where he wrote, in 2025, the weakest link in Ukraine's defenses still lies in the minds of its Western friends. It seems like the West, Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, is constantly self-deterring, whether it comes to crippling sanctions, whether it comes to going after Russia's oil revenues, when it comes to mobilizing the frozen assets, or when it comes to providing Ukraine with high-end capabilities. Those have come, but they've come late. Why is it, or what more accurately are Western leaders afraid of? Are they afraid that Ukraine might not succeed, or are they actually afraid that Ukraine might succeed?
Well, Mike, you're a seasoned politician, so you've asked me and actually provided the answer. So there is no reason for me to provide any kind of additional explanation. As this is the wrap-up session, so first of all, I want to commend Kasia. Kasia, you've done a tremendous job with this unbelievable, amazing forum, and you deserve applauses. Then I am just wondering, Mike, why don't you ask me about the US presidents? Because, look, I had the privilege to work with 4 presidents of the United States, and I hope that they had the same privilege to work with me. And here is the thing, I still expect to work with President Trump, but he's busy as far as I understand. And the thing is that I met a number of times face-to-face both Putin and his close entourage. And there is a deep misunderstanding and very deep misreading of designated war criminal Putin. Every single US president expected, and even President Trump, that Putin will play by the rules. Putin is always playing with the rules. So this kind of deep misunderstanding about the logics of this KGB operative, and look, he's very good in reading the people. He's very good. He knows psychology, as every single KGB agent, KGB operative, so he can actually very sophisticatedly talk to you, entice you. And these kind of things has driven a number of global leaders, and Mr. President, you are absolutely right. Americans are not the only one who expected that Russia will be the part of some kind of free world. Never. Answering your second question, look, we have everything. Look at the free world. We got cutting-edge technologies, the strongest military in the world, huge human resources, pile of cash, different, starting with the dollars and ending with the euros, cutting-edge technologies. The only thing we miss is guts and strong political will. Ukrainians have been fighting against armed-to-the-teeth Russia, not for 3.5 years, for 11 years. And Russians didn't manage to take over Ukraine. So we have very resilient Ukrainian nation. And what is needed right now? Less summits, less different types of coalition, and very strong, bold actions. Going back to Putin, this is the only language that Putin understands. Strong action, strong response, and actually strength. And we can do it. We can do it.
But is there, just to follow up on this, but is there some sort of fear of what sometimes Americans call catastrophic success? Is there this notion that if Ukraine wins this war, that something is going to happen either inside Russia, or I don't know, Russia may use a nuclear weapon, or some other scenario that causes Western leaders to hold back? Or is it just simply they don't want to go after, I mean, you've talked about this, Bill, in terms of oil revenues, that they don't want to go after it because it's too comfortable to continue to consume Russian oil and gas. Is it more that, or is there some fear actually of winning?
Well, the main fear is fear itself. That's what Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, right? And it still exists. But look at the history. Russia has failed in a number of wars. Russo-Japan War, Crimean War, First Chechen War in Chechnya, Afghanistan War, and war against Ukraine. So we don't have to fear, we have to act once again. Whether Putin will saber rattle with the nukes, yes, he will. But whether he is ready to use these nukes, no, he don't. Because we have plenty of those even who support Russia, but they don't support Putin's decision or contemplation of Putin to use nukes. So once again, we are strong enough to win this war. We have everything on the table. But political will and guts are needed.
Thank you. Zhana, I want to ask you about Russian patriots. I mean, arguably, those Russian patriots who believed in democracy, a lot of them have either gone to jail or been killed, right? There's a different type in Russia. They call themselves patriots. They go and they fight in Ukraine. They're not actually doing a service for their country, but they call themselves patriots and they believe themselves to be. My question for you is, when this war is over, which of these types of Russian patriots are going to win out within Russian society? Is it going to be the liberals who believe in democracy, who we know from interactions with people like your father in Moscow and St. Petersburg, or is it going to be this other segment of the population, which is, by all accounts, pretty numerous, who believe in continuing an imperialistic war against a neighbor for no reason? How do you see the future?
Great question, very easy to answer. Well, I just want to comment on your first question, if I may. It's about reset. I think that one big difference between Russia and Western countries is that Russia hasn't seen any change of leadership for the past 25 years. And in Western nations, there is this constant change of leadership, and every new leader is, you rightly say, they want to reset their relations with Russia. And Putin uses this because he reads the people well, and he's trying to explain something to those new leaders, and they're buying this. And I understand the reasons, apart from probably they're vainglorious and they want to tackle this issue. So there are other things. Russia is a big country. It has abundant resources, and it's costly and risky to be at odds with Russia. And it's very difficult to explain to voters, because voters matters in the West, why we are at odds with Russia if we are not at war with Russia, at the hot phase of the war with Russia. So I think these are the reasons which Western leaders have when they try to launch a reset with Russia. On your question, to be honest, nobody knows. I know that there is one school of thought that after the fall of Putin regime, there will be a transition to democracy. I'm not sure about it. I think that chances are high that it's going to be a transition from one form of autocracy to another form of autocracy. However, I think some decisions that can be made today may play an important role. What I'm talking about is about strengthening the pro-democracy community broadly. I'm not speaking about civil activists, journalists, political leaders. I'm speaking about a big community, many people who left Russia after 2022. I don't know the exact estimate. Might be up to 1 million people, and they left because of the disagreement with the war and because they didn't want to fight in Ukraine. And this community in the European Union, by definition, is toxic. If you're a holder of a Russian passport, you're toxic. And I think this community has been overlooked. And I'm talking too much, but it's going to be probably my one statement. Because you have already raised the question of immobilized assets in the European Union. And there is a big discussion around how to seize them and to send them to Ukraine. And we have heard the recent statement of the Prime Minister of Belgium, who opposes the idea to replace those assets with zero-coupon euro bonds, because he thinks it may shake their confidence in European markets and may trigger withdrawal.
And most of those bonds are located in
Euroclear, Belgium, yeah, everybody knows it. But yeah, it may trigger withdrawal of other sovereign funds controlled by non-democratic states from Europe, and I think it is a significant risk. But we do not speak about the composition of frozen assets, because a large share of those assets belong to non-sanctioned individuals, because their assets were mobilized because of the sanctioning of key elements of the Russian financial infrastructure, including Russian national depository banks and stock exchanges. And in Russia, many people, more than 3 million people, actually own foreign stocks and bonds because they believed in the European Union much more than they believed in Putin's regime. So, and now these assets are immobilized, so there is no access. And I think that we should talk about it, and and I have some solutions. We should find a solution that can include the interests of Ukraine, and I know this solution.
Okay. President Ilves, you want to come in on this? Are these assets fair game?
Absolutely. Look, I pay much higher taxes because my country has had to raise its defense expenditure to 4.5%. Road projects in my country have ended because we have to raise our defense expenditures. That's my country. That's in every country almost in Europe. We have to pay more. What do we get out of this? So, I mean, everybody's going to lose money on this. It's too bad. Sorry. If you have money, your money is going to go. Well, my money is gone. Every Estonian's money is gone. Every German's money is gone. It's gone to spend money on things we didn't need to spend on only because of Russian aggression. So it's everyone's paying. We all pay for it.
And we're not going to face a Weimar Russia, because arguably we are already facing that phenomenon inside Russia, right? So that the fear that we're going to create some sort of retributive instinct within Russian society.
We're far beyond Weimar. We're far beyond Weimar in Russia.
Yeah. Bill, I want to come to you on, I sort of teased out a little bit something that I've heard you talk about before, which is not the frozen assets, but the energy revenues. So this is a critical pillar of the Russian economy, about which few people know as much as you. And this is something that is well within the means of Western governments to curtail these energy revenues, right? So can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And in fact, that's my main message here at the Warsaw Security Forum, is that everybody always says, why are sanctions not working on Putin? Why is he continuing? Why is the Russian economy doing well? Why is he continuing to be so self-confident about this war? And the answer is because there's one enormous elephant in the room, which is oil. So Russia sells crude oil to the world between $200 and $300 billion a year. It's an enormous amount of money. And Russia uses that $200 or $300 billion a year to execute its war in Ukraine. And and by the way, as long as he has that flow of money, he will continue to fight that war in Ukraine. And so we need to come up with a way of him not having that money. Otherwise, there's no chance that he's going to back down. I don't believe in any of this ceasefire talk. I don't believe that Vladimir Putin in any way can cease fire because his own survival depends on being at war. If he wasn't at war, he wouldn't be in power, and if he wasn't in power, he wouldn't survive. And so he's going to carry on as long as he can, and the only way to make him stop carrying on is to take away his money. And so how do we stop this oil money from going to him? And it's the most elegant, simple, surgical solution. We've studied it, and there are 7 oil refineries in the world that buy all the Russian oil. 2 of them are in China, 4 of them are in India, and 1 of them is in Turkey. And so my proposal, and I've been marketing this to all members of parliament who I come around seeing in the last couple days, is we come up with a policy which is the EU, US, UK, Canada, Japan. And the policy is that, and we don't mention a country, or we don't mention a business. We say, you have 6 weeks from now to stop buying Russian oil. Any oil refinery that buys Russian oil after 6 weeks from now will be cut off from doing business with the rest of the world. You can't buy software, you can't buy new equipment, you can't bank, you can't have customers. And you have a choice. You can either do business with Russia and get your cheap oil and then cut off the rest of the world, be cut off from the rest of the world, or you can do business with the rest of the world and get your oil from Saudi Arabia or Venezuela or one of those other countries. If we were to put that in place, sure, some of this oil would still find a home, but it would find a home at a 75% discount to the current market price. And then Putin wouldn't get his $200 to $300 billion a year, and in 6 to 12 months, Putin would be begging for a ceasefire.
And this is something that can be done by G7 countries together.
And this is something that can be done next week. And by the way, and this is not, there's no inconsistency between US and EU. Donald Trump has been talking about this in a much more crude format. But this is a way you don't have to blow up trade relations between the EU and China. You just go after these specific refineries, and that solves the problem.
Great. Do you want to come in on this, Prime Minister?
Yep. Look at the numbers. In the last 5 years, Russia's revenues, I mean budgetary revenues from hydrocarbons, are practically flat, even despite the fact that severe sanctions have been imposed. So Russia gains around $130 billion per year as a budget revenues, and overall sale is more than $300 billion per year. So $130 billion, this is the exact number that Russia spends as a military expenditures in its efforts to try to conquer Ukraine. On the flip side, Russians say that sanctions are ineffective. That's not true. Look, Russians have lost completely the primary market of hydrocarbons in the European Union. Europeans managed to decrease the dependence on Russian oil by 80%. It was a staggering number a few years ago. You're absolutely right saying that there is a kind of silver bullet how to fix this problem. But in the broader scope, I believe that Russia has a close ally. It's not just about the refinery. This is about the state where the refinery is allocated. It is about China, and it is about India. So President Trump imposed some punitive actions against India. I believe that the better way to incentivize India not to buy the Russian oil and substitute this Russian oil, for example, with an American one, just to incentivize. In terms of China, situation is more complicated. Russia is fighting this war against Ukraine not just from the pure aim to conquer Ukraine. This is the broader war. Dictators against democracies. And China is interested in Russia's victory. That's my humble opinion. And it is not enough just to impose sanctions on the refineries. We have to present one united front, I mean the US, the EU, in pressing on China at least to become neutral, not to pretend neutral, because China provided a lifeline for Ukraine. China is accomplices in this war against Ukraine. So it's more just rather than technical decision. It has to be a big geopolitical decision. How to make those who help Russia to circumvent sanctions, how to make them at least neutral. not to be engaged, not to be the part of this machine that finances the war chest of Russia.
So all of these solutions are going to require geopolitical cooperation. And right now we're in this phase where after the Alaska summit, we haven't seen any results from that. It looks on the surface like maybe the U.S. is going to withdraw from the process of trying to broker some sort of a deal, to use President Trump's language. So where do we go from here? Who picks up the baton to implement these policies, whether it's utilizing the frozen assets or curbing the energy revenues or providing arms to Ukraine? Is it European leaders collectively? Where does the center of gravity shift? And as a corollary to that, you know, European leaders have been largely on the sidelines while President Trump has been doing his diplomacy over these last 9 months. Should Europeans now take the reins in their own hands and push the U.S. off to the side, or do they need to continue to work with the U.S. on some of these concepts? Tomas, I'm looking at you.
Well, yes, Europe should pick up the baton, but I don't see it happening is the problem. You know, to go back to the initial premise of this discussion about the reset, you know, we have a 35-year problem in Europe with Russia, which is that the countries with experience with Russia have been discounted. Basically, it was only after February 24th, 2022, when Sanna Marin, the Prime Minister of Finland, said we should have listened to the Estonians, and then only a couple of weeks ago, Friedrich Merz said we should have listened to the East Europeans. I think somewhere Macron said something in Slovakia. I keep count when they... But the point is that, you know, when we were talking about what Russia is doing, after Georgia was invaded, Estonia had big protests. And then they went to the Finnish president, Tarja Halonen, and said, well, why isn't Finland doing anything? And her response was, well, the Estonians are all suffering from post-Soviet traumatic stress, as if an entire nation was psychologically damaged. That was the kind of approach. As soon as we pointed something out that Russia was doing, if you were from Poland or Estonia or Lithuania, we were immediately Russophobes. It's like, no, we just have experience. So there's this anti-empiricist bias that we have only gotten over since February of 2022. And I don't know what to do with that. I mean, I think that sort of those old habits will die hard, and once we get something new in Russia, we'll be back to the same old thing of like, oh, those East Europeans, they're all paranoid, they don't know anything just because they happen to live next to Russia and have all this experience. We who have read Dostoevsky, or as actually I love the term, Tolstoyevsky, we know better because we understand the Russian soul. I mean, I'm fairly pessimistic, sorry.
Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, and then I want to come to you, Zhana. I want to ask a permutation of essentially the same question, which is, at least among the European leaders, a lot of the diplomacy has been focused on these big meetings of the so-called coalition of the willing to talk about the composition and the mission for this reassurance force that would allegedly deploy to Ukraine. Now, I have a real problem with this concept because no European leader is willing to deploy this force until after a ceasefire. And last I checked, I didn't think that President Putin was willing to countenance European boots on the ground in Russia. So it seems like, to me, European leaders are tying themselves in knots discussing this reassurance force, which is kind of moot. It's kind of like a fantasy force, right? Am I wrong? Is there some traction there?
You're right for the second time, so no reason to answer. It's a kind of smoke and mirrors. It seems that sometimes we pretend to find the solution. But we have to make the solution, and we have to make the decision. The biggest priority right now is not to create a new type of coalition. We already have Rammstein. Look, what is the idea to invent some kind of new special purpose vehicles? We have NATO, we have Rammstein, we have G7. So let's use the tools that are in our hands. You've asked about Americans. Mike, here is the thing. I believe that we desperately need Americans on board. Desperately. Whether the EU can handle this war? Yes, it can. But I am not sure as effective alone. But in case if we get Americans, if we still have Americans, because there were some rumors that this administration tried to turn its back on Ukraine. So I don't believe these rumors. At least let's do our best to have them in full support of Ukraine. The reason why we need them, it's not just only because a desperate need of both financial and military resources, but this is the unity of the free world. If Putin and Xi succeeds in driving a wedge between the EU and the United States, God knows what's going to happen to NATO. So to wrap up, the key priority right now is to make Ukraine to win this war, period. And only afterwards, I am absolutely sure that we're going to find a number of ways how to provide the security guarantees. And the best security guarantee, I want to reiterate, is in Article 5. Article 5 of Washington Treaty, even despite the fact that the incumbent administration is skeptical, you have the vibrant democracy, and we still have a legally binding obligation of NATO member states issued in 2008, where that clearly states that Ukraine is to become a NATO member state. So as quick as we get the real peace on a fair terms and conditions, durable and just peace, the next step will be to provide the security guarantees for Ukraine, and in this way we can invent new different types of coalition. But for today, the best coalition is the coalition of the free world to help Ukraine to win, because the situation is very complicated. Look, I want to be very clear. Because we are sitting in this hall, and that's great, and we are deliberating over how to help Ukraine, but Ukrainian fighters are right now at the front lines, paying the highest price, the price of the life of human being. And Ukrainian nation is still in the underground shelters or waiting for another air raid siren. And there is no end in sight.
President Elvis. Just quickly, I mean, this boots on the ground hypothetical, I think, is sort of sounds like 12th century scholasticism on angels on a pin. What we ought to be looking at actually is planes in the air in a no-fly zone, which has been predicted from basically February 25th on. No, I mean, we can do it. I mean, look, the UK and the US provided air support for Israel just a couple of months ago. I mean, we can do it for Ukraine. And why we're not? We don't need troops on the ground. We need just planes in the air shooting down planes, Russian planes that are bombing Ukrainian cities.
So let me push you on that a little bit. So the first step in imposing a no-fly zone is to suppress enemy air defenses, which would mean Russian air defenses, many of them located on Russian territory. Is that where we should go?
Yes. Frankly, I mean, you can have a division of labor. I mean, Ukrainians are really good at taking air defenses out, so they can also take out air offense in Russia. And if anything does manage to come across, we shoot them down.
I would say there's also a light version of this, which would be imposing an air cap over Western Ukraine and allowing Ukrainians to fly over the contested frontline.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can talk about the intricate details, but all of that doesn't require sending troops. I mean, that's what everyone's fear is. Like, will Poland commit its troops to fighting? The East Europeans who are most supportive of Ukraine are also the ones who happen to be on the, frontline states, so that's where the reticence comes in on Poland or Estonia or Finland. So, I mean, but we don't need to get to boots on the ground. We need to, after a hypothetical ceasefire, which is just, I mean, right now, we should just go and stop all of those drones and planes and bombs and glide bombs that are killing Ukrainians every day.
I want to return to the diplomacy and the negotiations, and Jana, ask you about the Alaska summit. You've got this unfortunate image of U.S. soldiers literally on their knees rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin, someone who has been indicted by the ICC for war crimes. What does this mean for accountability and for Putin's sense of impunity? Do you see the summit through the same lens as I do? Was this a reward for Putin that will allow him to evade the accountability that most of the world community wants to see happen?
Well, that's a question not for me, but for President Trump, who received President Putin in Alaska, right? And I think that President Trump acts in the same way as any other Western leader. He wants to pursue, to make a deal with Vladimir Putin. From the very beginning, my understanding was that Putin was not ready for any deal, for any ceasefire arrangement, and it seems that Putin is able to sustain a war effort for another couple of years, so he is sure of it. And yes, I agree that sanctions work, but they work slowly. They actually have resulted in the Russian economy lagging behind in terms of technological advancements, etc., etc. But I think they work not as effective as many wanted them to work when the EU and the US and other countries imposed those sanctions on Russia. So I just wanted to narrow up your question about the state of the Russian economy. So the Russian economy is not strong, but at least it's
But it did
okay.
grow in both 2023 and 2024, right? The Russian economy
Yeah. I think part of the problem is that Russia, it's part of the problem for Western nations, and probably it's good for the Russian economy because it's not diversified. They mainly sell natural resources, and they have other markets. And that, of course, has been instrumental for Vladimir Putin. But now, I think there is a critical moment in the economy. So for the past 3.5 years, the government has managed to maintain an economic activity as if there were no war. So they have made investments into infrastructure, into construction of infrastructure, housing, construction, etc., etc. But now, in Russian society, many people understand that it's going to be a prolonged conflict, and it is a political opportunity for Putin to say, so your living standards are going to go down, and you're not going to be able to buy like durable goods, etc., etc. And he may take this opportunity, and in my opinion, he is able, unfortunately, to sustain a war effort for a couple of years to come. So not answering about President Trump, it's for his administration to answer. But I think that probably his idea was to please Putin, to force him to have a sort of a deal. And when crafting any ceasefire arrangement, it's very important to pay very close attention to every detail, because one important thing is that any ceasefire agreement should prevent Russia from rearmament, because any lifting of any sanctions, especially technological sanctions, might give Russia a chance for rearmament, and in any ceasefire arrangement that should be taken into consideration.
Yeah, good point. I'm going to pivot soon in a couple minutes to audience questions. Just hold those questions, but get them ready. I've got one more question I want to ask all of you, but Tomas, you want to jump in on this? All carrots, no sticks, good negotiating strategy, or?
Well, I think we're not using any sticks, actually, in the West. I mean, we have this, what we're seeing right now is this, we have this bizarre term, hybrid or gray zone warfare, which to me is warfare. It's just that we don't want to say it's warfare, because, and you play on these, again, these scholastic definitions of, well, they haven't invaded our territory, but they are blowing up or burning down Europe's largest shopping center. They're putting bombs in DHL flights. I mean, we have this fear of doing anything even when we are attacked. And let's face it, we are being attacked.
So that's exactly the perfect segue, because that's where I want to go next with all of you before we turn to the audience. So we are in this war, right? I mean, we've had a swarm of drones come into Polish airspace. We've had MiG jets, okay, not firing bombs, but incurring into Estonian airspace. All the various other incidents you mentioned. And yet Western politicians are very reluctant to use the word war. And so they're left with the public sort of believing that everything is okay and that we've got this. But then, on the other hand, we're pretty close, as you mentioned, the incendiary bomb plot, to like a European 9/11, you know, perpetrated by Russia. So how do we change this? How can Western politicians actually be honest about the threat we face without making Russia seem 10 feet tall and inflating the threat and doing Putin's bidding by scaring the public and preventing the flow of support to Ukraine, which is probably part of his strategy with all of these incursions?
Cynically, I would say not before there's a mass casualty event on the order of 9/11, at which point it'll no longer be possible for politicians in Europe to say, oh, no, it's nothing, we don't want to do anything.
Anyone else on this? Bill?
I just want to say that there was a moment when when a Russian Air Force jet was flying over Syria, and I think it veered 17 seconds into Turkish territory, and they shot it down. And is there a war between Turkey and Russia? No. Have there been any more Russian jets flying into Turkey? No. Putin understands.
That is a good point. However, there were Turkish soldiers killed in Syria in both 2017 and 2020, roughly 35.
The point is that there's no war between the two countries. And Putin understands when the boundaries, he's a thug. He understands when there's a boundary, and he understands when there's not a boundary. I think one of the worst things that we ever did in the West was this whole idea that we were so desperate about escalation that Putin saw that, and he said, if they're so scared of escalation, then he can do whatever he wants. And so, you put a firm boundary there, Putin will actually respect it. And if you don't, he will push and push and push.
Fear of escalation escalates. All right, let's turn to the audience for questions. Let's do a round of three. I'm going to start with the gentleman here in the front row, and then over to you.
Thank you very much. Konstantin Eger, Deutsche Welle. I would actually like to ask a question of you, Mr. Compton, too, as a politician, and President Ilves and Prime Minister Yatsenyuk. Bill Browder offered a recipe of dealing with the elements of the global south, with the refineries. But generally, we understand that the support by India, by China, and other elements of the global south is very important for Putin. So are there political ways, or any other ways apart from the refineries, of impacting Lula Xi Jinpingovich Modi, if we may.
Great, thank you. And then you had a question here also in the front row, and then we'll go to the gentleman there.
Miroslav Batsa, BBC Ukrainian Service. I have a question to Ms. Zhanna Nemtsova. You're against using the frozen Russian assets to help Ukraine. You mentioned that you have a way out so that Ukraine benefits as well. But I just wanted to ask you this question. Do you think it's even, moral to kind of think that using frozen Russian assets is not good to Russia? Is it okay in the state of war that Ukraine's been experiencing for more than 11 years now because of Russian actions? To even discuss that,
Okay,
you can buy peace with money.
I think we get it. We got 2 minutes and a half left. So, sir, please ask your question, and then we'll turn it to the
Good afternoon,
panelists.
everyone. My name is Alexandru. I'm from Romania, and the question is for all the panelists. I believe that the war did not start in 2022, but in 2014, and the Allies did too little and too less for too little and too late for Ukraine. From your point of view, what NATO, what EU should have been done differently for Russia to not continue the full-scale invasion in 2022?
Great, thank you. Let's start with Zhanna.
Thanks for your question. I think probably I didn't explain my position clearly, and I will repeat. I am for the seizure of sovereign assets of the Russian Federation, but I only mentioned that there are some concerns voiced by the Prime Minister of Belgium. I just quoted him. I am not against it. I am for it. But second, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that that the structure of those assets is a little bit more complicated than we think it is. So a large part of those assets belong to the Central Bank of Russia, but another part belongs to both sanctioned and unsanctioned individuals and entities. I was talking about the second part, what we can do with the second part and how we can craft a solution that it will benefit Ukraine. I discussed today in the morning those solutions behind the closed doors. I don't think that this stage is right to do this. I discussed it also with some Ukrainian colleagues here. That's what my whole first statement was about. I am for the seizure of sovereign assets as many other Russians.
Great, thank you for correcting the record. Prime Minister Yatsenyuk.
Well, answering the question that honorable gentleman from Romania asked, sir, we don't have time machine. The historians will then judge what was wrong, what was right. I believe that what is needed right now, we need to turn the screw on Russians. We need to get real substantial support for Ukraine, a new security supplemental for Ukraine, financial aid for Ukraine, secondary sanctions for Ukraine, unity between the US and the EU. And in this way, an honorable gentleman from Deutsche Welle, we can get along with Prime Minister Modi. Let me reiterate once again. There is no reason to go after Modi. It is better actually to incentivize him, to get him on board. Otherwise, he will be with Russians and Chinese, and he actually did it.
Thank you. I associate myself with those comments. President Ilves.
Okay, on the historical question, I would say denial of the membership action plan to Georgia and to Ukraine in May of 2008 set in motion and gave a green light for Russia to do all it has done since 2008.
Bill Browder, the last word goes to you.
I think someone said it before, Putin is not 10 feet tall. The only thing he respects is a boot on the throat. We absolutely should not be holding back. I've been personally fighting with him for 15 years. Thank God I'm still here, and we all should be fighting with him in every way we can. And there's a lot of good ideas that came out today, and we should push hard militarily, financially, diplomatically to isolate them so that this war ends. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for a fascinating discussion. Please join me in a round of applause for our panelists.
outstanding panel, the last panel of the Global Outlook track here on the stage today. There is one more bit coming up, though. I'll get to that in just a second. We need to clear the stage away first. But just a couple of comments from me personally, having served as your moderator here on this stage this afternoon. This is my seventh, thank you very much. This is my 7th year at the Warsaw Security Forum, and I must say, it's been fascinating to watch it evolve and grow, and I've never felt the sense of resolve and determination and unity that has come together among the countries represented here today, their speakers. It's been a great privilege for me to participate in these discussions, and I'm very happy that I've had the opportunity to come back here so many times. I want to thank everyone for sticking with us here through to the end today, because what's coming up right now is the closing ceremony, and it's my pleasure to introduce someone who needs, again, no introduction, Katarzyna Pisarska, the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, with closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Well, what a 2 days it was, really. Thank you so much for holding on with us. Thank you for contributing to these exceptional discussions. I have to say, I said it in a number of forums here during the last 2 days. I think it was the most productive and, most importantly, the more upbeat, if I can say that, discussions that we had on Ukraine, on transatlantic unity that I've seen for very many years. I think all of you feel that something is changing, that there is some turning point in the dynamics, also in support of Ukraine. I think for the first time we really talked seriously here about Ukrainian potential future victory in this war. But most importantly, I think we've realized, many of us, and said that again and again, that Russia is not only not invincible, but most importantly, it has a very large chance of losing this war. It's already losing this war. So that message that the Ukrainians have been telling us for 3 years, I think have reached many of the decision makers from Europe and beyond. So I wanted to start with thanking all of you for being with us and for your fantastic contributions to the forum. I would also want to invite all of you after this little part to have with us a glass of wine and discuss in a more relaxed format your impressions from the forum and also how we can improve this forum for the years to come. But before we do this, we always have a beautiful ceremony for the exceptional leaders that have joined us today. The New Security Leaders Program, which has been for an over a decade run in parallel to the program of the Warsaw Security Forum. We have leaders coming from all over the world, and I'm looking really forward to presenting the diplomas to the leaders. So I invite Josh Bergen and our new security leaders to join us at the stage. Hi, Josh.
Good evening, Kasia. Well,
Hi.
Thank you so much for all your support over the years.
Thank you for having this fantastic program run so professionally. Thanks.
Delighted to bring you this year's component. We'll start with the civilian class. You can read the names, or I can. Yeah. Let's begin with Elizabeth Anderson. Elizabeth is from Canada, one of the 18 nations represented this year. Anunita Chandrashka. Representing a Taiwanese member of parliament, we have Gihan Chang. From Sweden, we have Gustav Christensen. And from Canada, Jeffrey Collins. From the Netherlands, Colin Donuts. From nearby Ukraine, Alina Ritsenko. From the United States of America and the great state of Florida, James Jacobs. I'm a little biased, it's my home state as well. From Greece and currently working at Frontex, Panagotis Kalianis. Originally from Georgia, Miriam Kubiashvili, currently a resident of Germany. Also at Frontex, Jose Lamy from Portugal. From the 2025 partner country of France, Annabelle Lillet. Representing Poland in the city of Gdansk, Milena Liweszka. From the United States of America, Gibbs McKinley. Omar Milicevic. From Kenya, Miss Julie Okello. Next space. Alexei Petonia. Representing Malta, Rachel Powell. Again, representing France, Alexandre Cougnier. From the United States of America, Pascal Rafley. And one more from France, James Selimbian. Representing Airbus as well. Representing Portugal today, Agata Schwatkevich. From Finland, Henry Van Hanen. And from Germany, Verena Zimmer. So this is the historic NSL civilian cohort, and last year we began adding a military cooperation track, which will begin now. Mr. Michael Baker. Representing Germany, Mr. Nicholas Brendel. From Romania, Bogdan. Can I see it again? Then, thank you. I think that's why she's given me this job, because it's... From Germany, Mr. Vincent Frank. From the United States of America, Mr. Michael Greenberg. From Germany, Mr. Jörg Hesselbarth. Also from Germany, Marcus Ivan. From the United States of America, Walter David Kowalski. Representing Canada, Patricia Wynn. From the United States of America, Rudy Novak. From the United Kingdom, William Ogilvy Graham. Representing both Germany and Poland, Julia Navalnaya. Representing Sweden, Mr. Carl Johan Skog. Representing the UK, Mr. Tom Wyatt. Representing the UK as well, Ms. Dorita Ziboraj. Kasia, we had 44 people this year.
44 people, what a cohort.
And I would say something like 12 to 15 alumni members who returned as mentors. And there's countless others, Dr. Ted Schnoffer from the University of South Florida, Dr. Sana Hashmi in from Taiwan, representing the Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. So many people invested in this community, not to mention you and Zvyšek. Thank you so much for the honor.
No, thank you, Josh, for the stellar organization, and thank you to all of you. We really have a group of incredible mid-level professionals who are already contributing to the security and defense of the Transatlantic Alliance and way beyond, as you see. We have friends from Taiwan and other parts of the world joining the cohort. So thank you for your support for this program, and of course, congratulations to all of you on completing the program. Let's come forward for a big photo. We invite, of course, the mentors. We invite for the family photo all the mentors and all the new security leaders, contributors. Please feel free to join us here.
Please do. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and I'm looking forward to continuing to the cocktail and having a chat with all of you. And now, ladies and bravo.